Hi everyone, good day. So today we are going to see introduction of business economics. So this is a CA foundation course where we are going to talk about business economics, and this slide is going to talk about the first chapter of business economics, which is introduction to business economics. Okay, so before we understand what is business economics, we need to first understand what is economics. So to understand that, we should also know the three key words for it. One is scarcity, unlimited wants, unlimited resources. So what does this mean? So it means that which is not, scarcity is nothing but which is not available in abundant, right? So that is called scarcity. Unlimited wants, in the sense the wants are not limited. Once you satisfy your one want, you want to go for the other one. So that's how it keeps increasing. So it's called as unlimited wants. And also we say limited resources. That means resources are not available everywhere, and it is also perishable or it can be exhausted. So we say it is limited resource, or the same resource might also have an alternative use. For example, water is used for drinking. The same water can also be used for cleaning purpose or cooking purpose. Okay. Similarly, the resources, when we are talking about the resources, we also should understand what is the alternative use of it. So instead of using here, where else it can be used. So understanding these three keywords will help us to understand further about to understand what is economics. Now, as we mentioned, human beings have unlimited wants. Our wants are not limited, right? So we have unlimited wants. Also, the means to satisfy these wants, whatever unlimited wants we have, to satisfy their wants, we have relatively scarce resources. Now, the economics is a process to understand how to satisfy this unlimited wants with the limited resources we have. So that is the economics. So it is nothing but it's a process by which we will be dealing with, or we will be studying with, how to allocate resources, available limited resources, to satisfy the unlimited wants of the society or human beings. So this is called economics. Okay, so it is also defined as what you can see here, which helps us to develop an analytic approach that helps us in understanding and analyzing a wide range of economic issues. Now, how does this word economics came into picture? This word is taken from a Greek word which is called as oikonomia, means household. So why did they say household as economics? Imagine you wake up in the morning, and once you wake up, once you finish all your activities, you will be planning your day starting from the breakfast, lunch, and then dinner. Also, whatever you have the money for that day, how much you have to spend, how much you have to save, what you need to buy out of it, all these things you will be planning. So that planning with whatever limited things you have is called as economics. So that came from the household thing, where the initial starting stage of planning started. So that was converted into the word economics. So till 19th century, economics was also known as political economy. Now, the father of economics, what we call as Adam Smith, he is known as the father of economics because he is the first person to talk about the economics. So in his book, The Wealth of Nations, he has mentioned the definitions of economics. Okay. Now, this economics is classified into two types. We can study the economics in two different branches. One is microeconomics, the other one is macroeconomics. Now, what is microeconomics? When you're studying about yourself, when you're studying about your individual firm or a group of firm, then it is called as microeconomics. So in simple terms, microeconomics is limited study only. Okay. And macroeconomics is a general study or as a whole. If you're talking about something, it is general term or it is the whole term. That is called macroeconomics. So some of the examples for microeconomics are product pricing, consumer behavior, factor pricing, economic condition of a section of a people, behavior of firms, location of industry. So product pricing, so in your own firm or in your business, you want to understand what should be the product of your price. So you are going to decide it based on the availability. So this is called individual study. That's why we call it as microeconomics. Similar way, consumer behavior. Each and every consumer will have a different taste and preferences. So now to understand this consumer behavior, if you're talking about your own firms or your own taste, then it becomes a study of microeconomics. Okay. Now, factor of product pricing. So whatever factors, available factors, with that you have to price your commodity or goods and services. Now, this study is also considered in a limited way. So it is microeconomics. If you see same thing, behavior of firms, location of industry, everything forms a microeconomics. Okay. Now, when it comes to the whole, what does it mean? National income. What is the national income of India? What is the total gross GDP of India? What is the general price level which is prevailing in the market? What is the interest rate prevailing in the market? What is the balance of trade and balance of payment which relates to international market? What is the currency rate in today's world? What are the overall savings and what are the overall investment what an individual person or a firm as an economy has performed? What is an unemployment level? All these things studies refers to macroeconomics. Now, let's go to business. What is a business? As you all know, business is nothing but you do some activity and you get some profit out of it, right? That is called business, as simple as it is. Now, this business can be classified as business and non-business. Non-business in the sense non-profit organization. Though we have non-profit organization, there is something what is earned out of it, right? So that is called as surplus. So what you earn from business is called as profit, and what you earn from non-business or non-profit organization is called as surplus. Now, this activity, what the business does is business uses the economic activity. So what is an economic activity? Nothing but production, distribution, all those things. So those economic activity which uses the input and get output out of it is called as a business, as simple as it is. Okay. Now, for this business, as a person, as an entrepreneur, or as a managerial directors or a management person, you need to understand what your business has to do, how it has to compete, what product needs to be produced, when it needs to produce, what should be the price of the product, to whom should I produce, why should I produce, what should be my budget, what should be my market strategy, and should I buy the component of my product or should I only make the product? All these questions will be surrounding you, right? So to understand this, to analyze these things, a management should use a strategic, tactical, and operational decisions. So this is called business economics. So as we know, business is earning profit. Economics is study of using the limited resource to satisfy the unlimited wants of human being. Similarly, in business, you will be studying with whatever resources you have, how you should allocate it wisely and get maximum output out of it. So that is called business economics. Now, as the book definition, if we go, a business economics can be meant as managerial economics, where you have this integration of economic theory with business practices. Also, it is called as applied economics because you study about the demand, supply, cost, price, competition, and you apply them as in the decision making process. So it's a managerial economics because you use it in the managerial term and you integrate them in your business practice. You apply the demand, cost, supply, price, everything in as an economic tool. So we call it as applied economics. It also has a connection with economic theory, that is micro and macro. We already studied what is micro and macro, right? Now, if you see this is what is the definition for business economics. It may be defined as a use of economic analysis to make business decision involving the best use of an organization's scarce resources. Okay, scarce resources. It also enables application of economic logic and analytical tools to bridge the gap between theory and practice. So this is called business economics. Now, what is business economics nature? So how does this come into picture? So business economics is nothing but it is called as a science It is called as in microeconomics, all these things. So let's see each points. So when do we say as a science? We call it as a science because it uses the tools of decisions like the whatever science we have, no, the application of the science we use, statistical, econometrics, and economic theory we use. That's why we call it as business science. Okay, business economics is also called as a science. Now, why do we call as microeconomics? We already know microeconomics is nothing but dealing with individual or firm's behavior. So you should understand, as a business person, you should understand what is the requirement, and you need to study the individual requirement of your firm. That's why we call it as based on microeconomics, but it also incorporates macro analysis. How macro analysis is on the whole, right? We should know what is an interest rate prevailing, what is the general price level in the market, and what is an unemployment level, all these things. So we also incorporate or elements of macro analysis. Okay. Now, it is also called as an art. Why do we call it as an art? Because we apply the rules and principles in business economics. That's why we call it as an art. Okay. Now, we also call it as theory of markets and private enterprises because we use this theory of market. In whatever market theory we have, we use them in the private enterprises. It is also called as pragmatic in approach because as a business, we also should know, or we should, when you talk about microeconomics is nothing but theoretical study. But when you talk about business economics, it is tackling with the practical problems, right? That's why we say nature of business economics is pragmatic in nature. Okay, then let's come to the next behavior, which is interdisciplinary. Interdisciplinary means it depends on few aspects. What are they? We business economics also depends on maths, operational research, management theories, and market strategies, statistics, everything. So since it depends on various other fields also for the application, we call it as interdisciplinary. Then it is normatic in nature. So when we are talking about normatic in nature, we should also understand what is a normative statement and what is a positive statement. So positive statement is nothing but which can be verified with stats and facts. But normative statement is something which requires actions or policies into place. So business economics cannot be just studied with the or verified with the stats and facts, right? It needs some action. So if you have to take some decision making and if it needs some policies to be implemented, then we call it as normatic in nature. So this is the nature of business economics. Now let's come to scope of business economics. So when we say scope of business economics, where all we use this business economics? So in your business activity, you can use this business economics in two different ways. One is internal and one is external. When we say about internal, it is nothing between your own industry or your own firm's related internal issues or internal occurrence. When we talk about external, it can be the external factors which involves environment, government, all those things. Now, this internal issues or internal factors can be dealt with microeconomics, and the external factor can be dealt with the macroeconomics. Now, what are those? You need this demand and analysis forecasting, right? So from the past experience, what was the demand and what will be the future of demand? What should I produce? How much I should produce? Or what quantity I should produce? How much of labor, material, machines, equipment should be used? So determining for all of this, you need microeconomics, and based on that, you will be taking the action. Same thing with the product also, production and cost analysis. You should understand once you produce something, what should be the cost for it? How do I fix the cost for it? Should I use the input mix methodology and then fix the cost? All those things you need to understand. Next comes inventory management. So when we talk about inventory management, it is nothing but whatever stocks you have, how you are managing the stock, where raw material, work in progress, finished goods. So once your raw material is over, you have to again refill it. So all these studies also requires the microeconomical factors. Similarly, with market structure, in which market you are sustaining and what should be the pricing policy as per the market structure, how you have to reallocate your resource or whatever land, labor, whatever you have, how you have to do you want more labor, you want more capital, should it be capital intensive or labor intensive? All these decisions needs to be taken. Similar goes with the profit analysis, risk and uncertainty also with capital decisions. How much of capital should be done, how much of investment needs to be done, should we keep something for the future, should we provide the dividend? All those needs to be decided as a managerial. So all these are applicable or all these are achievable with the help of microeconomics. Okay, now let's see what is the external factor of business economics. So external factors can be dealt with macroeconomics, like what is the economic system, what is happening, which stage are we, business cycles we will be talking in the further future topics. What is business cycle? So whether it is booming stage or it is contracting stage, all these things we need to understand. Then we also should understand what is a national income. So why we should know the national income is how much of income is coming, how much people are employed, what is the income of a person, or if the income increases, what will happen to demand. So we have so many relationship with these kind of activities. So we should also understand all these things, and also existing economic policies related to industry. What kind of industry you have, what policy government has given for you, do we have any subsidies, do you have any incentives, how is your trade union going to perform, what is the social condition and what is the political condition. All these things can be studied with the macroeconomics. So till now whatever we saw was what is economics, what is business economics, and what is the nature of business economics, and what are the scopes of business economics. Now further we'll just see, okay, also we covered what is the difference between microeconomics and macroeconomics. Now let's see what is the basic problem of an economy, or what is the central economic problem. First, if as a foremost thing we should understand what should we produce, whether it should be capital centric. When we say capital centric, it is dams, construction of dams, producing machineries or equipment, or consumer goods. If we talk about consumer goods, whatever consumer consumes it. Okay, so now what quantity we should produce, how much we have to produce, all these would be a major challenge for any business firms. Next, when we come to the how to produce, we should also understand what techniques has to be used, whether we should use the labor to produce it or we should use the machines to produce it. For example, is cotton. So cotton can also be viewed by the human being, or it can also be used by the power looms with the plant and machineries. So these things we need to understand. So what to produce, how to produce, and for whom to produce. Target group is very important. If you are producing it for an older people, you will have a different choice or preferences. If you're producing it for the teens, adolescents, then it will be a different choice. If it is for a babies or children's below 14 age, all those things, then the preference will be different. So you should understand for whom we are producing it. Finally, we also should understand what is we going to do with the economic growth. So when we are talking about economics, we studied how it's a process of how we are going to allocate our limited resource to the unlimited wants of a human being, right? Along with that, we should also study how to increase the available resource and how to save the existing resource. So when we are talking about the problems of economy, we should also understand that whatever resources available, we will not consume everything on the same time. We should also save that and invest for the future progress. So these are the basic problems of economic. Okay, now let's see economic system. So what is an economic system? So all these business activities, there will be one ABC firm, another XYZ firm. So all this business in the society which is to put together is called as an economic system. So we can say that it is a sum total of all economic activities involving production and distribution of goods and services. Now this economic system is classified into capitalistic, socialistic and mixed. So capitalistic is nothing but where the private is owned. So you being a private person, you own the business, you earn the profit, and you control the maximum of the activities. Socialistic is nothing but it is center or state governed activities. So if an organization is controlled by a government, then we call it as socialistic. Mixed is nothing but where both individual and also the state or the central will be joined together as a joint venture, and they will be having the economic system. So this is called as capitalistic, socialistic, and mixed. Now let's see in depth of all these things. When we talk about capitalistic economy, the major examples for them are UK and US, but not everything is capitalistic. Majorly, we can say UK and US follows capitalistic economy. Okay, so now what is characteristics of this capitalistic economy? Just think from a layman term, when we say it is an individual owned, obviously you will have your private property. So whatever property you own, that belongs to you. So that refers to private property. So now you will have the freedom of your choice. You can choose whatever economic activity you want to perform, whether you want to produce or you want to distribute or you want to be in the sales side. So you need to choose you have the freedom of your own economic activity, and you also have the freedom of having the enterprises. What kind of enterprises you want to have, that also you have the freedom. Now, the main characteristics of capitalistic economy is profit motive. So when it is targeting for the profit motive only, it ignores few of the things. Let's see that in the demerits column. Then we also have a consumer sovereignty. So you can earn a profit only when you're satisfied in the needs of the consumer. So once you produce something what the consumer likes, then you will earn more profit. So this capitalistic characters depends on consumer sovereignty, and also it depends on competition. There will be a high competition in a capitalistic economy. So one person will have to compete with the other person to give a better product at a better price. So that's when he can sustain in the market. And then there will be an absence of government interference in a capitalistic economy. So these are the characteristics of capitalistic economy. Then let's see merits and demerits. It works with the price mechanism. So the capitalistic economy is completely covered with price mechanism. Okay, and since it is profit motive, it will have a greater efficiency. When you're talking about profit, obviously when you earn profit, more people will get uh, incentives or income, more national profit, national income, all those things will increase, right? So it will have a major effect on profit motive and major effect on the economy. So since it can allot properly the resources, it will try to have a maximum output with less cost of production, thereby increasing the output and reducing the cost of a product. When that happens, what will happen? People will start buying more. When people start buying more, they will get more profit. When this is happening, there will be a rapid economic growth which happens in the society. Also, whoever comes up with the innovation idea or increasing production or output idea, they will be given incentives. So these all are the merits of capitalistic economy. When we want to talk about demerits, since we already spoke, it is profit motive only. Since it is profit motive, it ignores the welfare of the human beings. It will not consider or it will not provide any welfare benefits to the human labors. Okay, and also there will be an income inequality. The person who knows the automation, who knows this innovation ideas will be paid more, and people without that might be getting very less income. So these all are the demerits, and since it is like this, it can also exploit the labor. What do you mean by exploiting the labor? Exploiting the labor is you're extracting more out of a labor over and above what he can produce. Okay, now consumer becomes victims. So when you're producing like this, though they produce consumer oriented products, sometimes whatever they produce will become the product output. So you have to use that. You will not have any uh, options. Then what are the other demerits? If you see, misallocation of resources. So it means whichever earns more profit, the company will be concentrating only on those things and they will ignore the least priority or less profit producing industries like merit goods, health and education. So all these things they will ignore, and they will only start producing the luxury goods because they give more profit. Okay, next we'll talk about monopolies. Since we say it is a private owned, if for example, if you are the person who are producing a product which no one else can produce in the market, then it becomes monopoly. So capitalistic economy leads to monopoly. Okay, let's see what is a socialistic economy. So socialistic economy, as mentioned, it is centrally planned economy where it will be controlled by the government, central government. Okay, so example for these are Cuba and China. Now, what is the characteristics of a socialistic economy? It is a collective ownership. That means the ownership is not with a individual person. It is with the collective. It can either be completely with the government or a part of private person involving in this collective ownership. Okay, so it involves in economic planning. So it will, since it is not profit motive or profit oriented, it will plan for the welfare of the society. So it will be an economic planning. There will be no choice of customer here. Customer cannot have their own choice and preference, because the goods and services what is getting produced will be for the benefit and welfare of the people. So whatever the government is planning, the customer has to go with the choice of it. So there will be lack of options which is provided to the consumers. Okay, now there here also we will have relatively equal income distribution. So when we say equal distribution, here we will not see who is having technological knowledge or who is having innovation knowledge. People, whoever is getting work will be paid and salary, not higher or lesser. So it will be like equal distribution of income, relatively, not exactly, but relatively equal distribution of income. Okay, then this involves minimum role of price mechanism or market factor. It will not have any controls with the price mechanisms or other market factor cannot influence the socialistic economy. Here there is an absence of competition, because since it is a single person, when we say single person, it is a government or the center who will be owning it, right? So they will be having the plan and everything. They do not have any competition. So there will be an absence of competition. Now, what is an advantages of the socialistic economy? It will be an equitable distribution of income, better utilization of resources, unemployment can be minimized because of this, as it is for the welfare of the society. So when there is a major projects coming in, there will be more people employed with it, so the unemployment work is minimized. It also can be protective for consumer and labor, that exploitation would not happen because it is covered by the central government. And it also will have a balanced economic growth. It will consider overall development of an economy. Now, what all the demerits? Since it is a government occupied or government owned, as we always see, there will be an inefficient management sometimes, political changes, corruption, red tapeism, and also there will be a delay in implementing the projects, whatever the government decides to do it. So this is one of the major demerits of socialistic economy. And also it do not give freedom for the individuals. As we have the freedom on capitalistic economy, we do not have freedom for socialistic economy. Then there will be no incentives. Though you work hard, though you have innovation idea, automation idea, you will not get any incentives for whatever ideas you provide. So this is one of the drawbacks of socialistic economy. Since it is state monopoly or state government completely owned, sometimes it becomes uncontrollable. So this is about the socialistic economy. Now let's go to the mixed economy. Mixed economy is nothing but combination of everything. So in a country like India, England, you will find this mixed economy. That is, we will have a private sector. We will also have a public sector. So private sector is completely owned by the private individuals. Public sector is completely owned by the government. And combined sector is a joint venture where private and the government will join together and form into a sector. So that is combined sector. Now, what is the merits of it? Merits is we have an economic freedom. So they have a choice. If they want, they can go with the, some are privatized and some are still with the government. So we have a freedom. So when you're doing your own business in your private sector, the particular firm will have the freedom of their own choice. So people who do more work or have more knowledge will get incentives also from the private sectors. So it helps for the better decision making and better resource allocation. So whatever projects public has to allow should be allotted to public will be handled by the government. Thereby, it will have a proper utilization of resources. Consumer sovereignty also can be achieved here, and there will be no cutthroat competition because of more policies what the government would have kept for the rules and regulations of industrializing the act properly. Okay, so it will have a rapid growth if it is planned properly. Okay, now what is the demerits? Demerits is sometimes if it is a joint venture, the government reduces the work, or there will be a delay, or they will have an excessive control. This will reduce the efficiency of a private managerial decisions. Okay, so and also the high taxes or poor implementation of plans will delay for the poor performance of an organization. Then we can see the absence in case if there is, when we say combined sector, we should have both participation from the private and government. In case if the government fails to intervene wherever it is required, it becomes to capitalism. Okay, it is very difficult to have a proper balance between public and private sector. So this is the fact what government faces on a day-to-day businesses. So this is about the mixed economy. So in the second part, we saw what is an economic system, what is a mixed economy, what is a capitalistic economy, and what is a socialist economy. So this ends the chapter of 1, which is Introduction to Business Economics. Thank you. What is the theory of demand and supply? So let's go into the topic. So what is the demand and what is the supply? Supply we'll see later, but now we'll concentrate more on the demand part. So demand and supply are the forces that make market economics work. Now, how do we decide this? How the demand and supply will be decided in the market depends on two people who are buyers and sellers. So the buyer constitute the demand side and seller constitute the supply side. So these two factors determine the price and the quantity sold of a commodity or services in the market. Now, when we say demand, demand is not just a wish of a person, what he wants or what he demands. Demand consists of three things, which is desire to buy, ability to pay, and willingness to spend. Only when these three conditions are satisfied, demand will be completed. So in other terms, if you want to see, demand means various quantities of a given commodity or services which consumers would buy in one market during a given period of time. It can be at various price, it can be at various income levels, and also at the various price related to the related goods. When we say the related goods, it means it can be complementary goods or it can be a substitute goods also. Next, let's see what are the determinants of demand. So whether the demand increases or decreases depend on few factors or determinants. So these are the conditions which will make the demand increase or decrease. So what are they? They are prices of commodity, prices of a related commodity, disposable income, taste and preference of buyers, consumer expectation, level of national income, consumer credit facilities and interest group. Apart from the above determinants, we also have age group, population, government regulations, and in also which impacts the demand. Now, when we talk about the age group and population, if a country has more aged person, then the produce or the product what is produced depends on the aged person. Like it can be an adult diaper, it can be a spectacles or a walking stick. When it becomes a teen population, then it will be more of gadgets what the country would intend to produce. And when we come to the government rules and regulations, governments also determine the demand, like the taxation policy, purchase, expenditure, subsidy policies. During taxation, if a taxation increases, the take home salary decreases, because of which the purchasing power also goes down and the demand also goes down. The vice versa scenario would be if the taxation increases, obviously, sorry, the taxation decreases, the purchasing power also increases because the take home salary increase, thereby increasing the demand. Okay, when it comes to subsidy policy is nothing but what the government gives, incentives gives to the company. It can be for the manufacturing company or for the export company. So when the government gives the subsidy to the firm who is producing the same, the prices of the commodity will fall. When the prices falls, obviously the demand increases. The vice versa scenario, when there is no subsidy, the price will of a product in the market would increase, which will decrease the demand. Let's see how these determinants of demand is going to impact the market. Let's see how the behavior. So when we spoke about the price of a commodity, when a price increases, the demand decreases. Vice versa scenario, price decrease, demand increases. Same thing with the complementary goods. In the previous slide, we saw about the related products, right? So when related products we mean complementary or substitute product. When you have a complementary product, for example, petrol and car. If the petrol price increases, the demand for car decreases. Vice versa, if the price of the petrol decreases, the demand for the car increases. When we come to the substitute goods, one example we can take it as maza or slice. So if a price of a maza increases, people will move their demand from maza to slice, and the substitute goods demand increases. So that's what this particular behavior means. Next comes to disposable income. When we talk about the disposable income, the take home salary of a person. So if the income is more, the demand is more, and when income is less, the demand is also less. Taxation, already we have discussed this. Taste preference, when we talk about this, we have this bandwagon, snob, and Veblen effects. So bandwagon is nothing but preference for the same product. When one customer uses a product, the other customer also wants to use it because they feel that when the other person is using, they also want the same to be utilized and they feel satisfied out of it. So during those kind of things, demand will increase. If some example can be an iPhone. So if one person uses iPhone, the other person also wants to use the iPhone, whatever price it might be. So this is what it is. Demand will increase. The other one is snob. Snob effect is nothing but the customer rejects it and they want more higher price for it. For example, if a person is using one particular model car, the other person don't want to buy the same car because they want something expensive other than that the one of his friend who is owning that car. So in this case, the demand will decreases. So these all are the behaviors of snob effect. When it becomes Veblen effect, even the highly priced products, the demand will increase. The best example for this would be the diamond or gold. Though the price of a commodity keeps increasing, people feel it is very prestigious and expensive items gives more satisfaction to them, because of which the demand will increase. When we talk about consumers' expectation, future price, if we see, for example, for a rice, if we take rice or any other commodity, the prices are increasing. We will have a fear that in the future the price might increase. So today only we will start storing them. That's why the demand for those kind of products will also increase when a price is increasing. The other way, when the price falls, for the future price, people will think that in the future the price might still go down and they will wait for that particular less availability of the price. So people will stop demanding at this point of time and they will wait for the rising next future coming periods when they can actually buy this when the prices goes down with the assumption. Okay. National income, we have already income we discussed. This is national income. So when a national income is increasing of a country, that means the demand is increasing. The vice versa scenario is decrease with the national income, decrease in the demand. Next, credit interest. So if bank is giving credit loan facilities and the interest rate is higher, people would not go for a higher rate of interest to buy any commodities or any demands, like they can purchase car, home loan, vehicle loan, or also for the business purposes. So if the interest rate is more, the demand for that particular service or goods would be less. Vice versa scenario, if the interest is less, the demand would increase. So these all are the behavior of demand. Now let's see what is the demand or market curve and demand function. Demand curve is nothing but what shows the correct quantity of goods that a buyer would choose to purchase at a different prices. So that is called demand schedule. Market schedule is nothing but alternative goods demanded with the total quantities of goods that a buyer would choose to purchase at any point of time with alternative commodities. So demand curve is always sloping downwards because the law of demand is always that when a price increases, the demand falls. So when a price is from O to P1, the demand is more. When the price increases, the demand little reduces. When the price again increases, then it will be too less. So this is the demand curve, which always have a sloping curve. So this is a function for demand. Q is quantity demanded, which is a function of price of a commodity, income Y, and price of a relative product. So all these factors or functions determine the quantity demanded. So demand curve is nothing but change in the price divided by change in the quantity. And market curve is given in the formula as Q equals A minus B of P. Okay, so this is about the market demand curve and demand function. Now let's see the next one, which is law of demand. As per the Professor Alfred Marshall, who has defined the law of demand in simple, when the price increases, the demand falls. When the demand decreases, the price, sorry, when the price decreases, the demand increases. So this is told in his own words, like the greater the amount to be sold, the smaller must be the price at which it is offered in order that it may find purchasers, or in other words, the amount demanded increases with a fall in price and diminishes with a rise in price. So the simple thing I have plotted here. Okay. Now this is the law of demand. So law of demand will only say whether the demand is increasing or decreasing. That is the change of direction, and hence we call this as qualitative statement. Okay. It does not say how much price is increasing or how much quantity demanded is increasing. That's why we say it is a qualitative statement. Now, we already saw the demand curve moves down or slopes down. So why does it happen like this? The rationale of law of demand is substitution product, income effect, utility behavior, new product at lesser price, and different uses. Now let's see what all these. Okay, so when we talk about the price effect, the price effect, substitutional effect is nothing but, as we already told, substitute products. So in case of Mazda, if the price increases, people will shift from Mazda to Slice. Both gives almost similar taste and customer would be satisfied with that shift. So it has a close substitute. So when the substitute effort describes the change in demand for a product when its relative price changes. When the price of a commodity falls, the price ratio between item change and it becomes relatively cheaper than the other commodity. So this is the substitutional effect. Next, when we talk about the income effect, when the price of a commodity falls, consumer buy same quantity with lesser money, and he can buy more of the same quantity with the same amount of money. So this is the real increase in real income is also known as income effect. Utility, behavior of a customer. So customers sometimes will not pay more for lesser satisfaction. So this also is a reason for the demand determinant. What we are talking about, rationale of law of demand, right? So this is also one of the reasons. Next is arrival of new customer. When there is new customers entering into the market, obviously the price of it or the demand price will be okay. The constant price is available in the market. When a new customer is entering, when the price falls, obviously there will be more customers who is attracted by this particular product, and fall in demand price will increase the demand for the quantity demanded. Okay, then different uses. So one particular commodity can be put to different uses. One best example is water. Water can be used for drinking, water can be used for cleaning, water can be used for washing vessels, everything. So similarly, each and every commodities, the best example we can say is about the milk. Milk is used for drinking, preparing sweets, curd, ghee. So if the rate of a particular product increases, the demand for that will reduce because the use of that product would be restricted. Similar way, if the price falls, obviously people will start using more of that particular items and prepare more out of it. So that is a different uses of commodities. Now let's see the exceptional to law of demand. So when we talk about exceptional to law of demand, what is the law of demand? When the price increases, demand decreases. When the price decreases, demand increases. But there are some exceptions to this law of demand. In case of conspicuous goods, given goods, conspicuous necessities, future expectations, incomplete information, necessary goods, speculative goods. Conspicuous goods are nothing but prestigious value. So people feel when the price increases also, the quantity demanded for that increases. As I already told this about the diamond example, right? Gold and diamond, even though the prices increases, people will still buy that. So when the price increases, demand also increases. That's why we call it as exceptions to the law of demand. Next comes given goods. Given goods are nothing but inferior goods. So inferior goods is nothing but when people are not able to afford the other goods, they try to go for little lower or little cheaper inferior goods because they have to satisfy with whatever income they get. So when they don't have any close substitutes, then they have to go with the little lower quality of goods. Those are called as given goods. Given goods are inferior goods, but not all given goods are inferior. So this is one statement which you have to remember. Okay, some of the examples of given goods are coarse grains like bajra, low quality rice and wheat. So when the rate of rice increases, people will try to go to little low quality in order to have and meet their daily household things. Okay, next we are going to now see about the conspicuous necessities. So this is for the comfort of the people. Though it is not very much necessary and not basic necessary, it gives some comfort for the customers or the consumers. Hence, we demand for it. When the price of a television sets, refrigerator, etc., okay, has been continuously raising because the demand also raises. This is also against the law of demand. That's why we call it exceptionals to law of demand. Next, we'll see future expectation. Sometimes when the prices are increasing now, we feel that okay, in the future it might increase and we purchase the items now itself, right? So this is an exceptional case. That's why when the future price, when the price is increasing, assuming the future, we will demand more. Similar way, when the prices are falling down, we assume in the future the prices will still go down and we will demand less now and we'll postpone the demand. So that's why we call it as exceptional. Next, we have incomplete information, where sometimes consumers tend to be rational and make impulsive purchases without any rational calculations about the price and usefulness of the product. And in such context, the law of demand fails. Then we have necessary goods and speculative goods. Necessary goods are like whenever some few goods are really very necessary for us, right? Irrespective of price raises. For example, if prices raises for a commodity or essential goods, will we stop consuming them? No, right? We will still go ahead and consume it. So where necessary goods are few goods which are really necessary for the humankind. So those kind of goods, when the prices increases, we will not stop our demand. We will still go with the demand. So this is an exceptional too. Next is with the speculative goods. Speculative goods are nothing but the stock markets, shares, debentures, all those things. When a stock of a particular company is going high, we feel the company is performing well and we will try to buy more stocks of that company. And when the share market is falling down, we will fear that it is not performing and we will not buy that. So that is a speculative goods. So this is about the law of demand. Next, we'll see contraction and expansion of demand. Contraction is nothing but when the demand contracts or decreases. Expansion is when the demand increases. Let's see how it moves. So demand curves indicates the changes in the quantity demanded because of change in the price. So shift in demand curve will occur when there is a change in demand at each possible price because one or more factors have changes. What are they? So when a demand is increasing, this is called expansion of demand. where the curve or the demand curve moves towards the right. If it is moving towards the right, it is called expansion. Similar way, when there is a decrease in the demand, this is the initial demand. Now the demand has decreased. Now it has come till here. So quantity demanded, it becomes OQ. So it is moving towards left. So increase in demand moves right and decrease in demand moves left. So this is what we saw here. Okay, this is what we saw here, which is when demand increases, curve moves right, and when demand decreases, curve shifts left. So this is about this particular graph. Next, let's see what is elasticity of demand. Elasticity of demand is nothing but the degree of responsiveness of a quantity demanded in changes to its variable. So when one of the variable is changing, what is the response of the quantity in case if the price, okay, we have various types of elasticity of demand. It can be price, income, or it can also be advertisement. Okay, let's see each and everything in the coming slides. Now, when price change, what would be the quantity demanded change? When there is an income change, what is the quantity demanded change? When there is an advertisement change, what is the quantity demanded? So that changes or the response or degree of response of the quantity demand change is called as elasticity of demand. It has a formula where we just use this change in quantity divided by quantity, original quantity into product, price of a product divided by change in the price of a product. Okay, let's see this with an example. So if you see here, the price of a commodity decreases from 6 to 4 and the quantity demand of a goods increases from 10 to 15. So what is the coefficient? Coefficient is nothing but the price. When we are interpreting the coefficient, the magnitude of a price elasticity is minus. So it's absolute size. Okay. So now with this formula, that is change in quantity divided by change in price into original price divided by original quantity, we get this value. Similarly, if they have given the percentage of change and they're asking you to calculate the elasticity of demand, this is the formula where it is percentage change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in price. So you get this. Okay. So this is about elasticity of demand. So as I already mentioned, types of elasticity of demand, price elasticity, when there is a change in price, what is the quantity demanded change? Same way, when there is a change in income, what is a change in quantity demanded? Cross elasticity is due to price change of related products. Advertisement elasticity is due to advertisement effect. What is the change in the quantity demanded? Now, price elasticity of demand can be given with this formula, whatever formula we saw previously here. Same thing is again repeated here because that relates to the price elasticity of demand. So EP is nothing but elasticity of price. Q is quantity demanded, change in quantity demanded, price, change in quantity, price. Now, how do we say it is elastic, inelastic, unit elasticity, and then perfectly elastic or infinitively? So how do we say this? So we have a numerical value here, and let's see that with a graph. So if you see here, this is a point where the elasticity of demand is equals to 1. When it moves upper, it is more than 1, greater than 1, or indefinitely. And here it is less than 1 or equals to 0. So what does this mean? So this means that when there is a here, it is equals to 0. That means when there is a price change, the quantity demanded still remains the same. So for example, if a price is increasing from 5 rupees to 10 rupees, the demand still remains the same. There is no change in the demand. That's where we name it as perfectly inelastic. So it becomes E equals 0. The next one, if you see, EP is greater than 1. So when there is a change in a price, a little change in a price will have a more change in the quantity demanded. So this is EP is greater than 1. is larger, demand changes by larger portion than the price. Price will be very little, but the quantity demanded is very more. That's why price elasticity is more than 1. So when it becomes lesser than 1, the quantity, when the price is changed, the quantity demanded change would be very less when compared to the price. So the price elasticity of demand is lesser than 1. And then we have equals to 1. Whenever there is a change in the price, the equal amount of change would be seen on the quantity demanded. That's why we say EP equals 1. The last one is when there is a change, a small change in the price will completely drop the demand. So we call it as infinite elasticity. So that is what is the table here. Okay. Now let's see. See if it is, if once you calculate, for this we have a formula. Q2 is nothing but the second quantity. Initially, it is represented Q1, the initial quantity. This is change in quantity. How much? What was the next quantity demanded? So previously, if it is 100 and now it is 150, 150 minus 100. That's how we have to take. So based on this, if you calculate some of the examples, if the value, what you arrive after the formula is greater than 1, we call it as elastic. If it is less than 1, we call it as inelastic. Okay. So now for this, we have different determinants of price elasticity of demand. They are availability of substitutes, position of a commodity in a consumer's budget, nature and need, time, consumers' habits, tied demand, price, and minor complementary items. Okay, now what are they? Let's see that. So when there is an availability of substitutes, such as salt, housing, vegetables, they do not have substitutes. So you have to take that. There will be no changes. So these kind of things, there will be a less elasticity. Fall in small quantity demanded only. There will be no huge changes. So moreover, wider the range of substitutes available, the greater will be the elasticity. If you have more substitutes, the changes will also be more. If there are very less substitutes, the changes will be less. That's what that point is. Consumer's budget. So small, in your home, in your income, take home income, you will have some kind of budgets, right? So in that budgets, what is main portion and what is the less portion of income spent? So like something like salt, matches, small items, we have very small amount of budget allotted for these items, right? So in this case, it will be highly inelastic. And other things like rent, household things, clothing, all those things will have a major changes when there is a price going up. Similarly, satisfies. If customer is not satisfied, then they will not demand for it. So necessities of price, in those cases, it is inelastic. While the demand for a home theater is relatively elastic, the demand for food and housing is generally inelastic. So customers, whenever they can postpone the consumption. We call it as elastic demand. And the consumption which cannot be postponed is called as inelastic. Then we'll go to the uses. Already we saw this when the uses milk, when the prices of a milk drops, the demand for that also increases because it can be put to different uses. Time, petrol rates. When the petrol rates are high, you will limit the number of trips what you go. When the petrol rates is less, you will try to go with more trips using the same amount of petrol or expenses what you would spend before. So that is called time period. Customer habit. So when you have a habit of using particular brand, no matter what price it goes, you keep demanding for that. So in this case, it will be inelastic. Tight demand, which has the, so for example, when you have a laptop and a printer or printer and an ink, so you really need them, whatever prices increases, the tight demand also will have an impact on it. Okay, so they are normally inelastic. The price range, high price products or very low price products will be inelastic demand. Middle range product would be elastic. Minor complementary items, if you have very minor complementary items, the demand for cheap complementary items or used to be with a costlier product will tend to have inelastic demand. So this is about the determinants of demand. Now let's go to the first method was price method. This is arc method. Arc method is nothing but this particular point lies somewhere between this. So that's why, since it is looking like an arc, we call it as arc elasticity. Okay, the formula for the same is this. Already we discussed this. This is the new quantity demanded. This is the old quantity demanded. P2 is new price and P1 is old price. Next comes to point elasticity. Point elasticity is nothing but at a particular point. This is how we find the point elasticity. So we can find out lower segment and upper segment. Using the above formula, we can get the elasticity at various points on the demand curve. Let's move on to the total outlay method. Total outlay method is nothing but it tells us what happens to the total revenue when prices changes. Total revenue is something but price into quantity. So total number of quantities sold, in case if your price is 100, your quantity sold is 20. 100 into 20 would be 100 into 20 would be 2000, right? So that is what is your total revenue. Excuse me. Next is price effect, quantity effect. After a price increases, each unit sold sells at a higher price, which tends to rise. So this is the vice versa scenario to the quantity effect also. So when a price elasticity of demand is equals to 0, there will be no spending or there will be no change in the spending. When there is a when price elasticity of demand is greater than 0, there will be increase in the spending. When the price elasticity of demand or lesser than 0, then will be decrease in the spending. So this is the total outlay method. Now let's come to the income elasticity. When there is a change in your income, what will happen to the demand responsiveness? So that is called income elasticity, which can be found out with this formula. Change in quantity, instead of price, now you will be using change in income. Previously it was price elasticity, so you used change in price. Now it is income elasticity, so you will be using change in income. Okay, so this is how it is. So cross elasticity of demand is nothing but it is a quantity demanded of a product due to price change of relative product. It depends on the substitute and the complementary goods. So these all are the things what you get out of it. If two goods are perfect substitute, then the cross elasticity becomes infinite. If they are close substitute, it becomes positive or large. Not close substitutes, it becomes positive and small. Totally unrelated, it becomes 0. So this is a this is for the formula to calculate cross elasticity of demand. Percentage change in quantity demanded of goods X divided by percentage change in price of goods Y. Okay, now this one we can just see with the so if you see, this is the price or quantity demanded. Price of a coffee, if it increases, obviously the demand for the tea increases. So this is the substitute product what we have. Okay, so same with the formula, cross price elasticity between two goods X and Y is known to be this. If the price of a goods Y rises by 20%, what will be the demand for X change? So with that formula, you will be able to find out this. So same way you have this 1 kg of tea is 30. So with the same formula, which is change in quantity divided by change in price into price divided by quantity. Here, whatever you have previously, we had this formula for the price, right? So here they are seeing what is the cross elasticity with this formula. Okay. So next, see advertisement. So when a company is trying to do more of advertisement, what is the change in the quantity demand? So this is arrived by this formula. Change in quantity demanded will be percentage change in spending on advertisement. So previously it was percentage change in price. Next we saw percentage change in income. Then we saw percentage change of commodity 2 or commodity Y. Now it is advertisement, that is percentage change in spending overall. Okay, so this is how it is. Next we are going to see the consumer behavior. So the human beings wants are unlimited. Already we saw this in the first chapter. Now we have something called want satisfying power. So when you're taking something, when you're using it, your utility increases. You get the consumption or the satisfaction more. So that is the total utility what you get from consuming one particular product. Marginal utility is nothing but whenever you're getting and taking an additional unit, what is the additional consumption you get out of it. So that is called as marginal utility. We can see this with the help of a table. Okay. Classification of wants. Our wants can be classified as necessary, comfort, and luxury. So necessaries, as you know, food, shelter, and clothing. Comfort is making your life little comfort, like TV, fridge, making your work little easy, mixy, all those things. Luxury is very luxury, where you feel very relaxed and you don't do any work, so that becomes luxury. Okay, so this is about the consumer behavior. Now, this consumer behavior can be studied in two different approaches. One is cardinal approach, the other one is ordinal approach. Cardinal approach was given by Alfred Marshall, where he is consuming or using the utils as a tool to assume the utility is additive and measurable. So two ways of analyzing the cardinal approaches: law of diminishing marginal utility and consumer surplus theory. Law of diminishing marginal utility, you might be already knowing about this. When you consume the first apple or any other commodity, the satisfaction what you get would be more. When you're consuming the next one, it might be little more, but it keeps increasing, and at one point of time you feel the satisfaction. Then if you're taking any additional things, it becomes less. It keeps diminishing post a particular stage. So that is called law of diminishing utility. Consumer surplus is nothing but what the excess price the consumer is willing to pay, because he don't want to go without that price. So rise in price will reduce consumer surplus, and fall in price increases consumer surplus. Law of diminishing marginal utility, if you see, this is the total utility. When you consume 1 cup of tea, you get 30% of utility. 2 cups, 50, 3, 65. It keeps increasing like this. And one point of time, it starts decreasing. Okay. So after 10, if you see, it becomes 95. So marginal utility is nothing but your next product minus the previous one. So 50 minus 30 is 20. 65 minus 50 is 15. So it keeps going like this, and one point of time it becomes minus 4. So this is the relationship between a total utility and a marginal utility. They are interrelated. In the first unit it would be equal, then it starts increasing, and then it becomes decreasing, total utility. But marginal utility keeps decreasing and remains positive for some time, then it goes to 0. So this is the relationship between total utility and marginal utility. So consumer surplus, as we told, so the marginal utility is 30, the price is 20. So you are getting a satisfaction of rupees 30, but whereas you're paying for it only 20. So the balance is called as consumer surplus. Okay. So here you're paying 20 and you're getting the utility also 20. That means there is no consumer surplus. Here the utility what you're getting is 18, but the price is 20. Here we will not say consumer surplus is minus, but rather it is nil. Okay. Let's see the ordinal approach. In ordinal approach, as I mentioned, what Hallen and Hicks mentioned was, we can't mention or we can't compare this with utils. We have to use the consumer satisfaction in order or preferences, which can be seen in indifference curve and budget line. So indifference curve is nothing but that represents all those combination of two goods in which a consumer will get satisfaction. Let's see this here. So if you see here, so first combination is 1 unit of food and 12 units of clothing. Second combination is 2 units of food and 6 units of clothing. Next is C combination is 3 units of food and 4 units of clothing. So here it keeps changing, right? But a customer is satisfied. If he buys 1 unit of food, he will be buying 12 units of clothing. When 2 units of food, 6 units of clothing. That's how it keeps. They are having two commodities, and with these two commodities, they are satisfied. So these are called as indifference curve, which is called as IC curve. Okay. So that is the indifference curve. And budget line is something where the shows all those combination of two goods which a consumer can buy spending is given money income on the two goods at their given prices. Okay, so if he has 100 rupees, how much he is going to spend on X product and how much he is going to spend on Y product, that is what is the budget line. Okay, this also we can see together in the graph. So when we are talking about the graph, let's see this. There are some satisfaction. So this is about the indifference curve. These all are the combinations. It slopes downwards, convex, never intersects, or higher level of satisfaction, lower indifference curve will not touch either axis. So that is what if you see here, will not touch each of its axis, and also it is always convex. When it has a perfect substitute, it intersecting indifference curve. So these all are the behavior of an indifference curve. Okay, next is budget line. So as I mentioned, what is the consumer going to do? This is a budget constraint. So if a price cost of an ice cream is 0, the customer will consume 10 chocolates. So now, if he wants to consume equally, then he will buy 1 unit of ice cream and 8 units of chocolates. So this is how he is going to spend his income equally, or how he wants to use it. So in case if he is using 5 units to buy an ice cream with his income, with his budget, he will be spending nothing on the chocolates. If he is using 4 units for ice cream, he will be taking 2 units from chocolate. So that is how we check the budget line. Okay, now we already saw this marginal rate of substitution. It is nothing but it is a rate at which the consumer is prepared to exchange goods X with Y. So we saw here, right, how they are going to exchange their goods. So that is what it is. So when two goods are perfect substitute to each other, indifference curves for these two goods are straight parallel lines with a constant slope along the curve, or the indifference curve has a constant MRS. This is the formula to calculate that. Then if a customer is said to be equilibrium when he or she is deriving a maximum possible satisfaction from the goods, and therefore is in no position to rearrange his purchase of goods. So he's fine with whatever he has. He don't want to rearrange his priority of buying X this much and Y that much. That is what it is. Okay, so maximum satisfaction, what he gets is called as equilibrium. Okay, so this is what it is. So here if you see, at this point he gets the equilibrium. So he will stop at this point. He will not worry about the other combinations. Now let's see what is the supply. Supply already we know, it's the quantity of goods and services which is offered or put together in the market for the availability. Okay, so this establishes a strong relationship between the price also. So if you see, the demand is like, whenever the law of demand is, whenever the demand increases, price decreases. But for supply, whenever the price increases, the supply also increases. Whenever the price goes down, the supply also goes down. Why? Because when the price is increasing, the demand for that particular item goes down and supply will increase for that. Okay, but when the price goes down, the demand for that increases, but the price will also goes down. What are the reasons why we say when the price goes up or increases, the supply also increases? When the price decreases, the supply also decreases. Why we tell this one? Let's see in detail. Okay, so now determinants of supply or price of a goods, price of related goods, price of factors of production, state of technology, government policy, nature of competition and size of industry, expectations, number of sellers. Okay, so that is called determinants of supply. Let's see them. So when there is a higher the relative price of the goods, the greater quantity of it that will be supplied. So related goods also, if the prices of other goods rises, they becomes relatively more profitable to the firm to produce and sell than the goods in question. So if the prices are increasing on other goods, the substitute products demand would increase, right? So the supply will become more. So these are the factors of production. So cost of production is a significant factor that affects the supply. A rise in the price of input causes a decrease in supply. When the cost of resources such as wages, raw materials price and interest rate increases, producers decrease the amount they will be supplying. Okay, so lower input cost indeed make production more profitable. So this is the rise in the price of a particular factor of production will cause an increase in the cost of making those goods that use a great deal of factor, that is the cost of production, relatively small amount of factor. Next is state of technology. The supply of a particular product depends upon the state of technology. When they use good technologies, the output would be more, the cost would be less, and also there will be a more supply in the market. When we are talking about government policies, government rules and regulations also affect the product of a goods may be subject to the imposition of commodity taxes. The tax raises the cost of production, and so the quantity supplied of the goods will also increase when its price in the market rises. Similarly, we have number of sellers, competitions and size of the industry. Okay, so this is about the supply. Elasticity of supply, same thing, the responsiveness of quantity supplied. How previously when we saw elasticity of demand, how the demand is changing, here it is how the quantity supplied is changes. Same thing, perfectly inelastic, relatively elastic, relatively less elastic, greater elastic, unit elastic, and perfectly elastic supply. Okay. Next, if we want to measure this, we have the same measurement or same formula what we use for price elasticity. Okay. Equilibrium position is nothing but where the demand and the supply curve meets. So this is the equilibrium position. At this price, the amount that the buyers want to buy is equal to the amount the sellers want to sell. Next, we have social efficiency. Law of demand we have covered. Movement or increase. Okay. So when there is an increase in the supply, there is the demand curve moves right? Similarly, the supply curve also moves towards the right. When there is a decrease in the supply curve moves or shifts towards the left. So this is about the increase or decrease in the demand curve. Here also, if you see, when there is a change in the price, there will be equal amount of change in the supply. Okay, so that is what we have. Properly inelastic, greater than 1, lesser than 1, equals to 1. Same, whatever we discussed for demand, same thing applies here also. A small change in the price will completely stop the supply. It becomes infinite. Okay, so this is about supply. We have a social efficiency, which is consumer surplus and producer surplus. So consumer surplus will measure for the consumer welfare and producer surplus measures the producer welfare. So producer surplus is a benefit derived by the producer for the sale of a unit above and beyond its cost of production of that unit at equilibrium price. Where the market is in equilibrium, social efficiency is achieved with the maximum social surplus to both producer and consumer, enjoying maximum possible surplus. So we have seen what is demand, what is consumer behavior, and what is the supply theory for that, what are the different methods, what is the responsiveness, changes, all those things. Based on the formula, there can be some questions asked from this chapter. So this is the end of the topic. Thank you. Hi everyone. The next topic what we are going to see is theory of production and cost. So in this chapter, we will be seeing what is production, what is cost, what are the factors of production, which includes land, labor, capital, and entrepreneur. Also, what is production optimization, what are the functions of production in the short run and the long run, what is law of variable proportion, return to scale, economics and this economics of scale. Also, when we come to cost, What is the meaning of cost? What is the cost concept? What is fixed, variable, and semi-variable cost? And what is cost in short run and long run? Now let's go into the topic. The first and foremost topic is production. As we all know, production is nothing but making something, right? In simple words, we prepare or we make something. Now, according to James, production is an organized activity of transforming resources into finished products in the form of goods and services. And the objective of production is to satisfy the demand of such transformed resources. For example, if we have a wood, that wood has to be transformed into either furniture or whatever you need, dining table, and means of wood. It can be doors, windows, furnitures, everything, whatever can be made out of wood. So wood is called as raw material. When you are converting this raw material into a finished product, and that finished product is helping to satisfy the demand of a human being, is called as production. So production is nothing but transforming the resource into finished goods in the form of transforming the resources into finished products in the form of goods and services. Now we have four type of utility. Utility is nothing but consumption, right? We have form utility, place utility, time utility, and personal utility. So when you're changing the raw material from one form to another form, it is called as form utility. As I mentioned, the example, wood, converting the wood into a table or a chair is called as a form utility. Place utility is changing the place of natural resources. So you're taking the gold, or you're from the mines, you're taking the coal, gold, whatever you get under the earth, and you're taking this to the place where it needs to be further mined or further refined. So you're taking the raw materials from one place to the other place, from the quarry to the refinery units, which is called as place utility. Time utility is nothing but making the products available at the time when it is required. So, for example, during summers, you might not need the sweaters, but it needs to be available, right? So we store them and we make sure it is available on time. So this is called time utility. Next, we have personal utility. Making use of personal skills in the form of service is called as a personal utility. So anything which is done out of love and affection is not considered as a production. So now what are the factors of production? As we already mentioned in the first slide, labor, land, labor, capital, entrepreneurs. These four are the factors of production. Now, let's see each and everything one by one. Land. When we talk about land, we all know what is a land. Land is freely available in the nature, right? So that is called as land. So we use this land for the further processing in the production things. How we use it, we'll see in the coming slides. Okay. Now, what are the characteristics of a land? It's very simple. In a simple term, what you feel or what you mean by land is the characteristics of a land also. So land is a gift of nature. No one can make the land. It is just available in the form of Mother Nature, right? Then land is fixed in nature. You can't alter the land. You can't expand or contract the land. So land is permanent. No one can destroy it. Probably the soil fertility can be destroyed, but the land cannot be destroyed as its own. So land is a passive factor. So until and unless human being put the efforts and do something, land will not do anything on its own. So it's called as passive factor. Land is immobile. It can't move from one place to another place. That's why we call it as immobile. Land has multiple purpose. So some of the land can be used for agriculture. Some of the lands are used for construction purpose. So land has multiple uses, and land is heterogeneous. So when we talk about heterogeneous, it means not each and every land is of same size or same quality, right? So that's why we call it as land is heterogeneous. So these are the characteristics of a land. Now let's see what is the characteristics of a labor. Labor, we already know who is a labor. It is a human effort what is required in producing something. It can be a physical extraction, it can be a mental extraction, or it can be a intellectual or smart works, whatever it is. So that's called as a labor. So now we have different types of labors also. If you think, it can be a day wages, it can be a white collars, or it can also be the AI developers, all those people. Now, what are the characteristics of human? Human effort is very much required for the labor, right? It is perishable. So today you don't use your labor, it is perished. You can't again get that labor. You can try to restore it, but you can't completely restore fully whatever is lost today. So that's why we call it as perishable. Labor is an active factor. So like land is a passive factor, labor is an active factor because labor he himself acts on the factors of things. That's why we call him as an active factor. Labor is inseparable. So a labor and his work cannot be separatable. So we call it as inseparable. Both are together. Both cannot be separated. Now the power differs. One person might have more physical power, one person might have more skills, mental power. So the power differs from each and every person. If a person is able to lift a weight of 50 kg, the other person might not be having the same capability of doing it. He might have little lesser. So the power of a labor differs. Not all labor be productive. Some labor will be more productive, some will be normal productive, and some might not produce anything. So not all are productive. Poor bargaining power. When we say poor bargaining power, so sometimes the daily wages, whatever as we already spoke about perishable, if today they don't do the work, the labor is perished. So whatever they get, sometimes they have to go for it. They don't have any bargaining power because they can't store the labor with him and they can't bargain for it. If it is a thing which can be stored, we can bargain for it. Since a labor is perishable, we can't store, and there will be a poor bargaining power. Sometimes whatever the owner or the manager gives the wages for the contract labor, they have to just accept and do the things. That's why we call it as poor labor, or sorry, poor bargaining power. Now labor is mobile. One labor can move from one place to another place. Today he works in a certain place. Once the work is done, he can move from this place to the other place. That's why we call it as labor is mobile. No adjustment of supply of labor to the demand for it. So when we say when the demand increases, we can adjust or we can get more labor, but sudden adjustment is not possible. So you have to get a new labor only. You can't just manage with the existing labor. Next, we don't have a choice between hours of labor and hours of leisure. So a labor has a choice whether he or she can take 10 hours of work and 4 hours of leisure, or 9 hours of work and 5 hours of leisure. So they can divide their hours in a day and they can do accordingly whatever they want, whether they want to work more and take less leisure or take more leisure and work less. So these are the characteristics of labor. Now let's come to capital. Capital is a part of wealth of an individual. So capital is nothing but it's a man-made instrument that is created for the further used. So it is used further for the production of wealth. So it is a stock concept, produced means of production, and it is a man-made machines and materials which are used for further production. So capital alone itself will not produce anything. It is used to produce further activities or further production. Okay, now what are the different types of capital? Fixed capital, circulating capital, real, human, tangible, individual, and social. Now what is fixed capital? As we all know, which is used for a long term period. It can be tools, machines, etc. Those are called as fixed capital. Circulating capital are nothing but one time use or single use. You can't reuse it again and again. So for example, fuel, raw material. So once you use the fuel today, it is exhausted. That's all. You can't again use that capital. You have to again get one more thing to get it fuel. So for these kind of things, you need a circulating capital. We can also take a consideration of raw materials. So you use a raw materials today. Once it is converted into a finished goods, you have to again refill the raw material. So that is called circulating capital. Real capital is nothing but the physical capital like land, building, machineries, all those things are considered to be a real capital. Human capital is nothing but the human beings, whoever is considered as a capital. Okay, tangible capital. Tangible capital is nothing but the copyrights. Whatever we have, patent rights, copyrights, all those capital are called as tangible capital. Individual capital or personal capital is nothing but the personal property which belongs to an individual or a firm. Social capital is nothing but belonging to the society. It can be air, water, all those things comes under social capital. So once we see this types of capital. Now we will move on to the stages of capital. So once the capital formation is done, how the capital formation will be done. So in a business, we now understood what all the different types of capital we need. Now, once you get this capital, you form a capital. What will you do? You have to save the money, right? So that is the ability and willingness to save. Once you save it, you have to mobilize. You just can't keep the money with you. You have to move that money from one place to another place. Similarly, you have to move them in the financial institution. So that is called mobilization. So once the saving is done, the saving has to be put into use by the financial institutions. Now, these financial institutions will convert the saved money by mobilizing it from one place to another place and making it as an investment, where the real savings gets converted into the real capital assets. So this is about capital. Now, entrepreneur, the last factor of production. Entrepreneur, as we all know, who is a person or a owner of a business who organizes the business. So what he does is he generates an idea. He gets an idea that I have to do a business. He gets an idea. He organizes the idea. He initiates the production. Once he gets the idea, what he will do, the next activity is to have a production with using all the materials, whatever he had, land, labor, and capital. He will initiate the production activity. So while doing this, he also remunerates the factor of production. That means he provides labor, he provides wages, he provides salaries, and he also gets the plant and machinery. So he remunerates all the factors of production, and he also introduced the innovations in his business in order to sustain a long-term business in the market. He also gets innovative ideas, and he also takes the risk of uncertainty in the businesses. So in case if there is any uncertainties, whatever risk is arising out of it, he will be the person who will be bearing that. So he is called as an entrepreneur. Now, what are the objectives of an entrepreneur? The main 5 objectives of an entrepreneur are organic objective, economic objective, social objective, human and national objective. Now, organic objective is nothing but, in short, survive or stay alive. Any business or any firm, any organization, first and foremost has to think, how do I survive in the market? So first, survive is the main concern. Once we survive, then we have to see how to grow. So survive being a primary objective, it is called as organic objective. Next comes economic objective. Any economic activity which leads for a growth of a country is called economic objective. Now, for an economic objective, if a country has to grow, there should be something earned out of the business, right? So that is called profit maximization. So the entrepreneur, once he finishes the organic objective, he has to think about profit maximization. How can I increase the profit? How can I serve my part to the country? How can I give dividend? All those things he will be thinking. That is called as economic objective. Social objective is like he being a human being and also residing or sustaining in any society also should consider the things which is around him. Like he should not provide unadulterated products. You should make sure that the sufficient supply is there. Today he supplies and next month there is no supply for it. What will happen? There will be like customers are used to it. Now they will not be able to get that product because he stops the supply. So those things should not happen. If there is something very much required, there should be a continuous supply for it and also gainful employment. So these all the social responsibilities or social objectives of an entrepreneur. Now, when it comes to human objective, he should have a fair employment treatment. Though he is an entrepreneur, he has to treat equally all his employee. He can't just be a dominating them, or he cannot do a labor exploitation. So he should help to develop new skills, and he should treat everyone equally in a fair treatment. Okay, that's called human objective. The national objective is working towards the national plans like fair opportunity for everyone. There is no discrimination between caste, gender, race, all those things he should not consider. He should also have national priorities and also avoid dependency on different nations. So these are the 5 objectives of an entrepreneur. Now, being an entrepreneur is also a problem, right? So what are the problems an entrepreneur will face? He will he will have the problem from the day of his business until the close of his business, okay, or until the survival of the business. What all things? From the location, he has to first choose what kind of a location is required for his business. Then what should be the size of the firm, small scale or large scale. Once that is done, what is the physical allocation or physical facilities? Where should the machinery be placed? Where should be the storeroom? Where should be the power? All those things. Then finance, what is required if he's choosing long term, or sorry, small firm or large firm. Based on that, how a finance can be given or how he has to raise the finance, all those things he has to think. Then organizational structure, whether he should have many departments, subdivisions, or it needs to be managed by 2 or 3 divisions, like that he has to think about it. Then comes the marketing, the 4 P's, which is first he has to choose what products to produce, first P. Second P is what should be the price of a product. Third P, how he should promote his product. Finally, what is the place he has to go and sell it, the place of marketing. So these are the 4 P's which becomes a challenging in case of marketing for an entrepreneur. Along with this, he also faces a legal formalities and industrial relationship. So legal formalities is whenever his organization is coming into existence, what all the license he has to get, and what is other policies what he has to take into consideration. And industrial relationship, industrial relationship refers to nothing but when a firm is getting ready, or when an entrepreneur has to establish a firm, he has to take into consideration the legal formalities, which is like licensing, or what is the policy the present government has. He has to adhere to all those policies. That is called as legal formalities. Next, we'll move on and we'll see what is the next production function. Production function is nothing but using all the inputs, whatever we spoke right now, that is land, labor, capital, and entrepreneur, and getting the output out of it. That is called as a production function. It is defined as a maximum output that can be produced with a given quantities of input. Okay, so that's called as a production function. Short run for long run. So short run is nothing but it is maximum goods and services that can be produced by set of inputs, assuming at least one variable is fixed. In long run, it's a goods and services that can be produced by setting all the inputs into variable. So in short run, one should be fixed. In long run, all should be variable. So something like the labor, wages, all those things can be altered quickly in case if some changes are required. So that's called as a short run. And in long run, when we talk about a long run of plant and machinery getting enhanced, or they want to replace few things, so that would be a long run plan. So a firm, whoever is working on this, should work on the current short run issues with the aim that long run also to be considered as part of the same. Okay, now let's move on to this Bob Douglas production function. In this theory, he states that the labor contributes 3/4 and the capital consists of 1/4. So that is the Cobb-Douglas production function. And this is the formula for the same, which is Q equals KL, A constant, C 1 minus A, which are the positive inputs. Okay. Now let's move on to the concept of TP, which is total product, AP average product, and MP marginal product. So total product resulting from the effects of practice of production. So total product is nothing but the total output what we get. So if you see here the quantity of the labor, with 1 hour of labor, we get 2 total product. With 2 hours of labor, with 1 hour of labor, we get 100 total product. With 2 hours of labor, we get 210 total product. So this is called total product. Average product is nothing but the total product divided by the quantity of labor. 200 divided by 2, 330 divided by 3, that is called average product. Now marginal product is nothing but the additional change. So here in the first one, all the average product, marginal, and the total product will be same. When the next consumption happens, it is like 110, then the change in this from 100 to 210. So 210 minus 100 is 110. That is what is the marginal product. When you go to the next hour of labor, 330 minus 210 would be 120. That is the marginal product. So marginal product is the change in the total product per unit, change in the quantity of variable product. So this is a formula for marginal product, and this is a formula for average. Average is nothing but total divided by the quantity. Marginal is nothing but the change in the total product. So if you see here, the average product cannot be zero or negative. Marginal product decreases, and it can be zero and also goes to negative. So what does this particular states is, with 10 labor quantity, we get the maximum output of 750. We'll see of 9. With 9, we get 750 output, and the marginal product is 30. So it will remain constant for one more thing, and then it starts going to negativity. So this is the right place to stop the any additional changes for the labor hours. That's how we calculate or we understand this table. Now let's move on to the law of variable proportion or law of diminishing returns. We already saw what is law of diminishing returns. Law of diminishing returns is once you consume, you get a more utility. Once you start consuming more and more, it starts declining slowly. Same thing happens in any production activity also. So the law of variable proportion states that some factors are kept fixed and others are varied. It is called a short run. So in this case, if you see, the production starts here, it keeps increasing. This is the total production, this is average production, and this is the marginal production. This is plotted with the help of the table what we saw before. So if you see how we have plotted this, the total product starts from here and it increases till here, it reaches a point and then it starts falling down. So this is the point where it starts falling down. So during this is now classified into, this is increasing and this is the stage where it is earning more and then it starts declining. So this is stage 1, this is stage 2, and this is stage 3. In stage 1, we see the increasing happening, and in stage 2, it is a maximum place where the firm earns a profit, and when it comes to stage 3, it is a place where they have to close the business. So stage 1 is increasing the return, stage 2 is diminishing, it starts diminishing slowly, stage 3 is negativity. So stage 3 is also called as economic absurdity or economic nonsense. So at this point of time in stage 3, no company or firm will produce any activities. Return to scale. Return to scale is nothing but long run. Previously, whatever we saw was for a short run, and this is for a long run where all inputs are changed in the same proportion. So as I mentioned, everything, land, labor, capital, whatever alteration we can do, that will be for the long run. And this is called as returns to scale. Now, this can be classified as constant, increasing, and decreasing. Constant is nothing but inputs increase by some proportion. Then we call as constant. Output also increases by the same proportion. If it is the quantity what the input increases, same would be the output increase. But when the input, you have some amount of input, but the output increases more than proportionately, we call increasing. With the same amount of input, if your output decreases less than decreases or increases less than the proportionality, we call it as decreasing. So return to scale, we have constant, increasing, and decreasing. Now let's see what is product optimization. Product optimization is nothing but isoquants and iso cost line. So isoquants are the product indifference curve. We already saw in the previous chapter what is indifference curve. That is the option what two products a consumer tries to satisfy his needs in the two different products. So that is called as indifference curve. Now, the isocons are also a product indifference curve which shows all the combination of different factors of production which gives the same output to the producer. If he is mixing a A and B combination, what output he is getting would be same if he does a mix and match with A and B. So that is called as isoquants. ISO cost line is nothing but it's a combination of two factors which the firm can buy with given expenditure or outlay. By combining these both, a producer can see what is the best combination of factors of production has to be utilized for his firm to get the maximum of product optimization. So in simple term, product optimization is combination of factors of production which would minimize his cost of production. So that is called product optimization. Now let's see the next topic, which is cost. We already know what is cost. Cost refers to the study of behavior of cost. So all these factors of production, whatever we have, land, labor, capital, and entrepreneur, there is some cost associated with them. So that behavior, what we are studying, how much of land cost, what is the wages, what is the labor fee, what we have to pay, what is the capital we need to get it involved. Studying of all these things, you can't just produce the thing, you also have to know what is the cost and what cost needs to be fixed for it. So for this we need to understand what is the cost analysis. Now let's see the concept of cost. We have accounting cost and economic cost. Accounting cost is nothing but the wages, fuel, raw material, rent, everything. This is called accounting cost. Economic cost is nothing but the whatever we have, the economic things like salary not paid. We saw the difference between when an entrepreneur is putting his capital and working in one firm, and if the same capital is used in a different firm, what is the benefit he is going to get out of it? So that is called as economic cost. So he has to consider that also. If he is starting a business, if he is putting his ardent effort here, he has to get some profit out of it. Similarly, the same amount of effort if he puts in some other entrepreneurship or enterprises, how much he is going to get out of it. Is that profit more, or whatever he is doing currently is more? So this comparison, what he does, or the cost what he is forgiven, is called as an economic cost. Next is outlay cost and opportunity cost. So outlay cost is nothing but the actual cost what is incurred, which is nothing but rent, wages, expenses, insurance, all those things are actual cost, which is also a outlay cost. Opportunity cost is something that the value that is forgiven in choosing an activity on the next best alternative. For this, there is an example, like if a farmer is growing a rice now, in case if he has grown wheat, what would be the opportunity cost? So he has to compare these two things. So since he has ignored or forgiven the opportunity of growing wheat and growing rice now, what is the cost he has incurred? In case if he has grown wheat, what is the cost? If he has now, since he is growing rice, what is the cost? This is called as an opportunity cost. Now direct or traceable cost is nothing but which can be traced, like again wages, all those things. Direct relationship with the production activity is called as a direct cost. Non-direct or non-indirect or non-traceable is something which cannot be traced at all. So those things are called as non-traceable cost. Next is incremental cost and sunken cost. Incremental is something, the additional cost. If you want to improve something or add on one more machinery, we call it as an incremental cost. Sunken cost is something which is already incurred, which is sunken. You can't again recover it, like advertisement, the amount spent on research and development. So these all things have already happened and the cost has been sunken. You can't again get back those costs. That is called as sunken cost. Next is historical cost. Historical cost is nothing but acquisition of assets. When you are acquiring something as a firm, the cost what is incurred for that is called historical cost. And in case if you're replacing your old plant and machineries, then it is called as replacement cost. Now, what is private cost? The cost of an individual person, which is actually incurred. It can be explicit or implicit. Social cost is nothing but private cost plus external cost. So external cost is something which is borne by the society, like air, pollution, whatever you are emitting, river, water, all those things are called as external social things. So now private cost plus external cost is what the social cost is. Next is fixed and variable cost. Fixed is fixed in nature. Whether you use it or not use it, you have to pay the cost, something like rent. So whether you manufacture or you don't manufacture, whether you use your office or you don't use your office, you have to pay the cost which is fixed in nature. And variable cost is something like labor. Today you have a work, you pay labor for them. Today you don't have a work, next day you don't pay the labor. If you use an electricity, you will pay for it. If you don't use an electricity, then you don't pay for it. So this is called fixed and variable cost. Next is cost function. So as we had product function, we call cost function as a mathematical relationship between cost of product and the various cost determinants. Now, short run total cost. These are the costs which can be easily adjusted. So as I was mentioning in the example in the previous slide, labor, whatever raw material, inputs of raw material, these things can be adjusted in a short run. That's why we call it as a short run total cost. Okay, now let's see what is fixed, variable and semi-variable. Fixed already we saw, which will not change. Variable, which will change with the output, like wages, cost of raw materials, hours. Semi-variable is something which is fixed for something, for some particular thing, and then it starts varying. Like electricity, you have to pay a fixed charge whether you use it or not. That is fixed. And post that, how much ever you consume, that is what you're going to pay. That is called variable. So combined of both fixed and variable is called semi-variable cost. Next, we have a stair-step variable cost. Stair-step variable cost is nothing but a cost which will be like a staircase. Let me show it here. So it is like a staircase. So you see here, there is a staircase, right? That's why we call it a stair-step variable cost. So what is this? So you have one employee or one labor, you get this much of output. So suddenly you want one more output increase. So you increase the labor. So that's a sudden jump in the particular thing. Cost incurred towards the salary of a foreman will have a sudden jump if another foreman is appointed when the output crosses a particular limit. So you wanted some particular output, you get one employee for it. Suddenly you want more output, the cost of that also suddenly increases. That's why we call it as we call it as stair-step variable cost. Next is AFC, AVC, ATC, and MC. AFC is nothing but average fixed cost. AVC is average variable cost. ATC is total cost and marginal cost. This always remains the same. So fixed cost is nothing but whatever we have total cost which is incurred. Now average fixed cost is total divided by the quantity. Average variable cost is total variable cost divided by the quantity. Average total cost is average fixed cost divided by this one, or AFC plus AVC. Marginal cost is change in total cost divided by change in demand. Now let's see the relationship between average cost and the marginal cost here. So if you see here, this is the total fixed cost which doesn't change because this is in a short run. In short run, one of the variable will be fixed, right? Now, 1 units of output. When the unit of output is 1, you need a variable cost of 50 and the total cost would be 1000 plus 50. Now, if you go like this, average cost, this is nothing but your total cost divided by number of units. Your average variable cost is your total variable cost divided by number of units. Your average total cost is nothing but your average total cost divided by number of units. Marginal cost is nothing but what is the increase from 1000, 1050. So 50 is the increase. From 1050, 1090, 40 is the increase. That is called as a marginal cost. So when average cost falls as a result of an increase in output, marginal cost is less than average cost. Same thing, when average cost rises, marginal cost is more than average cost. Average cost is minimum, marginal cost is equal to the average cost. Okay, so these are the relationship between the average cost and the marginal cost. Now let's see what happens in a long run production. So in long run production, as I mentioned, all the variables would be changing or variable. Nothing will be fixed as we saw in short run. Short run, one will be fixed, rest everything will be changing. But in long run, everything will tend to change. A function relationship between output and the long run cost of a production. So a long run average cost, which is also called as a planning cost or planning curve, is drawn as to be tangent to the following and rising portion of each of the short run average cost curves. So if you see here, so this is what it happens. So whenever there is things happening, these all are short run average cost and these all are long run. So in short run, when there is a variable changes, this might be your short run average cost in a different proportions or changes, permutation and combinations when you're trying to do it. But in a long run, there will be small SAVs. For everything, you will draw one single line like this. So this is long run average cost curve. Okay, so that is what we have explained here. If you see here, it is like U shape, right? So LAC curve is not tangent to the minimum points of the SAC curve. It's a U shape due to economies and diseconomies of scale. L-shaped LAC shows that there would be fall in cost price when the output is increased due to the increase in size of the plant. So it is always U in shape because it has considered the economics and de-economics. So if it is L shape, that means the cost of the price would fall due to the increase in the size of the plant. So you have to remember U shape and L shape. Next is economics and de-economics of scale. This is nothing but company's production cost change as output increases or decreases. So all this internal economics or diseconomics, external economics and diseconomics considered all together, put together, will have output changes, increases or decreases. So what are the internal economics? So when we talk about internal aspects: technical, managerial, commercial, financial, and risk bearing. So technical economics is nothing but when the technology increases, the output also increases, which add to the economics. But when the technology falls, or if there is lot of technology, how you don't know to manage them, then it becomes diseconomics. Same thing with the managerial choice. When you have a proper managerial skill and you have a proper organizational structure divided based on it, it would be good. But more than particular thing, it would be very difficult to manage, which also goes for the de-economics or results in the diseconomics. Okay, next, commercial economics, financial economics. So commercial, when an firm is doing an advertisement, a large firm's advertisement can make the production cost less and make more sales. But when it comes to small firms, they can't make much advertisement. If they do, the cost of the product increases, thereby decreasing the profits. Financial economics, same thing. A large firm can have an opportunity to raise large from various sources, whereas a small firm will not be able to do it. Risk-bearing economics and economics is nothing but a large firm can bear the risk and automatically it can come out of it very easily. But when the same thing happens to a small firm, it will be little difficult for them to get back and come with the same stage in the market. So these all are the internal economics, and external economics is nothing but cheaper raw material. So when the raw material becomes cheaper and the capital equipment, everything becomes little cheaper for the production, then there will be large scale of economics. The vice versa scenario will result in this economics. Technological external, that is new technologies, introduce new technologies. So here when we talk about technical, it means the process how you make the product. Here the technological would be the new skilled or innovation technologies what is introduced in the market. Development, skilled labor, you train them or you increase the skill of a labor, it's called development. So the more the skilled labors you have, the production would be more and wastage would be reduced. Growth of ancillary industries, if your company depends on an ancillary industries and if they increase, obviously you will get more raw materials and your cost of production also becomes easy and the price would go down if they provide the accessories in a little cheaper price. Better transportation and marketing, if you have a good transportation from taking your products from one place to another place, it would help for the economic growth. The vice versa scenario will increase the cost of a production and also decreases the profit. So economics of information on the whole, if a person has a better understanding on the technology, development, growth, everything, then it will help for the better growth of an economy. The other vice versa scenario would lead for diseconomies. So this is the end of chapter 3. Thank you. Hi everyone. Let's now see the price determination in different markets. Let's go to the topic now. So in this chapter, we will be seeing the price determination in various markets. So we already know we have studied different types of markets in a small glance in the previous chapters like perfect competition, monopoly, monopolistic competition and oligopoly markets. So now we will be seeing what is the characteristics of these markets, how the market behaves and who will be determining the prices in these kind of markets. Okay, let's now begin with it. So what is a market? Market is nothing but a place where buying and selling activity takes place. So now for buying and selling something, you need a place, right? You just can't do it orally or you just can't do it from a different place. So this is a market. We know that now the online markets and everything has come, but otherwise buying and selling things occurs in a particular place which is called as a market. Now a market cannot act on its own or it cannot exist on its own, right? It needs some people to it. So what are the elements of market? Buyers and sellers. We need in a market, it is compulsory that there should be a buyers and sellers, product of service, bargaining power. So we have to bargain that I can pay only this much or I need this much for this particular product, and also knowledge about the price. These are the elements of a market, and you have to bargain or you have to do the activity for one product at a given one point of time. You can't do a bargain or you can't do the activity for two products simultaneously with one price. So these are the elements of a market. So price is very important, which signifies the quality of money necessary to acquire the goods and services. Now this money price can be value in use or value in exchange. Value in use is nothing but when you consume it, when you are getting the satisfaction out of it, we call it as in use, using it. So value in exchange is something for a particular commodity or a product, what is the value you will get in case if you are exchanging the same. So according to Richard, it means the command or the power over commodities in general in exchange over purchasable commodities in general. So this is value in exchange. Here you will not consume the product or goods and services. Rather, you're seeing how much you will get in exchange of that particular product or services. Now, classification of market. Market can be classified on two different types. One is product market, other one is factor market. Product market is all where we do the activities. We become the household. So we buy the goods and services from the firm. So this is called as product market. When it comes to factor market, factor of production already we saw, right? Land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. So these are the factors of production. So when the firm is buying these activities or these needs, we call it as factor market. Okay. Now, market can be broadly classified based on geographical area, time, nature of transaction, regulation, volume of business, and type of competition. So what are they? Based on the geographical area, market can be classified as local markets. So whatever you see near your houses, all those are local markets. Regional markets, if you have a particular state which is also having some kind of preferred markets from the regional areas. Now we have this Channapatna, which is known for its the woodwork, like whatever the little arts, what they do with the little things in the woods, that is known for that. So this particular thing is also covering the areas in the adjoining areas of cities. So those kind of things are called as regional markets. Now national market is something which is limited within India or within any particular country. International market, as it states, it is a market between two different countries. Now time. Based on the time, we can classify the market into very short period market, which is for a perishable goods for a day, one or so. Short period market, which can remain for some more days or weeks. Long period market, which can last for months, and very long period market can last for years. So these are the classification of market based on the time. When it comes to nature of transaction, markets can be classified as spot market or cash market. Spot market is you buy something on the spot, you pay the amount for it. So that is called spot market. Cash market. Forward market is nothing but in the stock exchanges, if you see, you buy something today, you get into an agreement today, and you're trying to pay that, or you agree to pay that in a future period of time. So that is called as forward market, where the transaction does not take place today. Rather, you get into an agreement, or you get into an understanding that you will be doing this transaction on a particular future date. So that is called as forward market. Now, based on the regulations, we can have the market as regulated or unregulated, regulated, semi-regulated, like that. We have many regulated bodies across the world for the different countries. Unregulated markets or weekly markets, where we can find so many unregulated markets within our own cities. Volume of the business, wholesale, you already know what is wholesale market and retail, where the price of the commodity would be little lesser when compared to the retail merchants. Competition, based on that, we can classify the market as perfect market, perfect competition, and imperfect market. Okay, next. Now let's understand the meaning of total revenue, average revenue, and marginal revenue. In all the things, if you see, we saw from the cost and demand, so demand and supply, cost and production, all those things, we are seeing this total, average, and marginal. So everywhere the definition remains same. Total is nothing but the sum total of everything. Average is nothing but you're dividing. Generally, how do you get an average? You take something and then you divide it from the total, right? If you want to find what is an average a batsman's run is, what you will do, you take the total number of runs what he has scored divided by number of matches. That is as simple as it is for the average. Now, marginal is nothing but when you're taking the additional unit, what is that? That is n minus 1. So in case if 18 is the next total revenue, so what was the previous revenue minus that would be your marginal revenue. So this is common for all the things, and going forward in the next chapters also we will be talking more about total, average, and marginal. Everywhere the definition remains the same. Now let's see what is the relationship between MR, AR, TR, and price elasticity of demand. So when you see here, this is what we have plotted here. So this is the total revenue, and if you see, this is marginal revenue and this is average revenue. So based on this, what is the relationship? If you see, the total revenue initially increases, it reaches a maximum, and then it starts falling down. So this is the relation for a particular TR. So when it comes to the other one, perfectly elastic average revenue curve, that an individual firm has constant revenue, average revenue, then we call it as perfectly elastic. Now, what is total revenue will be maximum, where elasticity is equal to 1. So if you see this, this is the formula, MR equals AR into E minus 1 divided by E. E is the price elasticity of demand. So if E is equals to 1, MR is equal to AR into 1 minus 1 divided by 1, which is equal to 0. So if E is greater than 1, MR will be positive. If E is negative, or sorry, if E is lesser than 1, MR will be negative. So this is what it is. Okay, this is the relationship. Now let's see what is the behavioral principles. So the behavioral principles of a firm is that a firm should not produce all of its variable cost are not met. So what does this mean? So if you're a firm, and if you're running a firm, and if you're making any product, and you are not able to meet its variable cost, then it is not good to produce at all. So you should not produce, or you should not do any product activity where if your total variable costs are not met. The second principle, or second behavioral principle of the firm is that the firm will be making maximum profit by expanding output to the level where marginal revenue is equal to marginal cost. Now, if AR, that is average revenue, is equal to average total cost is equal to 0, your average revenue, just imagine you're getting some revenue. So if that revenue is more than your total cost, average total cost, that means you're earning a profit. If a firm is not able to meet its ABC, which is average variable cost, then the firm has to shut down the business because they are making a loss. So continuing the business will incur more loss to them. So we have to shut down the business if the firm is not able to meet its ABC. ABC is nothing but average variable cost. At the point of equality between marginal revenue and marginal cost, a firm will earn maximum profit. Okay. Now let's see what are the determinants of prices. So now we saw what all the markets we have, how the markets is classified, and now we will be seeing what all the determinants of prices. In the first or the second chapter itself, we saw demand and supply are the determinants of prices. As the demand increases, the prices or drops. When the price increases, the demand falls. So this is what we saw. The vice versa scenario was for the supply. So whenever the price is increasing, to earn more profit, the firm will try to produce more goods. So the supply also increases. So we saw about demand and supply. Now we'll see how they are going to interrupt or how they are going to determine the price of any product. Now, what is an equilibrium position? So this is a demand curve and this is a supply curve. When the demand curve and the supply curve meets, that is the point which is called as equilibrium price. So equilibrium price or the market clearing price is a price at which the quantity demanded of a commodity equals the quantity supplied of the commodity. In simple way, the demand and the supply intersects or meets, that point is called equilibrium. So equilibrium is said to be stable if any disturbance to it self-adjusting so that the original equilibrium is restored automatically through the fundamental working of the market. Price movements eliminate shortage or surplus. So this is how it works. Now let's see what happens when there is a change in demand and supply. So here if you see the graph, this is the graph and this is a quantity and this is the price. So this is when the price is OP, your quantity demanded will be OQ. So when the price increases to P1, your quantity demanded will also increases. So as the price is increasing, we are seeing that there is a change in the demanded. So the demand which was here now started moving or increasing. So when a demand is increasing, we say the equilibrium price also increases. Previously, the equilibrium price was in this particular point and now from this it has gone to E1. So this is an increase in the equilibrium price. So in simple, when the demand increases, equilibrium price increases. Other way, when the demand falls, when the demand curve shifts towards the left, the equilibrium from its original position will also drop down. So when demand falls, equilibrium price also falls. When the supply increases, so from this curve, when the supply is increasing and moving towards the right, the equilibrium position from here to here it drops. So this is the equilibrium price. When the supply is increasing, the equilibrium price also decreases. When supply is decreasing, that is the supply curve is moving towards the left side, the equilibrium price increases. So this is the changes in demand and supply. Okay. Now let's see what happens if there is simultaneous. So in the previous one, if you see, we saw when the demand increases, what will happen to equilibrium price? When the supply increases, what will happen to the equilibrium price? Now we will be seeing what if the demand and supply increases together. So if a demand and supply increases in the equal proportion, the equilibrium price will be same. The equilibrium quantity also will increase. If you see here, this is the demand curve. From here, the demand curve has increased. This is the supply, initial supply, then it has increased. So equilibrium price is same and the quantity demanded is increased from OQ to OQ1. So this is what the statement states. Now if you see, when the increase in demand is more, than the increase in the supply, your equilibrium price increases with a small change in the equilibrium quantity. Other way, if a demand is increased little bit than the supply, increase in supply, then there will be a fall in the equilibrium price, but the quantity demanded may or may not have equal proportion. So now what we will see is, see here, now the demand is moving right side and your supply is also moving right side. Here it is all in the same direction. So demand is also increasing, supply is also increasing. Demand is increasing, supply is increasing. What is the difference is how much of proportion it is increasing. So this is called same direction movement. When the same direction movement happens, both demand and supply increase, the equilibrium quantity increases, but the change in equilibrium price is uncertain. Similarly, when the demand and supply decreases, the equilibrium quantity decreases, but the change in equilibrium price is uncertain. Now we'll see what happens when it goes in the opposite direction. In the previous slide, we saw in the same direction. This is now opposite direction. See here, previously this was the demand curve. From here, the demand curve was increased. So it has moved towards the right side. But if you see this, the supply has gone this way, that is left side. So previously supply was this, now the supply has reduced. Similarly, previously the demand was this, demand has increased, but there is a huge supply when compared to demand increase. So when it is moving in an opposite direction, the demand increases and the supply decreases, the equilibrium price rise, but nothing certain can be said about the change in equilibrium quantity. Similarly, the demand decreases and supply increases, the equilibrium price falls, but nothing certain can be said about the change in the equilibrium quantity. So these are the market changes, price determinants, what will happen to the price, and when there is a demand increase and supply increase, how will be the graph plotted and what will happen to the equilibrium price. That's what we saw. Now the price determinants under different markets. First, let's see about the perfect competition. So perfect competition, the best example would be the vegetable market, where there is an unique of the items. So it is like you do not have substitutes for it. If it's a vegetable, it's a vegetable. You don't have any substitute for this. So there are large, for that what we call it as homogeneous products. Okay, same kind of products. Now there are large number of buyers and sellers in this market. The entry and exit is very easy. Anyone can start the market and anyone can exit out of the market. So it's perfectly mobility. You can start the market today here. You can have a vegetable market here. Tomorrow you can move it or shift it to a different place. So it's called as perfect mobility of factors of production. So you also have a perfect knowledge. So it's not that you do not, or you're not aware of vegetable prices. This is just an example. It can be of any market. Okay. So you probably, it might be a slight variation in the prices, but you know what is the market condition. That's called as a knowledge of a market. Then the flow of transaction cost, they are the price takers. So in a perfect competition market, whoever the seller, whatever they sell, they are the price takers. They can't do, or they are not a price makers. No government interference. So these are the characteristics of a perfect competition market. Now, if you see, demand and curve is managing or intersecting here. And here, if you see, this is marginal curve, AR, marginal cost, and AR equals MR. So if you see this, MC is equal to MR. Marginal cost is equal to marginal revenue. And MC cuts MR curve from the below. So it's cutting from here. So these are the conditions. When these conditions are met, we call it as an equilibrium thing. So price above AVC, firm can continue. Price below AVC, the firm has to shut down. In short-term firms earn normal profit, supernormal profit, or even incur losses. So this is the equilibrium at short run for the perfect competition market. So we saw what is the perfect competition market, what are the characteristics, and how the equilibrium position is achieved. Okay, now let's see what happens in a long run for a perfect competition. In a long run, if you see here, there will be so many SMC and SAC, LAC, all these things. Now, optimum cost is called as optimum for a firm which can produce the output with an optimum cost is called as an optimum firm. So, in a long run, a perfect competition market or optimum for using an optimum size with the minimum possible price. So this is called as optimum utilization. Okay. So thus in a long run, under perfect competition, the market mechanism leads to optimal allocation of resources. They allocate the resources in a proper way, so they are getting the optimum output out of it. So in a long run, all the supernormal profits or losses gets wiped out with the entry or exit of the firm from the industry, and all firms earn only normal profit. So this condition can be defined as LAR is equal to LMR is equal to P, which is equal to LMC, and which in turn is equal to LAC. Okay. Now let's see monopoly market. As it says, monopoly is nothing but a single seller and there is no close substitute for this. So those are kind of markets are called monopoly. Some of the examples can be electricity, power generating things, all those things becomes a monopoly market. Indian Railways, IRCTC. So all these are monopoly markets. No other substitutes or no other seller in the market. Now, what is the characteristics of a monopoly market? In a monopoly market, there will be a single seller and other persons or other firms cannot enter into the market, so they have a market restriction, and the products does not have close substitutes. If it is a train, it is Indian Railways only. We do not have any other railways which can be used as a substitute, so that is called no close substitute. And also market power, so whatever price they fix, we have to accept it, or whatever rules they make for us, we have to follow for that. So that is called as a market power. So these are the characteristics of a monopoly market. Now, how do monopolies arise? So when you know that there is a scarce of resources and it needs to be strategically controlled, a monopoly arises because that resource cannot be given to everyone and there will be a wastage or resource allocation would not be properly planned. For that reason, we need monopoly arises. Also, control over a unique product. Sometimes a control from a government is required for a unique product whereby the monopoly arises. The exclusive to produce and sell goods and services. Some products cannot be manufactured or sold by everyone. So those kind of products also needs a monopoly. Patent and copyrights, extremely large startup, natural monopoly. In case if there is a goodwill or something, automatically the monopoly arises. Stringent rules and regulations restrict new entry and absence of anti-competition policies. All these reasons will lead to the monopoly. Now, how does a monopoly market achieve the equilibrium? It is same as the previous perfect competition market where the MC is equal to MR and MC cuts MR curve from below. So in a long term, the plant or the firm has to adjust its plants and machineries to earn profit, to maximize the profit. So in the absence of competition, the monopolist need not produce at the optimal level. He can also produce at a suboptimal scale also. In other words, the firm need not reach the minimum of LAC curve. It can stop at any point on the LAC where its profit or maximum. Okay. So this is about the equilibrium and the monopoly. Now, price discrimination. This is a good topic again to be discussed. So in general, you will see some discrimination in the prices. You get the senior citizen quotas, you get the sportsman quota, students quota, railways. If you see for AC, you have a different fare. For sleeper, you have a different, and for executive class, you have a different fares, right? So how is this happening? It's the same train, it's the same destination where you're going to go, but there is a difference in the prices. So what is that? So that is called price discrimination. Now the market is divided into subdivision and each division will be charged differently. So that is called price discrimination. So it's one of the important features of monopoly where charging different prices for different products from different buyers. Okay, now let's see what are the conditions, on which conditions the price discrimination will happen. The seller should have control over the supply. So he should be the sole owner or supplier of the product. That is when he can have a price discrimination. Also, the seller should be able to divide the market, like how I mentioned in an example, like that they should be able to divide the market, and then only they will be able to do a price discrimination. If they can't divide it properly, then it is not possible. If they put all AC and also sleeper in one particular coach, it is very difficult to differentiate the both, right? So they should be able to divide, how to divide and how to charge. Next is market arbitrage. So market arbitrage is nothing but arbitrage is a condition where you're gaining the profit of buying a commodity from a lesser available market and selling them in a more rate. For example, you some product is like 10 rupees in this market, you buy that product from one market and the other market is selling the same product at 20 rupees. So you buy at 10 rupees and you sell at 20 rupees. So these kind of things should not be there. So then only you will be able to do a price discrimination. So price charged will be higher in the market where the demand is less elastic and lower in the market where the demand is more elastic. So these are the conditions on which you can do a price discrimination. Now, what is an objective of a price discrimination? Why do we want to do this? It's not, see, we just don't do this, right? Why we have to take time to differentiate or divide the markets and then charge them separately? The main motive of this is you're also giving service in the same way you're also earning a profit. So that's the objective. So some of the other objective is to earn maximum profit, to dispose a surplus stock. In case if you have a surplus stock with you, in the manner of giving it a discount, stock clearance sale would happen and all those stocks will be sold out. So that is also one of the reason when you discriminate the price between the different buyers. To enjoy economies of scale, to capture the foreign market, and also to secure the equity through pricing. So these are all the objectives of price discrimination. Now let's go to the next topic, which is degree of price discrimination, which is given by Professor Pigao. Now this particular person have divided the price discrimination based on 3 degrees: first degree, second degree, and third degree. So first degree is nothing but separate market each individual will charge. In example, doctors and lawyers. So doctor will charge a fees with you one rate and with the other person one rate. If you are very willing or if you're very good with the sound money, then you might be charged little more compared to the poor people. So if a doctor is trying to do some kind of service, he will charge more from the people who will be able to pay more, so that they extract the surplus from you, and whoever is not able to pay from them, they might take whatever is possible. So this is the first degree price discrimination. The second degree price discrimination is if you buy one product, you might be paying a different amount. If the same product is bought in a bulk, you might be paying a different amount. So that is called a second degree price discrimination. The best example for this is family pack. So if you buy one Maggie packet, the cost is different. If you buy one packet of family pack of a Maggie, then the cost will be reasonable. So that's how you get soap also. One soap, family pack soap. So it has a differentiate. So this is how when you're buying bulk, the company is giving you little concession in the prices. So that's how they are doing a price discrimination, which is called a second degree price discrimination. Under the third degree price discrimination, the best example, whatever I told, different price for domestic customers and foreign customers, different price for normal citizens, senior citizens, different price for students and sports people. So that's how they discriminate based on the attributes, location, or some customer segment. When I say segment, senior citizen or student or lawyers or professionals, politicians, like that. So these kind of price discrimination is categorized into third degree price discrimination. Now, what will happen if monopoly is there in the economy? So what are the effects of monopoly? So it will reduce the economic welfare. There are chances that the monopoly firm might charge higher prices for the lower level of output. Though they can get the maximum output, they will lower the output and they will charge higher to get the profit, and also this economic profit in the long run are unjustifiable. Monopoly prices exceed marginal cost and thereby reduces the consumer surplus. It also restricts consumer sovereignty. Consumer might not have the choice to choose the product. They will have to take whatever the monopoly firm gives. So there is an entry restricted in a monopoly market. Sometimes if they are having a financial resource and they are strong in the financial aspects, they can also influence the political process and get the favorable legislation which is in favor for them. Also, the monopolists do not have the necessary incentives to introduce efficient innovation that improves product quality and reduce production cost. Monopolies can also, because they don't want to reduce the production cost, whatever cost they give us, we will be buying them, right? So they don't want to do anything to reduce the production cost. Also, monopoly can use their monopoly power to pay lower price to their suppliers. So if you're the only firm, whatever price you pay to your suppliers will be final. They will not have any the small firms cannot shift from one person to another person because you are the only monopoly firm available in the market. So that is called paying lower to the suppliers. It can also lose the marginal efficiency where the competition is absent. So we saw about perfect competition and we also saw about the monopoly market. Now let's see imperfect competition. So monopolistic competition in the imperfect market, when they exercise control over the price to a smaller or larger degree, which depends on the imperfection present, we call it as imperfect competition. So two kinds of markets what we are going to study under the imperfect competition is monopolistic competition and oligopoly competition. So what are the characteristics of monopolistic competition? It refers to a market where many producers produce goods which are close substitute to one another. If you take toothbrush, if you take paste, all these are, we have large number of producers and we also have very close substitutes. So these kind of market is called as a monopolistic market. So what are the characteristics of a market? So it has a large number of firms, product differentiation, non-price competition, high selling cost and freedom to entry and exit the firm. Along with that, we also have a perfect competition and a part of monopoly which is also present in this monopolistic competition. Here, the demand curve is very highly elastic and a firm enjoys some control over the price. Because if you have a separate, so for all everyone will have a preference for a product, right? If you're using a bathing soap, you will be using only that bathing soap. So that company, if they know that there is a demand for their bathing soap, they will increase the price. So they can have some kind of control. So in the perfect competition, they are price takers. Monopoly, they are price makers. In the monopolistic, they can have some control over the price. It's not a complete maker, but some control over the price. Firms in monopolistic competition are not of optimum size and there exists excess capacity with each firm. So these are the characteristics of monopolistic market. Now let's see the last kind of market, which is oligopoly market. Here it refers to big firms which with large number of buyers. So if you see the car firms in India, there are very limited few car firms, right? So oligopoly market is a situation where there are few big firms produce and compete in the market. Now this oligopoly market can be classified into pure oligopoly, open and closed, collision and competitive, partial and full, syndicated and organized. So pure oligopoly is nothing but it is homogeneous in nature. So whatever products are there that will be further used by some other firm. For example, you take the aluminium. So this aluminium, whatever a company is producing, this aluminium will be taken and it will be further put into use or the other company or other firm will again use this aluminium as a raw material and then make some finished products out of it. Similarly with the petrol. So you buy the petrol for the petrol companies or the petrol bunk, they take that as a raw material and they are selling it to you and you are putting it in your way and you're using that petrol. So these are called as pure oligopoly market. When we talk about open and close, when a market, there is an easy entry, we call it as an open market. When there is entry restricted, we call it as a closed oligopoly. Cohesive and competitive. Cohesive is nothing but a common understanding. A group of people join together and they have a price fixed among themselves, and they use that as a pricing tool. This is called a cohesive oligopoly. Competitive is nothing but you compete with each other. So that is called competitive market. This is nothing but common understanding of price fixing or any decision taking. Here completely free and independent to do any kind of activity. Partial and full. Partial is dominated by leaders and oligopoly is clear market where you have full freedom of acting on your own. Dominated by leaders means so there is a bigger company who will fix the price and the smaller companies will just follow whatever the leaders have done, because the smaller firms will not be able to understand or analyze what should be the prices. So the bigger firm will do the research and development, they will analyze the cost factor, all other factors, and they will fix some price. The small firm will just take that price and they will implement. So this is called as partial and full oligopoly. Now we have the final one, syndicated and organized oligopoly. Syndicated oligopoly is a market where the products are sold through a syndicated centralized system. And in organized oligopoly, there are a group of people who organize themselves and fix the price and work towards the promotion of that particular group. So this is called an organized oligopoly. And next we will see what are the characteristics of oligopoly. Strategic independence, we need not, strategic interdependence. So in a oligopoly market, example, take a car. So if one particular brand company increases or decreases the prices, obviously their rivalries action has to be taken by the other firms also. They have to react, they have to see whether if there is an increase, what should I do? Whether if there is a decrease in the prices, what should I do? So this is depending on responding to the rival's action. That characteristics is called as strategic interdependence. So we depend on other firms and we keep an eye on them and act accordingly. Importance of advertisement and selling cost. So as we mentioned, there are only few big firms in the market. They have to advertise their product and make sure they are making the consumers to buy their product, for which advertisement acts as a major and important tool, for which they have to do a proper advertisement and ensure the people are buying based on the advertisement. Next, group behavior. So group of people work together for the profit maximization. So this is called group behavior. So if there is some set of companies, they will join together and for the benefit of all of them, they will work together, they will fix the prices together, they'll take the decisions together. So this is also one of the characteristics of oligopoly market. So game theory in oligopoly market was given by Newman and Oscar in the year 1944. So this is just a theory what they have described. Is rational behavior in situations of conflicts, military combat, political rivalry, struggles of firms for profits and sales. Economic theory, situations of duopoly, oligopoly often fit into this character. So apart from this, we will see the price leadership. So cartels or something which is formed in industries with few firms. So they are similar firm, similar in size, they form a group and they coordinate their activities, which is called as cartels. Okay. Now, what is price leadership? So price leadership is something, if you are a very large firm, you have to fix a price. Obviously, you will be using a large machineries, your cost of production will be very less, so that your price also will be made very easily available. But a small firm cannot use all those technologies and manufacture the product at the same cost. So if you're giving the price at lesser cost, obviously everyone will come and buy that product from the firm which is giving the lesser cost, right? By this, you're affecting the small firms which cannot compete with you. So considering this, you have to fix the price. This is called price leadership. Now, low cost firm. Low cost firm is something, you know, if you reduce your price, the profit will be taken by your followers also. Knowing so, you still do it. That is called low cost firm. So you take very less low profit out of it and you let the profits go to the followers also. So this is the difference between price leadership and low cost firm. We have one more leadership, which is barometric price leadership. In a barometric price leadership, there will be any old experienced company who is respected and acts as a leader. Since they are very old and they have lots of experience in this field, they will determine the market condition, they will analyze the cost, they will see what is the competition. Based on that, they will fix the prices. So this price will be largely accepted by the followers. So these kind of prices is called as barometric price leadership. Now we'll see what is kink and demand curve. The price will be kept unchanged for a long time, because if there is a small change in the price, it might have a large impact. Considering that, the price will be kept unchanged for a long time due to the fear of retaliation, and price tend to be sticky and inflexible. So this is called kink and demand curve. It is called as a kink and demand curve because it has a kink. If you see this, we call it as a kink at the level of prevailing price. It is because a segment of the demand curve above the prevailing price level is highly elastic, and the segment of the demand curve below the prevailing price level is inelastic. Because of this, we call it as kink and demand curve. Apart from this, monopolistic, perfect monopolistic, monopoly and oligopoly, along with perfect monopolistic, we also have some other forms of market, which is duopoly, monopoly, oligopoly, and bilateral. So duopoly is only two firms. Monopoly is single buyer. Whatever is produced, it will be consumed by one single buyer. Oligopoly market, where a small number of large buyers. It's characterized with small number of large buyers. Bilateral is nothing but only a single buyer and a single seller. One person produces and the other person buys it. So that is called bilateral. So these are the other forms of market which is available in the economic activity. So this is the end of chapter. Hi everyone. Let's see the topic now, business cycle. So in this topic, we will be seeing what is the meaning of a business cycle, what are the different phases of business cycle, what are the features of business cycle, how a business cycle is caused due to internal or external, and also relevance in business decision making. First and foremost thing, we'll see what is a business cycle. So the fluctuation which occurs in an economic activity. So as we know, we have so many economic activities, there will be a variation or a fluctuation in these economic activities. So this cycle, which is continuous in the nature, is called as business cycle, or it can also be called as trade cycle. Now, this business cycle refers to alternate expansion or contraction of overall business activity. Sometimes the business activity can be expanded or sometimes it can be contracted due to various reasons. So this is called as business cycle. So it's a measure of aggregate economic activity such as gross national product, employment, and income. So business cycle can be short or long. So we cannot say that a short business cycle or a long business cycle based on a particular period. So each phase, there is no definite time how many months or years it would stay. Some can be short and some can be long. Let's see that. So this is the phases of business cycle. So if you see the phases, it starts from a trough stage where there is nil. People start investing, so it starts growing. The phases of the economy grows, where in this particular phase, the income will increase, opportunity for employment will increase. When the employment increase, people will receive salary, thereby increasing the income, will increase the demand. When the demand is increasing, firm will start producing more products. Supply will also increase. So people will be having a high standard of living in this particular phase. So this will reach a peak, and after a constant, it again starts dropping down. So when it stops dropping down, what happens? Here the people would be starting earning more and the demand would also increase, right? So there will be lots of supply. People, when obviously when a firm is earning a profit, they want more to produce out of it. So they will try to have more output. So when they are doing this, there will be a shortage of raw material availability. So when this happens, the firm has to stop some of its activities. So slowly, unemployment will arise, demand will fall, the prices will also fall because business has to maintain their business as usual. So they can do it only when they reduce the prices. So slowly it will come into the contraction stage and it goes to the trough, the extreme end, where the company or the firm has to shut down, or sometimes it will be a temporary shutdown also. So this will have a very slow or worst economic growth. So let's see each phase in details. The first and foremost phase would be the expansion phase. So in this expansion phase, there will be a lot of national output, which increases the income, which will maximize the production. Obviously, when there is more output, that means there is more production. That's why we are getting more output, right? So there will be a maximum production, more output increases the national overall output, which increases the prosperity of the people. So as I told, when the production increases, output increases, demand is more, people are willing to buy more. That means the standard of living is also high. So unemployment is almost zero. Involuntary unemployment, that means people whoever is willing to work almost will get the job. Except strikes, unsuspended, all those things, rest of the employment will be completely filled. More sales and price increases, the standard of living also increases. So it goes like this. If we see in the previous one, so if you see in this stage, it was expanding from this stage to this stage, right? So in this stage, income increases, employment increases, everything happens, and it reaches a particular peak stage. So in the peak stage, the inputs are difficult to find. Slowly the raw materials decreases, or it is difficult to find because in this stage they would have had lot of supply. So now there would be shortage of the inputs. Short of demand increases the input prices. So since the demand of an input raw materials becomes less, there's you are demanding for it, but you're not getting the items or raw materials what you really want. So now what will happen? The prices increases because there is less availability in the market and more people want those raw materials. Obviously the price will increase. Now consumer will have to review the expenses, thinking what should I buy now and what should I postpone, and thereby the cost of living increases. So here the standard of living increases, here the cost of living increases. So managing the day-to-day activity also sometimes becomes very difficult. So the economic growth stabilizes and then moves reverse. That means falls down. So when it is falling down, what will happen? People are trying to cut down the firms will try to cut down the employment. So when they are cutting down the employment, there will be a fall in employment. So when there is no employment, obviously there will be no salary, no income. So decrease in income. So when there is decrease in income, people will have to see what is really priority for them. So there will be a mismatch in the demand and supply. So people might be demanding very less, but already in the market there will be a lot of supply which was already done during the expansion phases. Now, what happens since the income is reducing, the investment also decreases. People will not save more. Once they don't save more, obviously the investment also will reduce. The demand falls as more as supply. Now, when the supply is more in the market and the demand, there is no demand at all, they have to clear the stock, whatever they have manufactured. And also, the business has to maintain or accommodate the business as usual day-to-day activities. So due to this, the prices will be reduced. So bank credit, stock price, wage rates, everything falls. So the economic growth decreases in this phase. The next phase would be the depression phase or the trough phase. So here there will be extremely low economic activities. the national income decreases, the growth rate would be negative, and the firm shut down the business in most of the cases. The prices also falls, there would be layoff, lower interest rate, bankruptcy, and liquidation occurs in this particular phase. So once this happens, what happens? It goes to the recovery phase. So we have seen expansion, we have seen the peak, contraction, drop, and then once the drop, that means when the prices falls, the investment, everything falls, right? At this point of time, people will have a hope that let's now start investing so that it starts recovering. The business will start recovering. That's why we call it as a business cycle. Now, when the investment starts coming into the economic activity or into the system, economic system, obviously the employment increases, the bank loan increases, investment in machinery increases, which will create an employment, also increases the income. So these all are the phases which again continues. Then it will go to the expansion, go to the peak, contraction, drop, again it goes to the depression and recovery phase. So this cycle keeps on rotating. That's why we call it as business cycle or trade cycle. Now, how do we understand? We know business cycle. What is a business cycle? We know. Now, how do we understand in which phase the economic is? In which phase it is there? Whether it is in expansion phase, whether it is in a drop phase, depression phase, whatever phase it is. So for identifying this, we have a turning point from depression to expansion. So how do we identify this turning points? For this, we have some economic indicators. What we call them is leading, lagging, and concurrent. So leading economic factor or those economic factor which variables changes before the real output changes. So when someone is having a stock, when there is a change in the stock price, when there is a new orders for capital and consumer goods, that means something is happening in the business activity or in the economic system. So this indicator will tell what is happening in the society with the economic indicators, and we can say that whether it is going to the expansion stage or depression stage. Same thing with the lagging. This indicator shows economics historical performance, and also the changes are observable only after an economic activity. So imagine in an economic activity, when the employment increases or decreases, after that only we will be able to say what kind of a situation is in the business cycle. If there is more employment, we will say that it is expanding. When there is more of unemployment, we say it is going to the depression stage. So similarly with the corporate profit distribution, labor cost per unit of output, these are some of the examples of lagging indicator. Next comes the coincident or concurrent indicator. So this indicator will happen simultaneously along with the business cycle. Leading will be before the changes happens. When there is an increase in stock price, when there is a new order, it can be either for expansion or depression. So we will not be able to see what is happening afterwards or during the performance. It will be before whatever economic activity starts. We will not be able to say what activity is going to start, but this indicator will tell something that something is going to happen. This is based on the past. Only when an unemployment happens, only when an employment is increasing or decreasing, after that is done, we will be able to say what kind of a business phase we are into. Similarly, this will be along with the business cycle. So when something is happening simultaneously, this indicator will tell what is happening, whether it is an expansion or contraction. For best examples for that is GDP, inflation, and industrial production. So when GDP is increasing, we will know if the GDP is falling down, what is the phase of business cycle. So these three, leading, lagging, and concurrent, are the economic indicators or signals onset for business cycle. Now let's see what is the turning point of, the next topic, what is the feature of a business cycle? So the feature of a business cycle is it is periodical. So we, as I mentioned, we cannot escape any of the phases in the business cycle. Each and every phases the business has to go through, and it also will be regular. But only thing is we will not know what is the length of each phase is in each cycle. Also, it generally originate in a free market economics. This will not have impact on all the sectors. For example, the agricultural sector might have very less impacts when compared to industrial sector. Also, the prediction is not possible. As I mentioned, we cannot escape any of the phases. The prediction is also not possible, like whether it's going to occur in the next few months or next few days. We will not be able to analyze that. Then business cycle will also impact the economic variables. It also has a contagious international in character. When we say about this, when there is a business, when we are having an international trade, when this particular business enters into a depression stage in a foreign country, it will have a continuous effect on the domestic countries also. That is what is about this international in character. The serious consequences on the well-being of the society. So these all are the features of business cycle. Now, in the last chapter, we already saw the classification of different types of market. Here we are just going to see some number of firms, how it is going to be differentiated. In a perfect competition, there will be large number of firms, the product is homogeneous, price elasticity is infinite, and the degree of control of the price is none because they are the price takers. In monopoly, they are the price makers. Price elasticity would be very small. There will be unique product without any close substitute. And the number of firms will be one in the case of monopoly. When it comes to imperfect competition, we have monopolistic competition and oligopoly. In monopolistic competition, there will be large number of firms, whereas in oligopoly, it will be few firms with big firms operating in the economy. We will also have a differentiated product under monopolistic, homogeneous product under oligopoly. The price elasticity of demand will be large in case of monopolistic and small in case of oligopoly. The degree of price control in both monopolistic and the oligopoly market are very little limited to the business. Now we have the different causes. So what are the instances or causes of business cycle? So what characters states there is a business cycle and how it occurs? Fluctuation in the demand, fluctuation in investment, variation in government spendings, microeconomic policies, money supply, psychological factor, war, post-war, technological shock, and natural factors along with population growth. So now when we say internal cause, it's nothing but which is happening within inside the firm, or it is not impacting generally outside. External cause or something which is not related to inside the firm activities, but outside, that is the environmental factors. Let's see what are they. So when we talk about the internal cause, the first is fluctuation in effective demand. So in a free market economy where the profit maximization is a main aim of a business, higher the profit maximization, there will be more demand for a product. So people will, firm business person will think when a product is earning more demand, they will try to earn more profit out of it, thereby increasing the output. When the output increases, the income increases. When the income increases, overall growth also increases. So demand is very one of the key factors in determining the business cycle. Next is the investment. So new invention may lead to increase in the investment, which in turn leads to the employment, which also earns the profit. So investment may rise when the rate of interest is low in the economy. So these factors will also say what is the cause of business cycle. Now, variation in government spending. When a government is spending more or when a government is spending less, we can say what is the cause of business economy. Sorry, what is the cause of business cycle? Next, microeconomic policy. Increased government spending, boosting aggregate demand. So when demand increases, obviously the output increases. When output increases, there will be increase in the income. When the increase incomes, obviously the price of the purchasing price will increase and the standard of living of the people also increases. So when there is a more supply, the supply of money causes expansion in aggregate demand and in economic activities. So this is also one of the causes for business cycle. Next is psychological factor, which is the last factor of internal causes. The psychological state depends to the mind. When a business person thinks he has to do something considering the future. In the future, if he thinks he is going to earn something, today he will be making the investment. So this investment again increases the employment. The expansionary phase may begin. So that's the psychological factor which completely depends on the entrepreneur. The external causes are war, post-war reconstruction, technological shocks. So war is nothing but if there is a war in a country, obviously that will extend to the other countries also. Now, when a country is busy in the war or war field, it affects the production of the goods, capital goods, consumer goods. So this will cause fall in the income and employment, thereby decreasing the demand, also slowing down the economic growth. Same way with the post-war construction. After the war, the country has to reconstruct itself and push up in the economic activities. So here it will start building up its economic activity. In technological shocks, when there is a new technology innovated or invented and adoption to that new technology happens, that means it is expansion or expanding the employment, income or profit. And final external causes of a business is natural factors along with population growth. So natural factor, as we know, if there is any natural calamities, the agricultural output will be badly affected. So when this affects agricultural produce, the income of the farmer falls, which reduces the demand for industrial goods. So this is also one of the external cause of business cycle. Finally, we have a population growth. When the population is high, then the rate of economic growth, there will be less savings in the economy. Fewer savings will again lead to less investment, where this will result in less income, less employment, all those things. So all these would recover the causes for business cycle, internal cost and external cost. So we have seen what is business cycle, what are the different phases of business cycle, what happens in each phase, and what are the economic indicators which says in which business cycle we are in, what are the features of business cycle, finally what is the causes of business cycle. This ends chapter 5. Thank you. Everyone. Now let's see the next topic, which is determination of national income. Okay, so in this topic, we are going to talk about what is the national income, what are the different concepts of national income, how are we going to measure the national income, and what is the limitation and challenges of national income. So national income is nothing but the nation's income, right? So we call them as national income accounting. So as we have cost accounting, financial accounting, we also have national income accounting. So why do we need this? Why, what is the purpose of it, and who maintains it is what is covered in this particular uh, slide. So according to Simon, the national income accounting is a system of macroeconomic accounts from the stage of production of goods and services to the stage of their final disposal. Now, why do we need this, or what is national income accounting? It is a study of various transactions from the stage of production till the stage of disposal. So that's why that is what national income accounting means. Now, why do we need this? This gives a clear idea of working economy, which helps the government, panchayat, or private analysts to take the decisions widely. So this will help them to take right decision at the right point of time. Now, who maintains this account? As we have this cost account maintained by the cost experts, financial accounts maintained by the financial accounting experts. Similarly, this national income accounting will be maintained by CSO, which is a central statistical organization in the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, which is also responsible for the comprehension of national account statistics. At the state level, we have state directors of economics and statistics who has the responsibility of compiling their state domestic products. So in simple, at the central level, we have a CSO, and in the state level, we have DES who maintain the national income accounting. Now, let's see what is the characteristics of a national income. So the main significance of a national income is the fundamental aggregate statistics in microeconomics. So this will help for the business to forecast the future. So what is going to be the future? Today, whatever I do the activity, how it is going to be contributed. All those future demands of the products can be analyzed with the national income study. We also have a sector-wise study where it helps for the government to decide which specific sector has to be developed. So based on that, they can have the different policies for the different sectors. Similarly, we also have statistical data of the national income, which provides basics for the economic model to choose the best economic and government policies for the business firms. It also helps to understand what is the income distribution and the possible inequality in the distribution among different income categories. The international comparison helps for determining the eligibility for loans and other funds in which the loans and funds are made available. So these all are the characteristics of a national income. So in this, we have various concepts of national income. The first and foremost would be the GDP. GDP in simple term, it is the total amount of value of goods and services which is produced within the country's territory. Some of the examples can be included in this are insurance, health, house constructions, telecom businesses, etc. Now, this GDP is classified into two types. One is real GDP, the other one is nominal GDP. Real GDP will only consider the production. So during that particular period, if you say 1 year, what was the production? That is what is considered in the real GDP. In the nominal GDP, we consider the current market value. So in this year, what is the current market value? And in the next year, what would be the value? So that is called the nominal GDP. Okay, so this can also help to understand the what is happening in the economic activity. So if you see, GDP was very low during 2020 because of the COVID impact in a nation. Now from this GDP, if you want to know, this is a gross, right? If you want to know what is the net out of it from this GDP value, you have to just reduce the depreciation. Then you will get net domestic product. Now, to calculate this GDP, we have a GDP deflator. So GDP deflator is nothing but a price deflator, a tool which is used to measure what is the change of price over a time. It is also used to measure inflation and deflation. Now, what is the formula for GDP deflator? The GDP deflator formula is nominal GDP divided by real GDP into 100. So this is how the formula happens for real GDP. And inflation rate, if you want to identify, GDP deflator in year 2 minus GDP deflator in year 1 divided by GDP deflator in year 1 into 100. Deflator measures current level of prices with the base year. So both nominal and real GDP for the base year is 100. So now let's see. So if you see, this is a nominal GDP, this is a real GDP, and this is a GDP deflator. In case if they have given the sums like this, the nominal GDP is this, real GDP is this. If they're asking you to calculate what is a GDP deflator, you can use the formula, whatever was shown in this slide. Okay, nominal GDP divided by real GDP into 100. And you get this value. So you have to read it like this. The price level has fallen since GDP deflator is less than 100. If it is more than 100, say if it is like 163, then we say the price has increased. Okay. Next concept is gross national product. So gross national product is nothing but the final economic goods and services which is produced within the domestic territory by a resident. So you being a resident of any country, whatever economic activity you contribute and the service you get out of it is considered as a gross national product. This can also include some of the incomes what you have invested in the abroad will have some in returns. So this also will be considered as a gross national product. But in gross domestic product, this is not included. So domestic product is different, national product is different. So this is a formula which is used to calculate the gross national product. Okay. So GNP minus net factor from abroad. So that was gross and this is net. Net national product is nothing but minus depreciation. Same thing what happened in GDP also. For getting a net NNP, we made this net domestic product. We just subtracted the depreciation. Here also from the gross national product, we will subtract the depreciation to get the net national product. So this is again the final goods and services produced by a normal resident, including the income from India or his country along with the abroad income. Okay. Now, what is gross domestic product for factor of cost? So we have two types in this. One is market cost and one is factor cost. Market cost is nothing but which considers how much of production it has considered or what is the market condition, and factor cost considers the factor cost, what is the cost of the current market value or current cost price of the thing. So is at factor is always a market price minus the indirect tax. So we already would have arrived at GDP. So from that GDP, if we are deducting or subtracting the indirect tax, then it becomes GDP factor cost. Okay, so to get the net indirect cost, we have to take the indirect taxes minus subsidy. So we already know what is direct tax and what is indirect tax. From the indirect taxes, we should minus the subsidies to get the indirect net taxes. So NDP is again nothing but NDP market price minus net indirect tax. Now, let's see the concept of national income. So, national income is income occurring for a normal resident of a country during the year. So, this includes both from particular territory of a country or from abroad. So, both together, puts together becomes a national income of an individual. Now, what is factor price? Base price, market price. Before that, if you see, national income is equal to NNP, which is equal to FID, which is factor income earned in a territory plus net factor income abroad, whatever is earned abroad. Okay, so this is what is national income. Now, what is a factor price? Factor price is all the, it's a factors, sorry, factor price is a price at which all the cost is included in the factor of production. Base price is a product base price excluding the subsidies. So if you add the subsidies and if you add everything, that would be the market price where you're going to sell your product. So market price is nothing but your base price plus product tax minus product subsidy. If any subsidy is provided, you have to remove that from the base price or the product tax. That's when it becomes a market price. But in the base price, you have to add the factor cost plus production cost, production tax minus production subsidies. So in the note, if you see, market price includes both production tax as well as product tax, while excluding both product and production subsidies. In simple term, market price will include both production and product tax, but it excludes product and production subsidies. Okay. Now, what is per capita income? Per capita income is nothing but the gross total GDP divided by the total population. So per person, how much is an income? It's nothing but an average you're doing to understand what is the average income of a person in a country. So personal income is nothing but whatever take home salary you are getting, that is called as a personal income. So it is net national income plus income received but not earned minus income earned but not received. So private income is nothing but the private sector's income, including abroad, debt interest, current transfers from government, and other net transfers from rest of the world. So disposable income is something what you get in your hand after deducting everything. So that is the amount which is available for you for the consumption. So it is also derived as a personal income by subtracting the direct tax or by an individual. So this direct tax sometimes might also be as a lump sum tax. Okay, so this is the formula for it. Disposable income is equal to personal income minus non-tax payments. So domestic income may also be categorized into income from domestic products occurring to the public sector, which includes income from property and entrepreneurship occurring to government, administrative departments, and savings of non-departmental enterprises. So domestic income is also an income which occurs the private sector along with public sector. So when you're considering an income calculation, you have to also include these things. Now you have to measure the national income, right? So now we saw what is a national income, what all the different concepts of national income, what all the GDP deflators, what is net, how do you get gross domestic product, net domestic product, gross national product, net national product, and we also saw what is a national income, what all it covers. Now we'll see what is the different methods to calculate or measure the national income. So it can be measured by three different methods. One is product method, income method, and expenditure method. So product method is also called as value added method. Income method is called as income method, and expenditure method is also called as phase of disposition. So for the income method, for a product method, you need some data to be measured. So what is that data? It is the countries. So this is a product method, right? So what is a product you have produced in a country? So this will be given by an entrepreneurs or enterprises. So this enterprises will provide all the data which will help us to understand what is the total number of products of goods and services produced in a country. And in income method, there are two total factors income. So when you have this products distributed, there will be some kind of income generated, right? So the total income will tell what is the income of a nation. So expenditure, some of the expenditure which are in the economy, namely government, consumer households, and producing enterprises. So this expenditure method will say based on the expenses, whatever the economy has incurred, which the government has involved in it. So how it is measured? The product method is measured with the contribution of production unit, income method with the factor of relative combinations or contributions, and the expenditure method with the flow of consumption and investment expenditures. Now, as I told, we have a different methods to do. Let's first understand what is a circular flow of income. So the production activity happens, goods and services will be produced here. This would be sent or it would be distributed as a factor of income. So you are working in a production sector, you get a salary for it. That means this production sector is giving a income distribution to you in the form of wages, interest, and profit. So this is again consumed, and after consumption, whatever is consumed, you consume it. Then whatever is left out, you save it in the form of investment. So this investment will again increase the production, which will go for distribution, again consumption and investment. So the cycle keeps rotating or changing. So that's why we call it a circular flow of income. Now let's see the different methods calculation. So product method, as we already told, it is a net product whatever is produced in a country. It is also called as industrial origin method or net output method. So it's a consolidation of all the products of each industry less intermediate purchases. So intermediate purchases are those kind of purchases which is taken in between for the further production. So final purchase is different and intermediate purchase are different. So in this method, we have three steps to be followed. The first step is identify the product producing unit, estimating the gross value added, and then we have estimation of national income. So net domestic product, which is plus net foreign income abroad, will be totally for national income. Now, how do you get this net domestic product? To get this, you need to have a net value added minus net indirect tax. Net indirect taxes, indirect tax minus subsidies. Already we saw this formula. Now, this GVA minus depreciation will become your net value added. So you take the GVA market price minus depreciation, which where you get the net value added. To this, you minus net indirect tax, thereby you get net domestic product. This net domestic product, you add net foreign investment, net factor of income from abroad, you get national income. So the values of the following items are to be included: own account production, imputed value of production, imputed rent of owner or occupied houses, change in the stock. So this is about the product method. Next comes the income method. Okay. Next comes the income method. So in this income method, one more thing, what about this product method is, this is the sum total of net value we told, right? And this avoids the duplication. So that's why if we follow this product method, duplication of production will not be considered or not be taken into consideration. So this duplication can be avoided. Okay. So this is about this product method. Next, we'll go to the income method. In this income method, whatever is produced again has to be distributed, right? You can't keep all the production with you. So it needs to be distributed. So when you distribute that, someone has to purchase it. So to purchase that, they need some income. So when someone is helping you to produce, that means you're giving the wages or labor to them, thereby distributing the whatever money you have with you. So this income method is also called as factor income method, factor payment, or distributed share. So this is a summation of all factor income paid out of the production units within the domestic territory. So what does this income method includes? It includes commission, brokerage, and imputed value of services provided by owners of production units, which all are included. It excludes few things like interest paid by the government on public debts, interest on consumption loan, and then capital gains, windfall profits. All these are excluded from this. So this is about the income method. Next, we have expenditure method. Under expenditure method, it is also called as income disposal approach or final expenditure. So the final consumption, what is available for the final consumption, gross domestic capital formation, and net exports are considered in this expenditure method. So if you see here, GDP market price is equal to C capital plus GDFC plus NX, that is exports and imports. Okay, so this is about the expenditure method. Next, we have few things which is excluded in the GDP. So what are they? Income distribution, that is not considered in the GDP. The improvements in the technology which will increase the output is not considered in the GDP. There are some goods which is hidden from the government, either to avoid the tax or it is illegally in the circulation of the market. So these kind of things are not considered in the GDP calculation. We also have non-market production and non-economic contributions to welfare, well-being of a society, which is again not included in the GDP. The disutility, loss of leisure time, economic bads like crime, pollution, traffic congestion, etc., will also be not included in the GDP. So there are some volunteer workers who come forward and render the service without remuneration, but still that is the work what they are doing, but still that is not considered or included in the GDP calculation. Then finally, if you see the defense expenditures like police protection, when the police protection happens, you are putting all the police forces to protect the uh, politician party or any kind of a organization, it becomes unnecessary loss to the economic system. So increased expenditures on police due to increase in crimes may increase GDP, but there will be no reflection in the national income. Now, what is the challenges of computing the national income? We do not have a proper definition of national income. There is a difference. You have to identify what is the final goods and what is an intermediate goods. So when you are not able to identify them, it becomes a challenge for computing a national income. Also, issue of transfer, payment, service of durable goods, difficulty in incorporating distribution of income, valuation of new goods, valuation of government services, inadequacy of data, lack of reliability, presence of non-monetized sector, production for self-consumption, absence for recording of income due to illiteracy and ignorance, lack of proper occupational classification, and accurate estimation of consumption of fixed capital. So all these becomes the challenges for national income computation. Now this national income can be studied. Now whatever we discussed was for a macro function. So we saw what is the GDP mainly and how a national income is arrived. Now we'll see why we need this theory. So when this Great Depression in 1930 happened, there was no economy which explained or which was able to explain why the scenario became very worst. So for that, after post the Great Depression, there were so many economists who suggested more theory, but they did not have any substantial proofs to prove them. So in 1936, it was John Ken who gave the general theory of employment, interest, and money and published in the year 1936. So, in John's theory, it clearly introduced many building blocks of modern economics. So, what considered in Kent's theory is consumption of income, liquidity preference, and also importance of expectations between consumption and investment, which impacts the demand and output. So in his model, if you see, he considered three different models. One is two-sector model, three-sector model, four-sector model. In two-sector model, it will be always only two peoples involved, which is household and the business. In three-sector model, it will be household, business, and government. And in four-sector model, it will be household, business, government, and foreign sector. Now let's see what happens in a two-sector model. The circular flow model demonstrates how money moves through society, how money flows from producer to workers as wages and flows back to producers as payment of production. So if you see here, the firm is producing something and the household is giving, for example, if you're going and working somewhere, we get the money. So the firm will give the money to them in the form of in wages and profit, interest, rent, everything. So this household will use them for the consumption. So that means you're buying something from the firm and you're consuming. So when you're consuming something, you have to pay back that to the firm, right? So you give some amount to them and you consume it. So this is again used by the firm and in the form of wages, rent, interest, it is distributed to the household. So again you consume, you give it back to the firm. So this is how it keeps circulating. So this is the two-sector model. The equilibrium price when a production plans of a firm and the expenditure plans meets of the household match, then we call it as an equilibrium position. So before we understand, if you see a factor payment is equal to household income, which is again equal to household expenditures, total receipts of firm value of output. Now the basic concepts, before we understand how it is getting calculated or how the formula needs to be used, we should also know the basic concepts and functions of the theories. So aggregate demand is nothing but C plus I, which is consumer goods plus investment. Aggregate demand function would be C plus S. Okay. So this is C plus I and this would become C plus S. Either it can be investment or it can be savings. That is what it means. Now consumption function can be C is equal to A plus B plus Y. Now A becomes a constant positive at 0 of income, and B becomes the change in, so the C divided by change in Y, that is MPC. Change in consumption divided by change in income, which is the value of B. So if you have to consider this, the value will be given for A, and you have to calculate the value for B by using the MPC formula. Then you will be using the income to get the answer. Now, what is the relationship? Sometimes, so when we are talking about the consumption function, this is nothing but the difference or gap between the income and the spending. So how much income you are getting and how much you are spending. So as the income increases, the spending also increases, but this is not true every time. So once your income increases, you will start spending more. But at one point of time, you will stop spending more and you will start either to save or divert your spendings. Okay, now let's see what is the relationship between income and consumption. So if you see, this is your income, this becomes your consumption. When your income is zero, you still want something to be consumed, right? So your savings is minus 50. This savings can either be borrowed or you take from the past savings, whatever you had. So similarly, when your income increases, your consumption also increases. See here it becomes like this. And when your income is 500, your consumption is 425 and your saving is 75. Now, if you see, the APC is nothing but average, right? Always it is the average. 125 divided by 100. So this is what is the average. Change in consumption, change in income. This becomes the MPC, change in consumption divided by change in income. Now, if you see this, what is the difference between this? You have disposable income, you have consumption, and also the savings. The same thing is plotted in the graph. So this is the line disposable income, and this is the consumption, this is the savings. So if you plot the same thing in the graph like this, you see this is a saving line, and whatever is above this particular point is savings. Whatever is below this particular point is called this savings. So it can also go minus because we saw minus 20 and minus 10. That's why it has come down. So this becomes the savings and this becomes savings. So this is the formula for it. Y is equal to C plus S, or C is equal to Y minus C. Now, what is average propensity to save? APS is nothing but assumption that how much you're going to save from your total income. So total savings divided by total income becomes the APS. So marginal propensity is nothing but the additional unit or the multiplier what you will be getting by consuming or by having a savings change. So a change in a savings divided by change in income, which is equal to 1 minus B, is the marginal propensity. So now this marginal propensity to consume is always less than the unity but greater than 0. So this is a condition for MPS. Okay. Now in this two-sector model, if you see, how do you determine the equilibrium price? Equilibrium price can be determined as C plus I is equal to C plus S, or I equals S. The same graph is plotted here. This is where it is equilibrium position. In this position, we say it is C plus I, which is equal to C plus S. But when it goes like this, that means C plus I, which is lesser than C plus S. Okay, here it is C plus I, which is greater than C plus S. Similar way, whatever we saw, this is savings and this becomes this savings. That is what is shown here. Since it is suitable in the short run, since this does not have, we consider the capital, technique, efficiency of the labor, size of the population, forms of the business, the taste and preference will not change. So this becomes constant in the theory, and prices also becomes unchanged, and hence this is suitable for short run calculation. Now let's see the inflation and the deflationary gap. So the demand, if you see the gap here, whatever you have, this is an output and this is aggregate demand. So demand is still here, but we are able to produce only till here. So this gap is called deflationary gap. Same thing, this is an inflationary gap when C plus I is this line, and when C plus I1 is this line, whatever gap we get here, that is called as inflationary gap. So in a deflationary gap, if you see, there will be an unemployment, and in inflationary, if you see, there will be more money with the people, so the price of a commodity increases. So when this increases, obviously the income increases, the aggregate demand increases. When the demand increases, the consumption also increases. So when there is an interest rate, so interest rate also shows how the borrowing capacity can be increased or decreased. More the interest rate for the loans, people will be not willing to buy. Lesser the interest rate for the consumable goods or the housing loan, more people will be tend to buy that. So when a tax is reduced, the take home salary increases, the income or the consumption also increases. Okay, so if aggregate demand is less than the full employment level of output, it is called as deficit. And if an aggregate demand is greater than the full employment level of output, it is called as excess demand. So in this inflationary gap, if you see, the aggregate demand is greater than the full employment. That's why we call it as inflationary gap. But here, if you see, the aggregate demand is less than the full employment. So we call it as deficit. So neither wages nor interest will decline where there is unemployment or excess supply. This is also called as stagflation. Okay. Now let's see what is an investment multiplier. The investment multiplier is nothing but the ratio of change in national income due to the change in the investment. So what is the change you have in your investment with the national incomes change? It is called as an investment multiplier. So these all are the conditions for that. Higher MPC will have more multiplier value. Lower MPC will have less multiplier value. Higher MPS, that is savings, propensity to save, propensity to consume, less will be the value of multiplier. Okay. Now, what is leakage? So when we are talking about this investment multiplier, this is how the shock or how it is going to impact the demand. Okay, so when an income increases, the consumption of spending also should increase. But sometimes due to the MPC, that is propensity to consume changes, the investment also increases. You will not consume more, rather you will start saving it, thereby increasing an investment. So when an increase in investment happens, obviously there will be an increase in the income generation of employment, all those things happens. So now when we are checking about this, we need to see the per rupee increase in investment. So for every 1 rupee, what is the increase in investment? That is what we can get with this formula. So MPSC has all these direct relationships, what we have already discussed. Next, we'll move on to the leakage. So whatever is earned, we are not going to spend entirely on an activity. So this is called leakage. If any increased income, so if your salary is increasing, not all of your increased salary you're going to consume, or you will not consume everything whatever is increased. So this is called leakage from the income stream, which reduces the reflect effect of the multiplier. Now, what is the reasons of this causes? If your income is not spent on a consumption of goods and services, there will be a leak out. If an increased income goes out of a cycle, the effect of the multiplier reduces. Most powerful these leakages, the smaller will be the value of multiplier. So the causes is reduced tax rates, high liquidity, undistributed profits, increased income, additional income, full employment. So these all are the causes for leakage. So when a demand falls or increases, it will also have a substantial relation between the industrial goods. Okay, so in conclusion, this two-sector model is suitable only for the short period, and there is no linkage between the current period and the next period. Now let's see the three-sector model. In this three-sector model, as we already saw, this has a relationship between business, household, and the government. So now A household people will provide the service. For this service, business will give them the factor of payment. This payment, whatever the household gets, they will use it for consumption, and also they will pay the tax to the government. They will also save something. This savings will again convert into an investment and goes to the business. So this business people will use this investment, again produce the goods and services and circulate in the market, which will again turn as a goods and services to the household. They'll consume it, they'll give back the money to the business, which will again get into the business and it gets circulated. So the extra thing what happens here is the money is not divided or given only to the business, it is also given to the government in the form of taxes. So we give the taxes to them, business also give the taxes to government. Government will give subsidies to the business, and in turn they will give the transfer of payments, like if they have any benefits to be given to the households, they give them. And they also use this revenue whatever they have received to purchase the goods and services from the market. So they also consume the goods and services. So this is the three sector model. Here we have C plus I plus G, which is equal to income, which is again equals to C plus S plus T. So this is about the three sector model. Now in the four sector model, what happens is we have one extra thing, which is rest of the world, which is international. So now exports are something which will inject the national income into the country. Now imports acts as a leakage. Export will get the amount and it will inject in the business and acts for an injection for the national income. But imports, when we are importing something from our country to a different country, there is an outflow of national income, which is also called as leakage. Now export becomes part of aggregate demand, and demand for imports should be subtracted. So that's what we do here. Okay, so C plus I plus G, export minus imports, will give you the formula for four sector model. So import depends on the market price to import. Now when the import increases, your GDP decreases, and when your export increases, your GDP also increases. So the MCP multiplier would be K is equal to 1 divided by 1 minus MPC, that is propensity to save. Okay. So some of the notes we have for the national income are: in an equilibrium, it is also true that S plus T schedule intersects the I plus G horizontal schedule. Taxes acts as a leakage from the economic system. The domestic economic trade boosts in with foreign sector through exports and imports. Imports are subtracted from the exports to derive net profit, which is the foreign sector's contribution to aggregate expenditure. If net exports are positive, there is net injection of national income increases. Conversely, if net export is less than the imports, there is net withdrawal of national income and it decreases. An increase in the demand for exports of a country is an increase in aggregate demand for domestically produced output and will increase equilibrium income, just as it would increase in the government spending. So this is about the national income. We saw what is a national income, what are the accounting system, who maintains this accounts, why do we need this, what are the characteristics of national income, and what are the different concepts of the country's national income, like GDP, NDP, all those things. And we also saw what are the different methods of calculating the national income: product method, income method, expenditure method. Then we saw Kent's theory, which has two sector model, three sector model, and four sector model. Two sector model is between the household and the business. Three sector is household, business, and the government. And four sector model is household, business, government, and the foreign sector. So this is end of chapter 6. Thank you. Hi everyone. Let's now see the next topic, which is public finance. So before we see what is the public finance, we should understand why we need this, why government should invariably perform this public finance activity. So one of the economic function of the government is to deal with the public finance. Now, government has an important economic functions like what they have to do and what they should not do. This impacts the economic performance and the quality of its citizens. So, some of the operations of the governments are it raises the fund in various forms, and these funds will be used in the different activities. They also have expenses. When we see the capital expenditures, what the government does, the roads, construction of dams, bridges, everything is also an expenses for the government. So they raise the fund, they incurs expenditure. That means they are incurring the expenditures, and they also employ people. So when they are raising the fund, they need some activities to be performed, right? So they have to employ the people for the same. They also have an establishment and administrative thing from them so that they properly monitor what is happening. They also borrow the money from the public, or it can be from the banks. It also consumes the goods and services. Also, they have the rules and regulations to be laid and encourage the citizens of the country to follow those rules and regulations. Some goods are prohibited, and some goods are exclusively prepared by the government. So these all are the operations of a government. So government should accomplish some activities and they should not accomplish some of the other activities. So an economic system will not function automatically. Hence, a government interference is required wherever it is required. Now let's see what is the macroeconomic goals. So the macroeconomic goal is classified into three, which is economic growth, high level of employment, and stable prices. Now, high economic growth is a place where the growth happens in an economic activity. So when a GDP is increasing more than its population, then we say there is a high standard of living in a country. This is one of the main goal of an economic. That means to increase the GDP and ensure the people are living with a high standard. Next is high level of employment. So the next goal of an economic activity would be to increase the employment. When an employment increases, the income also increases, which obviously increases the output. But when employment goes down, the income also goes down, the output also reduces, the GDP also falls. So this is one of the main economic activity where it has to ensure that there is a high level of employment in the country. And also, when there is a high level of employment, this can also lead to inflation, where there will be a purchasing power affected. So to control, the government has to do or stabilize the prices. So this particular function, economic goal, helps to maintain the price stability during the inflation and the deflation. So during inflation, they reduces the real income and the purchasing power, which affects the lower income group a lot. So this is one of the main economic goal where those kind of things should be avoided and it should have a stable prices. Now let's see what is the role of an economy. So role of a government. So any economy will not function automatically. So a government interference is needed wherever it is, and to improve the why we need a government interference to improve the well-being of its citizen. Now let's see how the government has to interfere. According to Adam Smith, he says government need not enter in each and everything. It can be a free market, but we need a minimum government intervention in three aspects. One is defense, justice, and other one is public institutions. So for defense, we don't want any private sector which can be misused. So for defense, Adam Smith says the government intervention is required, and also for justice. If we want equal justice for everyone, we need government intervention in that. And also maintain public institutions. Some of the public institutions or public properties are free rider. That means people who are using that may not pay for the thing what they are using. So this becomes a problem if in case it is a private institutions. So it needs to be maintained by the public institutions only as per Adam Smith. Now, let's see how it is going to happen. So, as per Richard, the theory of public finance, which was introduced in 1959, can be classified or can be studied in three different taxonomy. So when we say taxonomy, it is just a branches under which we are going to study all those things. So the first function would be the resource allocation function. Next is income distribution, and third is macroeconomic stability. So what is resource allocation? As the name itself says, it is the resource allotting to various sectors for having a maximum benefit out of it. So this is to ensure the efficiency of the utilization. So as we know, let's see detail each and everything in details in the next slides. So just a brief on these things. Income distribution, again, to have, so whoever is having more wealth needs to be distributed to the poor people or below poverty in some or the other incentive or subsidies plans. So how government does that, we'll see. Macroeconomic stabilization is to ensure the price stability. We have already discussed this in the previous one. So in this, the resource allocation and the income distribution becomes a microeconomic activity, and this stabilization becomes macroeconomic activity. Now let's see what is resource allocation. We know resources. We have very limited resources, but wants are unlimited. And these resources can also be put for alternative use. So this resource allocation is a very critical problem for the government because we need to use less resources and the needs are more. So we have to use efficiently to serve everyone and get best with minimum wastages. So now the supply is less. Because of it is less, the government has to see how it can be properly allocated for the better utilization of the same. Now, this can be done via two ways. One is private allocation, another one is state allocation. So, private allocation is nothing but market supply and the demand. So, these are based on the consumer sovereignty and profit motives, and producers do this only from the profit motives. When they do private allocation, obviously it is for the profit motive only. State allocations can be done via revenue and expenditure budgets. Now, now we understand that resource allocation can be done both by the government and the market. But market allocation will be done only for the private goods, whereas government allocation will be done for the some private and mostly public goods. Okay, because if they have to give like merit goods and all, if it goes to the private sector, they might not use it or produce it properly. It can be more underproduced, or it is not satisfying. Whatever they produce will not be satisfied for the society, not sufficient for the society. So there can be a mistakes or misallocation. So that's why the public goods will go to the government and the private goods will go to the individual firms. Now let's see how this resource allocation happens. So properly all the resources has to be allocated without any wastages for that better output. So when we do like this, we get a better output out of it, and the largest producer with resources and technology. So wherever it is possible, we have to use the technologies and we have to produce in such a way the output is more and it is helpful for the benefit of the society. For this, we should have a perfectly competitive market. Now let's see how the resources are getting or how the budget functions. So when how a government does this, a government can do this resource allocation by understanding or with the help of their expenditure and tax policies. So the main allocation function in a budgeting determines who and what will be taxed. So how it needs to be taxed, who will be taxed, and what should be the tax level. So all these things will be decided in an expenditure policy of a government. Also, the government will decide how much of revenue I will be getting, out of which how much I have to spend for the public goods. Also, they will see how the total resources of an economy can be divided for the various use. In case if they have 100% resources, how they can use this 100% resources on the various uses or various sectors. They can also use a mix and match where both public goods and merit goods can be combined together. They also require an involvement of a public sector in the national economy. So the reallocation of society's resources from private use to public. So in case sometimes they feel that private is owning something and it needs to be reallocated to the public use, they also do this. So these are all the resource allocation function of a government. So we saw what is the function of reallocation and how the government does it. So the government does that within instruments. So when we say instruments, what all the instruments the government uses to do this is they themselves can produce and goods. So if they feel the private people or the private firm cannot do the satisfaction what is the required, they themselves will directly produce the goods. And by producing these goods, they will ensure that it is sufficiently available for the consumption. Next policy would be price mechanism. So they can influence the price mechanism by providing subsidies and incentives and help the exporting companies or the small firm or the cottage industries to earn more profit. Okay, this would be one of the instruments what the government uses for resource allocation. And next would be the legislation and force, where the government uses the legal formalities to, for example, if a new firm is coming into in place, they need some licensing and all those things, right? So in those cases, the government will interfere and see if it is really required, what kind of a licensing is provided, and how easy it can perform, and how profit it will be for the economic activity. Some of the other policies would be the mergers policies. In case of acquisition and mergers, what should be the thing and how to avoid the competitive in the economy, all those things. The government will also influence via regulatory activities like licensing, controls, minimum wages, what the minimum wages has to be given to the labor, and how the licensing pattern should be there for any new firms. All those things will be covered under the regulatory activities. Now, the government also sets legal and administrative framework. Like this is how the legal formalities has to be done. In case if it is not done, what should be the cause of it, or what is a fine you're going to pay for it. So these are also one of the instruments what is used by the government. Finally, they can adopt any combination. It's not only that they produce or the price mechanism, it can be any combination. They can use everything and they can do it. So that is called as instruments used by government to influence the resource allocation. Now let's see what is the redistribution function. So redistribution function is nothing but the wealth or income should not be kept in one particular place. This also has to be allocated or circulated between various groups in the society. So that is one of the main function what the government will aim for. So redistribution of income, it is called as. The first function of redistribution would be equitable distribution. So obviously we can't equally divide all the income between everyone, but they will try to manage how they can do this and how it can be allocated to various people. So for example, they collect tax from a higher group of people and they provide subsidies and subsidized prices for the lower group of people. So like this, they will try to do some redistribution among in the society. Next would be the households increased overall social welfare. The next, so why do we have this redistribution is to increase the overall social welfare of an economic citizen. So citizen of a country, and also to ensure the economic activity is growing. So the well-being of its society needs to be taken care by the government, and this is one of the reasons why it has to do the redistribution. Also providing equality of income, wealth and opportunities. As I mentioned, equality of income will not be possible for everyone, but they will try to do how much of allocations can be made to the different group of people. Because if the main aim of redistribution is the people who does not have basic necessities also like food, clothing and shelter, they should get some kind of security feeling that they can also live in the society along with the other people. Only for this reason they will try to do a allocation distribution which provides a security for the people who have hardship. So when they do all these kind of things, they take the money, they do the equal distribution, when they do all these things, it is ensuring that everyone enjoys a minimum standard of living. Okay, next let's see what is the functions with an example. So as I mentioned here, we were talking about the equitability distribution, right? So how we are going to achieve it? It is via taxation policy. So as we have the taxation policies, whoever earns more will be paying the tax, right? So the government will collect the tax from them, and also this becomes a revenue for them. So with this revenue, whatever they are getting from people who is earning more will be used for various other sectors like employment reservation. So people who are not getting employment or who are registered and not got any employment will also be getting some kind of allowances to have their basic necessities running on every month. So they will be getting some employment reservations. Employment reservations is like based on, it can be based on the backward groups or caste and all those things. And also unemployment benefits will be given to the people for underprivileged, dependent or physical handicap. So they collect the tax and they use it for these kind of things, employment reservations. This is only to protect certain segments, they will have employment reservations. And unemployment benefit, as I mentioned, they will be giving the allowance to the people in case if they don't have an employment opportunity. So people who are below the poverty line will be getting a monetary aids to run their day-to-day activities. Also, they ensure to have a good health, for which they will construct hospitals and schools for the poor people who really need free education. So special schemes for backward regions and for the vulnerable sections of the population can be done as based of this redistribution function. Now let's see the last function, which is a stabilization function. Stabilization, as the word mentions, it is maintaining the stability of the prices in an economy. So macroeconomic stability is said to exist when an economics output matches its production capacity. So when an output is matching its production, we say it is maximum. Okay, stabilization is happening. But when it is more or less, then there is a gap and there is a disturbance in the stability. The economics total spending matches its total output and the labor resources are fully employed. Inflation is low and stable. So this is what is considered as a stabilization. So the government aims to achieve these factors via its fiscal and monetary policies. So there are some situations where we call it stagflation. So stagflation is something like there will be an unemployment along with it is a mix of both inflation and deflation stage. Okay, so along with international interdependence and instability to get transmitted from one country to another make more complex for price stability. So in these cases, what all the things the government will do will be via fiscal policy and monetary policy. So we'll see how it is. We'll be seeing this fiscal policy and monetary policy in a different chapter itself. So now let's concentrate on the other functions. So labor, employment and capital utilization, overall output and income, general price level, balance of international payments and the rate of economic growth. So these are also the functions which is concentrated with the performance of the aggregate economy in these areas. Now during recession, what will the government do? Now there should be stability in the economy, right? So how does the government does this? So when there is a recession, the government will increase the expenditure. That means they'll get more and more projects and they will inject the money into the economy system. This will happen when there is a recession in a country. So when this things happens, when new projects are introduced, obviously there will be an employment generation, which will in turn generate the income. This income will help for the consumption, thereby increasing slowly from the recession period to the next phases. So we have already seen what is the business phases, right? So that is how the government will do. Also during recession, the government will reduce the taxes to ensure that there is a free flow of money in the economy. The vice versa scenario is an inflation stage where the government will decrease the spending. That means they will not spend anything and they will increase the tax because there is a lot of money supply in the market. So to control this, they will decrease their own expenditures, and expenditures, when I say, the projects will be reduced. The employment, they will try to contract the employments and they will increase the taxes to control the flow of money. So this is one of the way how they can do the stabilization. Now this can be whatever we saw, this resource allocation and redistribution of income and stabilization, all these three has to be managed somehow, right? So the economic stabilization and the income distribution would be with the central government, and allocation of resources will be with the state government. So there will be an independent judiciary who will be able to resolve the disputes in case of central and state government. If something happens or some issues occur between these two people, an independent judiciary person will be helping to resolve the disputes. So according to Article 246, the complete power is classified into three. One is union list, then we have state legislative and concurrent list. So in union list, it will be the parliament alone can legislate. So what are the powers of a parliament in which all things they can take a decision is under union list. For the state list, the state legislative assemblies alone can legislate them. So what is the power of a state under the state list is given under this particular list. Concurrent list in which both the parliament and the legislative assemblies can legislate. So these are the three lists what is given under the classification under the Article 246. So to Article 268 to 281 states how a distribution of finance can be done. So if a government is at the center, they can't just do the finance to various states however they feel. They can't do a favoritism for any of the states. So there are some articles how it needs to be distributed, when it needs to be distributed, in what situation it needs to be distributed, and how much it should be distributed. So these all details are provided in Article 268 to 281. So then the government, union government will levy the taxes for income tax, indirect taxes like corporation tax, capital value tax, and also the certain goods export duties, excise duties, all those things. Okay, so they also exclude agricultural land, terminal taxes, security transaction taxes, etc. So in general, if you see the union government will collect the tax for income, and then custom duties, export duties, indirect taxes. And the state government will collect the taxes on agricultural income, not completely, excuse me, not completely all the agricultural income are taxable. A part of an agricultural income is taxable as per the conditions what they satisfy. So this is under the state government. Land and building, land tax, property tax, mineral tax, electricity, tolls, vehicle tax, professional tax, all these will be a revenue for the state government. And the revenue for the central government is what we have already seen here. Okay, now we also have something called as GST, right? So it is classified into three types: state GST, central GST, and integrated GST. So states will collect what once we pay the GST, 50% of the GST will go to the state and 50% of the GST will go to the central government. Now, when we say about the integrated GST, this applies for the interstate movement. This is just to understand how the goods are moving from one state to other state, just to have a track of the exports or imports between the states. Okay. Now we have something called as finance committee. So as per Article 280, there was an institutional mechanism who was formed called as finance commission. So what does they do? What is the function of a finance commission? So they are a commission. We know what is state and what is center. Between them, if there is any disputes, there will be a judiciary who will be able to help for the disputes. But we also need some kind of a committee who can help to act as a mediator between these two peoples, right? That's why we have this finance commission. So what will they do? What will this committee do? They will distribute the taxes between the union and states. For example, if a GST is collected, what part has to go here and what part has to go there? There should be someone who sits and says all these things, right? So the main function of finance committee is distribution between the union and the states of the net proceeds of taxes, which are to be divided between them, and the allocation between the states of respective shares of such proceeds. So whatever share the state government has to get, they will try to allocate based on that. They also give granting aids. That means some states which might not be performing well and need more aids. So these kind of things the finance committee will do an analysis and they will suggest for the granting aids. So they also make recommendations to the presidents about the changes, or if they need any supplement the resource for the panchayats and municipalities, they will also do a recommendation to the president. Also, if president do some reference or some suggestions to the finance committee, it will also take that and refer whatever is referred by the president will also be considered by the finance committee in the interest of sound finance. Now, this finance committee also considers two issues. One is vertical equity and horizontal equity. So what is related to vertical equity is deciding about the share of all the states in the revenue collected by the center. So whatever revenue is collected by the central government, what would be the share going to the state? So that is called vertical equity. And horizontal equity is allocating among states. So once deciding what needs to be done, then they allocate these shares to the state governments, whatever the revenue has come from the central government. So this is called as horizontal equity. So the 15th Finance Commission recommended a share of states in the central tax for the year 2021 to 26 is 41%. Okay, now what is a compensation? So we created one compensation fund when the GST was introduced. Previously, we had so many taxes for the state government, but when the GST was introduced, the tax the revenue completely reduced for the state government. So in order to compensate that, there was a compensation fund which was created, and for this fund there was an extra tax which was levied on a luxury goods and demerit goods. From that, whatever they got, they credited that to the compensation fund. So this compensation fund was given to the states who actually incurred lot of loss because of the introduction of GST. So this was provided for 5 years, but it also got extended for another 5 years due to the pandemic which we incurred or which we faced in the year 2020. Okay, now what is the criteria of redistribution or distribution of taxes? So in 2021, among 2021 to 2026, the period was same as that of 2021 and 2020, 22, sorry, 2020, 21. So this particular year, there was some kind of criteria which was provided. The same got continued till 26. So what are they? Income distance, the distance of a state's income from the state with the highest income. If there is a long gap between the income when compared to the other states who are getting the highest income, in those cases, the area based on the population, demographic performance, forest and ecology, tax and fiscal efforts. So for these criteria, there was a distribution of central taxes. Now let's go to the next topic, which is market failure. Market failure is something where insufficient allocation of resources happens. In the first thing we had three branches, right? Allocation, distribution, and also stabilization. So in an allocation, if something goes wrong, if it is an inefficient allocation, so that's where we say market failure. So there are two types of market failure. One is complete market and partial. Complete market failure is nothing but the market itself is missing. Some product is completely missing from the economy. So that is called complete market failure. Partial market failure is something where the market is present, but there is a wrong quantity of product or wrong price which is priced for that particular market. So market failure is not that market is not performing at all. It is performing, but there is something inefficient performance of a market. Okay, so why do market fail? Market may fail because of market power, externalities, public goods, and incomplete information. Now let's see in depth what all these. Now, market power, as we know, monopoly, we have seen what are the characteristics of monopoly, what are the effects of monopolies in the market, right? So, monopoly market power is one thing, what is described to the monopoly power. Okay, so this will restrict the output causing market to fail, to produce the right quantity of goods and services at the right price. Since there is no competition in a monopoly market, this will cause an impact on the output what is getting generated. So how can a government intervene here? So in each failure, market failure, government will come and intervene and try to minimize the failure. So how will they do it? They do something like liberalization, which was previously monopolies. Previously, the energy, telecom, all the sectors were monopoly sectors, but now they have done a liberalization, and which is helping for the benefits of the consumers also. Control on mergers and acquisitions, price capping and price regulation, support to customer association. So to correct all these market failures, the government has to do a liberalization policy. They have to have a control on mergers and acquisitions. Price capping, that means you should not cross a particular limit of a price. Support the customer association. Investigation on fair practices. Restriction on monopoly power of firms. Reduction in imports control and nationalization. So by these ways, the government can minimize the market failure. Next, see what is externalities. Externalities is nothing but the side effects. In simple term, it is a side effects. It is also called as spillover efforts, neighborhood efforts, third party effects, and side effects. So what is this? So you do some activity because of which some other person is getting impacted of it. So that is called, in simple term, that is called as externalities. So these are initiated and experienced not through the operation of price system, but outside the market. That's why it is called as external to the markets. Now, this externalities can be positive or negative. Positive is something you do some action because of which the other person gets benefited. Negative is that you do something because of which the other person incurs a loss or is impacted. Now, negative in externality in production relates to external cost on others. Positive production externality will have initiated in production that confers external benefits on others. In the classes, if you remember, I gave an example for this, right? You're producing something and if you're polluting an water body, that means you're doing a negative externality, which is affecting both for the person who is consuming the fish from that particular river and also for the fisherman who is trying to use that as a production tool. So it has both production negativity and also consumption negativity. Okay. Now, government intervention to correct these externalities. How can the government do all these things? The government can do this by direct control methods or market-based methods. So direct control method is directly if you're polluting something, they will give you a polluting, when you're doing something, your business is doing something, you're polluting the air or you're polluting the water, then there will be some kind of permits what is given, or whatever you're emitting, you will be charged extra pollution tax, something like that would be done. So this is called direct control. Legal limit on how much pollutant a firm can emit. Licensing, sometimes if they feel this particular firm is going to be a major cause for an environmental damage, they will not even provide the licensing. And also they will prohibit some of the goods and services which is not required and which will damage the nature. And also smoking is completely banned in the public places. So the smoking also causes an passive impact for the people who is surrounded by that, right? Though you don't smoke, if you're just standing next to a person who is smoking, you will be impacted. So smoking is completely banned in public places. Stringent rules are in place to in respect of tobacco advertising, packaging and labeling, and environmental standards needs to be followed. This stringent rules can also apply that tobacco, cigarettes cannot be what is that, cannot be sold in a place near like schools or horse or something like that. Okay, so they have these kind of rules. This is called as direct rules. Pollutant tax, as I was mentioning, if you're polluting firm, you have to install some pollutant abatement mechanism to ensure how much of emission standards you're following for that. And government may also appoint special bodies like Ministry of Environment and Forest, the Pollution Control Board, to monitor all these things and take necessary actions whenever it is needed. Now, what is a market-based approach? Market-based approach is setting the price directly through a pollution tax. So if you're polluting this much, you have to pay this much. So that is what it is. But this is really very difficult to monitor, and that's why we are not able to use this pollution tax. And also setting indirect tax like cap and trade. So you will be given a permit like this much of carbon can be emitted to the environment. So that is called permission, permit given for polluting. So this is cap and trade system. Our India does not have this pollution tax or cap and trade. Rather, we have something called a cess, which is used for the commodities like coal, aluminum, and all those things. So we have an energy conversion bill which empowers the central government to specify a carbon credit trading system and to stipulate energy consumption standards. So some of the positive externalities also promote the welfare. So government will encourage the positive externalities and they will discourage the negative externalities. Now, how do they do this? They corrective subsidies will be given to the producers to increase the supply, and the subsidies will be given to the consumers for increasing the demand of the goods. So this is how they can increase the positive externalities also. Okay, now when they are doing with this negative externalities, they can make a pollution tax, that is making the polluter pay for it. Pollution tax were very difficult to determine, as I told in the previous chapter, previous slide. So they will have trade permission permits and all. So India has PAT, RPO, REC, ICP. So these are the things what we follow in India, as we do not follow the other pollution tax or permits. The coal cess was completely abolished and replaced by the GST compensation since it fails to achieve the desired outcomes. Now let's see what is the private cost, social cost, and external cost. Private cost is something which is faced by the producer or consumer directly. This includes labor, material, energy, and other indirect overheads. External cost is something which happens. We saw the externalities, right? So these externalities will have some cost, like pollution tax has some cost, permit has some cost. So these are the external cost which is for the third party. Now social cost is both of this, private cost plus the external cost. Now let's move on to the next one, which is public goods versus private goods. So public goods will be free rider problem, non-excludable, non-rival, non-vulnerable, indivisible. Private goods, no free rider problem because whoever is using the goods has to pay for it. Excludable, that means when you are, so for example, roads or street lights, when one person is using that, you can't, in a public goods, if someone is using that, you can't just exclude one person out of it, right? So you can't do you can't exclude anyone from it. But in a private goods, you can have an excludable function. Rivalries is consumption impact on the other. So if one person is consuming that, the other person might not get that. So that will happen in case of a private goods. But in non-private goods, everyone can use and get the same satisfaction. If someone is using a road, they will get the same satisfaction. It's not that one person is taking the benefit and the person does not get that benefit. Everyone gets the equal benefit. Okay, so the vulnerable, which is externalities, property rights, etc., which is not in the case of public goods. There is no private property there. So everything belongs to the government and we will be using. So here in the private goods, the benefits enjoyed will be not for everyone. So whoever opts for it will get the benefits in a private goods, but in a public goods, the benefits enjoyed is indivisible. You can't, so as I mentioned, if one person is using, the other person will not be said that you can't use this benefit. So this is the difference between private goods and public goods. Now, how does in 1954, Samuelson has described the pure theory of public expenditure, which states the theory of public goods utilization. Okay, now let's see how government will interfere in the public goods. So as we already discussed, the government, they themselves can produce the goods directly to overcome the free rider problem, which leads to market failure. If something is like free rider, the private people will not produce it. So to overcome this particular problem, the government, they themselves will produce the goods. Some of the important public goods like defense, establishment and maintenance of legal system, fire protection, disease prevention, all these are provided by the government exclusively. And some of other things are like parks, universities, museums, etc., or financed and collected by fees. So government has to do all these things. They need something for it, right? Because they just can't give it for free. They also has to run the park. If there is a park, there is a maintenance. If there is a university, there is a maintenance for it. They need to pay for the people who is working there. So all these things can be done via collecting a fee. Whoever enters into these monuments and the buildings, they will be taken with a fees. Now, some of the private goods, though it is a private goods, it will be consumed as a public goods only. For example, airport is not under government, but the security of the airport is under the government. This is because if a private person is taking a control of the security, it can lead to the dangerous. So hence, government will interfere. Though it's a private property, sometimes it will be completely managed by the government for the security reasons. Okay. Now let's see the next one, which is incomplete formation information, which is the last market failure thing. So incomplete information is something where the information is not complete. So buyer and the seller, both of them knows everything about the product, then it is complete information. If any one of them does not know the product, then it is incomplete information. So here two things arise. One is asymmetric and other one is moral hazard. Asymmetric is something, the imbalance between the buyer and the seller. So one of the party might know more about that particular thing, the other party does not. So this is called as asymmetric information. So this has an adverse selection. So you select something because of this incorrect information and you have an undesirable result out of it. So adverse selection is a situation in which asymmetric information about quality, good quality, eliminates high this particular adverse selection. What does it means is it eliminates the high quality goods from the market. So this is the main drawback if we do not have a proper information. Now what is moral hazard? Moral hazard is something you take a risk, you know that you're protected and the other person will pay for it. The best example when we were doing the class we discussed was insurance. So you have an insurance, so you drive your car very risky, you take a risk and you drive it very rashly, considering if something has happened, then the insurance company will pay for it. So you see somewhere you're protected and you take a risk because of which the other person is going to bear the cost. So the moral hazard is opportunism characterized by an informed person taking advantage of a less informed person through an unobserved action. Okay. So how do government correct this? So as we say incomplete information, now the government will try to see how it can do it, like mandating the labeling. So on the packets, if it is not good for health, they have to put this is not good for health. This is going to damage your lungs, hearts, whatever it is. And also it will display the information on food packages. What is the nutrition, what you're going to get out of this if you're consuming. So these kind of information has to be put and government makes it very mandatory to label the products, and also they have to disclose in case of regulated bodies or if the company is trying to borrow the fund or something, the disclosure information, what is the risk out of it, if you're investing what would be the gain, if you're having a risk what would be the things. So all these should be transparent and clear for the people who is trying to invest in the share market. So this information has to be given properly to them. Then if you see public dissemination or to improve the knowledge, they will also keep on conducting the sessions to improve the knowledge of the public. And also they will do an advertisement telling not to consume these goods because these are demerit goods and you consume these things for a better improvement. So like this government will give an advertisement for improving the information among the publics. Now, how does government intervene in the merit goods? Merit goods, as mentioned, if it is given to the private sector, it can be underproduced or underconsumed. That's why government will interfere and they will take the actions on them. So some of the merit goods where they take action is prohibiting some goods and activities which is not maintaining the standards and issues mandates making others obliged. The compulsory immunization, this is also one of the good thing what the government will do. Legislation, free and compulsory education, treatment for various diseases via government hospitalizations. And also they will have a proper rules and regulations, like if you don't wear your helmet, if you don't wear your mask, you will be fined for it. So this is how government will interfere in the merit goods and make sure that you're getting better out of what you're doing. Now, how does government intervene in the demerit products? Demerit products are those goods which is causing hazardous or does not suit for the health of a person. So still we have this. So government has to somehow interfere and try to reduce the use of these kind of goods. So they can also ban it completely, but if they ban it completely, there will be an under market which happens, and there will be an illegal activity entertaining for the black money supply in the market. Just to avoid that, the government has taken various other measures in order to reduce the use of these demerit goods. Now, how do they do it? They completely ban. In case of drugs, it is completely banned, right? Like that, they will completely ban few of the demerit activities. They will produce an advertisement, as I said, in the movies. If you go, you will see this advertisement, right? Tobacco consumption, all those things are not good for health. Like that, negative advertisement campaigns will be given, prohibiting the advertisement. You should not promote. If you see, no one, you till now you would have not seen any cigarette advertisements in the TVs, right? So they will not promote, or they cannot promote the demerit goods, and this is prohibited by the government. And they also have a limited access to the vulnerable groups, like cigarettes cannot be sold to the children, it cannot have near the schools, adolescent people should not buy this. So these kind of limited access will be provided. If someone sees that it is sold for a children, obviously they can be punished. So these kind of things. And also practical restrictions, like as I said, smoking in public places, these kind of things can be controlled by the government. If you see someone smoking in the public place, anytime you can inform the in police, so they will take the action. So that is the practical restriction. Also imposing you unusually high taxes and making them costly. If you see the taxes for the demerit goods in the Google, it is actually very high. So government thinks if it is taxed high, people will start reducing or consuming it less. But it is not happening. But they're trying to make this as an attempt to see if it can be reduced. Probably in the packet, if a person is using one packet of cigarette in a day, once the rate is high, he might be using half a packet a day, something like that. So they're trying to control it via high taxation. And also government can fix a minimum price below which the demerit goods should not be exchanged. So there will be something like cap on trade. So they will have a cap below which they cannot be sold. Okay, now how do government intervene in the price intervention? How can they do this? So for some of the goods like agricultural goods, all those things need some intervention, right? Some of the essential commodity prices goes high. So they need something to be controlling these things. The price needs to be controlled for the stability in an economy. So the government will have price flooring, that is a minimum price what is required to pay, and also the price ceiling, which is a maximum price a seller are allowed to charge. They also have a fixation of minimum wages and control the rents of such market intervention. So for the labor, they will have a minimum pricing wages. Okay, and MSP is minimum support price, which is given by the government agencies to support the support prices, to set the support prices. When prices of certain essential commodities rise excessively, as I mentioned, Essential Commodities Act, as per that, maximum price of a food grains, it can't go beyond a particular the amount. So that's what the government has said. If you remember, even 200 rupees kg of onions was sold in India. So after this Essential Commodities Act came into place, they have fixed a capation or the maximum price for those essential commodity acts. And also, whenever there is a good distribution, the government will try to distribute. When there is a good distribution of the agricultural produce, they will try to store them, buffer the stock, and whenever there is less, they will try to release it in the market. So this is how the government will see. Obviously, when there is a natural calamities, the complete stock gets destroyed, right? Then what happens? The prices will go high. It will touch the rockets. So in those kind of things, the government, whatever they have stored, they will release these stocks for having a better price mechanism in the economy. Now, how does government intervene in the equitable distribution? This is distributing the incomes, as we have already studied this. Price common policy intervention includes progressive income tax, targeted budgetary allocations, unemployment compensation, transfer payments, subsidies, all those things. We have already covered this, how the government do this via redistribution of income. Nothing but they take the income or the tax from a highly income person, and they try to do the benefits for others in these categories. So government intervention in a market that reduce efficiency while increasing equity is just often justified because equity is greatly appreciated by the society. Sometimes the government also fails. How does they fail? Intervention in ineffective, causing wastage of resources, and sometimes they try to do something different and introduce a fresh and serious problems. These are the two conditions where the government will fail. Now let's come to the last topic, which is the budget for this particular chapter. So budgeting, as we know, government should protect the territories, right? So we have national defense, law and order, public goods, social welfare activities. To run all these things, the government requires the finance. So budget is a powerful tool which is used to regulate these kind of activities. Now, what is an objective of a budget? It should minimize the allocation and maximize the welfare. It should have an efficient use in the economy. It should have a proper allocation, redistribution, and bring the stability. For this purpose, we need a budget. Now, this budget can be union budget, state budget, local budget. Union budget, on the whole, the budget will be classified mainly for agricultural sector, industrial sector, and service sector. From where the money comes becomes a revenue for the government, to where the money goes becomes an expenditure for the government. Okay, now this budget can be seen union budget, state budget, and local budget. In this chapter or unit, we will be only considering most of the union budgets only. So union budget is something which is produced by the central government. It is prepared with the consultation of with the stakeholders. Okay, so it has two types of the process of budgeting is preparation of the budget. They will prepare the budget, they will present the budget. Once it is presented, they will also execute the budget. Now, the two types of activities in a budget making process is administrative process and legislative process. Administrative process is nothing but the accomplishing documents are prepared in consultation with the various stakeholders. Legislative process is nothing but where the budget is passed by the parliament after discussion. So they have to as part of an administrative process, they have to prepare the document, and as a part of legislative process, they have to submit this budget and get it approved and pass the budget. Now, what is the budget document? So when they're preparing this budget document, they have something to be considered as budget estimates, revised returns, and actuals. So these are the three things what they will be considering. Okay, budget estimates is like what is the receipts and expenditures for the current financial year, and what is the revised estimates, if any, and what is the actuals of the year preceding the current year. So these things will be covered in the budgetary document. So now what happens? The executives and the legislatives, the president, vice presidents, council of ministers, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, all these people will join together and they will try to do a taxing and spending proposals. So this proposals will go to the Ministry of Finance, and currently we do not have this. Previously it used to be Ministry of Finance. Now it is Ministry of Finance along with Niti Aayog plus relevant ministers. Niti Aayog is National Institution for Transforming India. So these people will join together and they will draft the proposals for the budget. So expenditures and receipts of government will be shown in the annual financial statement. Now what happens? Budget. How does a budget come into place? So on a day, budget speech is given by a finance minister. So this budget will be divided into different things. So one person cannot prepare this budget, right? So each and every ministers will try to have their own proposals, and it will be divided among the ministers, states, union territories, and autonomous bodies. So they will give their estimates. They will prepare the pre-budget, which will be given to the union finance minister. Along with the union finance minister, there will be the finance minister, CMs, stakeholders, industrial, agriculturalists, social welfare, labor bodies, Niti Aayog economists. All these people will be present and produce the budget, and they will see what needs to be done for the next 2 years. The budget will be prepared always for the next 2 years. So this will consist of budget estimate, revised estimates, and also the actuals. Now, this budget will be, as I mentioned, this budget will be spoken in the Lok Sabha, So tax, borrowing, expenditure, everything will be considered. So this budget is classified into Part A and Part B. Part A is nothing but economic situation, government, what is the current economic situation of a country, what are the government priorities we have, and what is the fund raised, what is the tax received, and what is the expenses on the various sector, and what is the fresh schemes the government is going to introduce. These all will be covered in Part A speech of the budget, and Part B will talk about the progress made, future policies, and tax proposals. Okay, now this budget document will have annual financial statement. Annual financial statement will have consolidated fund, contingency fund, and public fund. So contingency, mainly the annual financial statement will show the receipts and expenditures of the government. Now, what is this consolidated fund? Consolidated fund is nothing but the receipts and expenditures. What is the receipt or what is the revenue the government has earned, and what is the expenses it has incurred on that particular during that period. That is a consolidated fund. Contingency fund is a fund which is kept aside for meeting the unexpected expenses in case of emergencies, in case of national emergencies, calamities. Those times this contingency fund will be used. Public fund are nothing but small provident fund and small savings which will be in turn returned back to the public. Then we have something called as demise for, this is annual financial statement. Now we have something called as demands for grants. Demands for grants is something what the government specific ministers ask the demand for granting permission on various things. Finance bill, once we have all the details or all the budgets are accepted, the finance bill will be issued. Now, statements mandated under FRBM, microeconomic framework statement, medium term financial policy, financial policy strategic management statement. So all these things will be part of budgetary document. Okay, now budget on a overall. So budget will be, can be interim or final. Interim is something which is not able to produce in a year. Every time it would be a final budget. Sometimes during a political elections or something, they will produce the interim budget, or in case of any other calamities or something, they can use this interim budget, and then there will be a final budget. One such instance happened this time. Because of election, they had an interim budget in February, and they had a final budget before few months in India. Okay, now this will be discussed in the Lok Sabha first, and then it will go to the voting power. Then if there is anything to be reduced, they will reduce, and the same thing will be discussed in the Rajya Sabha. After the discussion, an appropriation bill will be passed. This appropriation bill will go to the finance, will become a finance bill and go to the Rajya Sabha, and Rajya Sabha has to do this and see if something has to be done with or without recommendation. They have to send back this within the 14 days. So here we have two concepts to be remembered. One is guillotine and cut motion. Guillotine is something where the speaker puts all the outstanding demand and grants to vote for the houses. This process is called guillotine. Cut motion is sometimes reduce the amount. So you're asking something in the demise grant, there will be some amount reduced by the government, and then it will be approved. So that is called as cut motion. Okay, now let's see what are the sources of revenue. So the sources of revenue for the government can be classified into two different types. One is direct and the other one is indirect. Now direct is maintained by Central Board CBDT, and indirect is maintained by CBIC. Okay, now what are the receipts of government? It can be revenue receipt or capital receipt. Revenue receipts has tax revenue and non-tax revenue. Capital receipts have debt receipts and non-debt receipts. Now revenue receipts can include taxation and fees, as we know. Non-revenue receipts can be non-taxations like fees, all those things. When fines, we collect all those things. Okay, now debt receipts, market loans, treasury bills, borrowing, state provident fund, securities issued against small savings. Non-debt instruments or recovery of loans and advances, miscellaneous capital receipts, everything. So these are the receipts. The non-tax receipts can be interest received, dividend from public sector, fees, fines, penalties, all those things. Okay. Now, what are the sources of revenue? Already we have seen this. This is the board which maintains the revenue of a government. Now, what is the sources? Corporation tax, income tax, wealth tax, custom duties, union excise duties, goods and service tax, including GST compensation cess, taxation on union territory. So these all are the sources of revenue for the central government. Now, central's net tax revenue is the total of tax revenue after paying of the state share and the national calamities contingency duty transferred to the national calamity contingency. Okay, so this is about the revenues of government. Now let's see what is public expenditure. So when government is making some investment, there is an expenditure for the government, right? So this is called public expenditure. Now we have a separate department who manages this public expenditure account. So if a government invests in large amount which is not useful for the public, then it lowers the economic growth. So higher level of taxation will be a burden also for the government. So this public expenditure or department of expenditure will try to see what needs to be done. So we have a department here who will implement the recommendation. So we saw what is finance commission, right? So finance commission, whatever they do, they will try to implement them. They will also try to monitor the auditing and observations. They will prepare the central government accounts. They will also assist the central department or ministries to control the cost and price of public service. They will review the system to get optimum output of public expenses. So these are the activities or responsibilities of the Department of Expenditure. Sometimes unproductive public expenditure leads to large deficit. So they start with some project and sometimes it doesn't become productive for the public. So in those cases, it becomes a large deficit, large higher level of taxation, lower economic growth, fewer resources available for use, and greater debt burden in the future. Now, what is the government expenses? So government will also have some expenses, right? So that is classified broadly into two types: central expenses and centrally sponsored schemes and transfers. Central expenses is what is the expenses they are incurring, okay? Like establishment expenditure to have any building or establishment, they have some expenses. Central sector schemes and other central expenses, including those of CPSEs and autonomous body. Now, sponsored schemes are something like centrally sponsored schemes, finance commission transfers, and other transfers to the states. So these are the expenses of the government. We saw what is the revenue and sources of revenue of a government, who will be maintaining that. We now saw what is public expenditure. Now, what is government expenditure? We saw. Now, how is this public debt management? Now, government will borrow the money. It can borrow this money via, so in simple, public debt management is to determine via fiscal or monetary policy, like how much should be the maturity, what should be the risk, what should be the redemption of debt, all those things. This is a process of raising the fund to maintain or meet the government expenses in a long run. So what does the government do? The government will borrow the money. It can borrow the money from the international market or from the domestic market. Then they will also repay this amount with the interest. So they need this for the day-to-day activities or the daily expenses. They also cannot cut the expenses because this has to perform. Okay, now who will be maintaining this? Let's see. A public debt in simple words means a debt incurred by the government in mobilizing the savings of the people in the form of loans which are to be repaid at a future date. The institution who is responsible for managing this public debt management is Reserve Bank of India, Ministry of Finance, and in the Ministry of Finance we have an external debt division and budget division along with Reserve Bank of India. So the responsibility of them is to manage the domestic debt and also to have entrusted with the internal debt management department of the Reserve Bank of India. So RBI acts as a debt manager for marketable internal debt. External debt will be managed by the Department of Economic Affairs in the Ministry of Finance. Most of the external debt is sourced from multilateral agencies like International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, Asian Development Bank, etc. Now, what is FRBM and PDMC? FRBM is nothing but Fiscal Responsibility and Budgetary Management, which was passed in the year 2003. This is an intergenerational equity in financial management. This long run macroeconomic stability, and it also have a better coordination between fiscal and monetary policy and transparency in fiscal operations of the government. So the Public Debt Management Cell, which is called as PDMC, was created in 2016 under the Department of Economic Affairs to determine the debt portfolio, and the objective is to raise funds at low risk or cost in the medium term. Now, when we are talking about this budget, we also has to understand what is the budget concept. Before that, when there was more in case of economic ungrowth like COVID and all, the government also has to see how they can use the regulatory systems to manage that. Now, the budget concept here belongs to balanced budget, unbalanced budget. Balanced budget is nothing but the whatever revenue the government is getting, it is equivalent to the expenditure of the government. Then we call it as a balanced budget. Unbalanced budget, when the revenue is more than the expenses, we call it a surplus budget. And when the revenue is less than the expenditure, we call it as a deficit budget. Now, capital receipts, we have already seen in the previous slide, what is the capital receipt and what is the revenue receipt. We also have something called as revenue expenditure and capital expenditure. So capital receipts will reduce in the assets. Revenue receipts will neither create any liability nor reduction in the assets like tax and non-tax revenues. Revenue expenditure will be other than creation of physical or financial assets. Capital expenditure is creation of physical and financial assets. So this is the different concepts of budget. So budget deficit or overall deficit, what is the meaning of it? So it is a total estimated expenditure out of which there is a difference between the receipts and the expenditure. So that is called as budget deficit. So we have a revenue deficit, fiscal deficit, primary deficit, and outcome budget. Now, what is revenue deficit? If a revenue expenditures are more than the receipts, so you get some revenue and your expenses are more than your revenue, then we call it as revenue deficit. Fiscal deficit is when your revenue expenditure you add up with the your total expenditure minus your receipts excluding borrowing becomes your fiscal deficit. Primary deficit is nothing but your fiscal deficit minus net interest liabilities. Here you see net interest liabilities will be net payment minus interest receipts by the government on domestic lending. Now, what is an outcome budget? It is just like a progress card which will show which has made a progress, which department have done a progress in the previous annual budget. Now, let's see the next topic, which is fiscal policy. So fiscal policy is nothing but the financial policy. Government has various policies for the economic growth, right? Distribution of wealth, income, employment, poverty, reducing the poverty. So they need to have some public revenue, public expenditure, public department, and also deficit financing for the economic growth. So all these activities can be done with the fiscal policy. So fiscal policy is a deliberate policy of a government which uses as an instrument of taxation, public expenditure and public borrowing to influence both the economic activity. Now the important tools in the budgetary policies are public revenue, public expenditure, public debt and deficit financing. So what is the main objective of a fiscal policy? The main, so before that we should also understand that any economy will not alter itself in case if there is no government intervention. So the government has to intervene in one or the other way and try to understand how it can maintain that. So for this, we need the fiscal policy. What are the objectives? The main objective of a fiscal policy is to achieve full employment, to have a price stability, and which will ensure that when there is an employment, there will be a price stability. When that happens, there will be an economic growth. When that happens, there will be an equal distribution of income and wealth. So these are the main objectives of fiscal policies. We have two types of fiscal policy. One is expansionary and the other one is contractionary. So expansionary fiscal policy is helpful during the recession period. So during this expansion policy, what the government will do is they will inject or they will get more of government projects. So when this happens, the money is injected into the economic system, increasing the demand, increasing the output, increasing the employment. So this will help to overcome the recession period where the GDP has gone down. In the contractionary financial project, the government knows that there is a lot of circulation of money in the market. They will try to control this by cutting down the taxes, and they will also reduce the they will not cut down the tax, they will cut down the tax under the expansionary, and in the contractionary they will they will increase the tax level, and they will also reduce the expenses, what expenditures, whatever the dams construction capital things, whatever they do, they will reduce that, thereby controlling the money supply in the market. So how does government does this? Government do them via instruments of finance fiscal policy like government expenditure, public debt, budget, and taxations. So for the long run economic growth, so whatever we see in the day-to-day expenses, the government also will have government expenses, investments, capital equilibrium, and infrastructure, transfer payments, for everything government needs government expenditures. Okay, so like this, they will have a major tool to monitor or alter all of them. Taxes, as we already know, when they will increase the tax and when they will decrease the tax, like corporate tax and all those things. Public debt can be internal public or external public, and budget can be, now already we have seen what is the budget and how it is done, right? So like this, they will use public debt as an instrument, budget as an instrument, taxes as an instrument, and also government expenditure. Just now we saw the example in the previous slide. These all are the tools used by the government for controlling the fiscal movement of money in the market. Now, long run economic growth. So what will happen when this happens in a long run? What will be this finance fiscal policy will, how it will lead for the economic growth? Because of this, there will be a modern infrastructure like education, healthcare. Taxes encourages or discourages savings and investment, subsidies to correct the market failure, increase the environment tax to reduce pollution, subsidies to farmers to increase the output, reduction in inequalities of income and wealth, various social security schemes, strengthening the human capital for enhancing the employability, etc. So this is the long run benefit or economic growth what we are getting out of this fiscal policy. Next, we have something called limitations. Why there are some limitations for this fiscal policy also, like recognition lag. First, the government has to identify where there is a lag, in which place they have to implement the improvement. So recognition itself will be delayed. Once recognition is done, the decision, it has to pass on through on various legislative and administrative parts, right? So there will be decision lag, implementation lag. They also have a challenges in changing government. The reduced government spendings cannot happen. Public work cannot be adjusted easily based on the business cycles. Increase in profit tax, deficit financing, increase in government borrowing, which adds on to the burden of the government of the future generation of a citizen. If government compete with the private sector in a borrowing, it will also reduce the money circulation. So these all are the limitation of fiscal policy. So the extra notes here is, since GDP is equal to G plus I plus G plus NX, which is government can influence all this economic activity directly influencing the G and indirectly influencing C, I, and NX. So Keynesian school is an option that fiscal policy can have a powerful effects in altering aggregate demand, employment, and output. A recession gap, also known as contractionary gap, is said to exist if the existing level of aggregate production is less than would be produced with the full employment of resources. So crowded out is one of the topic. When crowded out is something where the government spendings in the economy replaces private spending. If the government also goes and competes with the private sector in order to collect the money, it will throw out the some of the private sectors out of the economy. So during deep recession, this may also reduce the economic prospects of long run economic growth. During deep recession, crowding out is less likely to happen, as private sector, they themselves will not invest anything, right? So that is called crowding out. So this is end of chapter 7, where we have covered the complete public finance. Thank you. Now let's go to the next chapter, which is money market. So we all know what is money, right? So in a day-to-day activities, we use this money. So money is nothing but what can be stored. It's a store of value, it's a unit of account and a medium of exchange. So if these three conditions are satisfied, we can call them as a money. Now, what is the fiat money? Whatever currency notes we have, we call them as a fiat money. But if you see that it is materially worthless, but it has a value because a nation has assigned a value to that paper note. Whatever we are having the paper note, so the nation has assigned a value to that note. That's why we call it as a money, which is also known as fiat money. So money works because people believe that it has some value. Now, what are the functions of money? It should be generally acceptable. So everyone has to accept that this is the money. It should be durable and it should be recognizable. If I give a paper, you can't just tell that is money, right? So it should be widely accepted and recognized as a money, and it should be difficult to counterfeit. That means you should not be able to reproduce it. See, now if you have a currency note, if it is very easy to reproduce it, then it is no use of making it, right? So it should not be that easy to reproduce it. It should be portable. It should be carryable, easily movable or carryable from one place to another place. And also it should be divisible into smaller units. These all are the functions of a money. Now, this money, the demand for money, why do we need money? What are the concepts where we will be having a money? All these things can be studied under different theories, which is given by classical approach, Cambridge approach, Keynesian approach, inventory approach, Friedman's restatement of quantity theory, Tobin's liquidity preference function. Let's see why do we need money or what is the demand for a money as per these theories. Okay, let's go to the first classical approach theory, which was given by Irving Fisher. So he said that the relationship between the money and the price will determine the price level. So it acts as a main determinant for the price level or for the value of a money. It is called as quantity or transaction theory. So for everyday transactions, people will be holding a money, and this holds the determinant, or it gives a value of a commodity. So whenever you're using a commodity, then in that commodity you can see the money is the price level is determined. So that kind of an approach is called as a classical approach. Now the formula for the same would be mv equals pt. M is nothing but the total amount of money in circulation, v is transaction velocity, P is average price level, and T is the total number of transactions. So he considered only the cash money initially. Later on, he also considered the credit money. Hence, he used M quote V quote, which is total quantity of credit money and velocity of credit money. So this is the classical approach. So in a classical approach, the value of money is determined by the price level of a commodity. Okay. Now, next go to the next approach, which is a Cambridge approach. So previous approach, if you see, it is completely based on the transactions. Now, this approach, if you see, it is based on the cash balance. So what the economist says, the Cambridge economist Marshall, Piago, and Robertson says that people will hold this money and they will split the purchase. Now, whatever they want, they will purchase now, and the other part they will be postponing it to the further dates. So they will split the money and they will also use an hedge against uncertainty. So this is the main use of money. That's why people will be demanding for money, is the concept of Cambridge approach. So now if you see the formula for this, MD equals KPY. MD is the demand for money balance, Y is the real national income, P is the average level, and K is the proportional of nominal income. So in the previous one, we saw money as a transactional purpose. So the quantity of or transactional theory, where the price is determined based on the commodities or the circulation of money. Okay. Here we saw the money as a split up value, where cash balance. So they will have this money because they will now use that money and buy whatever they want, and they will postpone the activities which they want to do it in the further or future dates. Next, let's see about the Keynesian theory. So Keynesian says people need money or people demand for money for liquidity purposes. Liquidity, as you know, what is liquidity? It is like liquid cash. So you have it ready, it is very useful for you. That is called liquidity. So according to Keynesian, he says that people will be holding the money or demanding for the money because of liquidity preference. Now he classifies this liquidity preference into three types, which is transaction motive, precautionary motive, and speculative motive. Transaction motive is nothing but receipts and expenditures. So to maintain or to have a daily transactions, people will hold a money with them. For precautionary motives means unseen or unpredictable. There is some emergency for which they need money. For this purpose also people will be holding the money. So that is called as precautionary motive. Next you see speculative motive. Speculative motive is something like opportunity investment. In the future they want to invest. So what they will do now itself, they will keep the money with them, considering when the rate of interest increases or when the bond rate reduces, how they want to do the speculative investments. So what they will see is, now if the rate is reducing, they will still wait for some more days. When the rate actually falls down, they will buy them, and when the rate increases, they can sell them. So these all are the speculative motive for which the people will be demanding for money. Now, we have some concept called this liquidity trap. So liquidity trap is a situation where expansionary monetary policy does not increase the interest rate income. So now government will try to increase the money supply in the market. So what they will do, they will introduce more projects so that the money supply increases in the market. But after the government does that, there will be no action for that. That means the money remains idle in the society without getting circulated. So this is called as a liquidity trap. That means there is no increase in the interest rate, no income, and hence no stimulate economic growth. This is liquidity trap. Next is inventory approach. So inventory is what do you mean by inventory? Inventory is nothing but you what is inventory? So when you get a raw materials, you convert that into a finished goods, right? In between, you will have semi-finished goods and work in progress and everything. So once your raw material or inventory is over, again, you will come and refill that inventory. So this kind of approach is called inventory approach. So here what the people do is, they will have money with them. They will have the money in the sense they will have hold some cash with them. And when they hold this cash with them, and when they feel that this is getting uh, uh, they are using the cash on a daily transactions. Once it gets over, again they will refill it. So how we refill the raw material, similarly they will refill the cash. That's why we call it as inventory approach. So we have two inventory models. Assume that there are two media for storing value. One is money and interest bearing alternative financial assets. So if an interest, if you don't get more interest from the banks, obviously you will not go and do the savings, right? Rather you will hold the money with yourself. So that is also one of the concept what Baumol mentioned along with Tobin in the year 1952 and 1956. So this inventory approach is also called as real cash balance or inventory theoretic approach. This means that the average amount of cash withdrawal which minimize cost is the square root of 2 times broker's free multiplied by the size of an individual's income and divided by the interest rate. So this is a formula to use for inventory approach, which is C equals square root of 2BY divided by R. Next is Feynman's restatement of the quantity theory. Here, this particular economist say that people will demand more money to have them in the form of a capital assets. Hence, we call this theory as asset price theory. So here, the economist considers the income not for a short term. He considers the economic income to be permanent income. So this is called as an asset theory income. As I mentioned, people wants to hold the money for capital asset purpose. So permanent income relatively returns on assets. So what people thinks is, today if I take the cash and if I invest in a capital or asset, I will get a more profit out of it. So he identifies four determinants for the demand for money. The nominal demand for money is a function of total wealth, which is represented by permanent income divided by the discount rate defined as the average return. And it is also positively related to the price level P rises if the opportunity cost of holding money declines and vice versa. So if you feel that if you're holding the money with you, if there is no interest rate which is given for that, obviously you will not uh, try to invest or deposit them. But if you're getting in returns on the money, whatever you're holding, the opportunity cost, what you're going to forgive in case if you're holding the money, considering that if the opportunity cost is higher, the interest rate or the returns are higher, then people will go and save or invest those money. That is what it means. So this is also influenced by the inflation. A positive inflation rate reduces the real value of money balance, thereby increasing the opportunity cost of money holdings. Now that was the inventory theory. Now we have a risk and liquidity theory, which is given by Tobin. So what does Tobin says? People will take risk towards risk and liquidity, right? People will take risk. They want high return, so they will take high risk. So this is also one of the need for money. So people will, apart from using for the consumption, people will also want to earn high return, so they will try to take a risk for it. So if the person feels risk in the sense mostly with the share markets or investments, bonds, debentures, all those things, equity markets. Now, if he feels that risk, he doesn't want to take more risk, he will try to have a mixed portfolio in his basket so that everything is managed. So less risk, less return. High risk would be high returns. So Toby has derived this liquidity preference function, which shows the relationship between rate of interest and demand for theory. At a higher rate of interest, the demand for holding money will be less. So if people are getting more rate of interest, obviously they will not hold the money with them, rather they will deposit it, and people will hold more money or bonds in their portfolio and vice versa. So the downward sloping liquidity preference function curve shows that the asset demand for money in the portfolio increases as the rate of interest on bond falls. Now, let's see what is the concept of money supply. So we are talking about money supply in the economic, money supply in the economic, right? So what does it mean? So economic stability requires a supply of money. If there should be a stability, we saw the three functions of economic government, right? Resource allocation, resource redistribution, income redistribution, and also price stability. So if this price stability has to be maintained, there should be a supply of money which needs to be maximum utilized optimum level, in an optimum level. Now, why do we measure the money? Why we need to measure the money, or reasons for measuring the money? It helps to understand the monetary developments. It helps to analyze the monetary developments, and also it helps for the essential uh, stability price level, and also increase the GDP growth by directly controlling the supply of money. So these are the two main reasons why we need to measure the money. One for monetary development, analyze the monetary development. The other one is to understand, to stabilize the price level and help for the GDP growth by directly controlling the supply of money. So these are the two reasons. Now we'll see what is the sources of money. We are talking about the money, right? The papers or the currency notes, whatever is printed, there should be some source from where it is coming, right? So this is from the central bank, decision of a central bank, and also the supply response of a commercial banking system of a country, which is called as credit money. So any money which is coming from a commercial banking system is called as a credit money. Now, central government, how does they issue? They just can't print money and they just cannot circulate them. They have some criteria or norms by which they can produce the money. So if they have gold and foreign reserves, based on that, they will be able to print the money. There are some reserve ratios which they have to maintain. Based on that, they will be printing the money. So RBI also uses something called as CBDC, which is central bank digital currency, which is accepted as a legal tender issued by the central bank in a digital form. Now, let's see what is the measurement of money supply. So we have two types of money. One is high powered money, the other one is credit money. High powered money, base money, reserve money, all these monies are by the central bank. RBI has this. Credit money is from the commercial
banks. Now these both together forms the main measurement of money supply. These two are the main supply of money. So now monetary and liquidity measures are compiled and published by the RBI. Now money supply will change if the magnitude of any of its constituents changes. So until from Jan 1935, the RBI has been publishing the monetary statistics. After the recommendation of WGM, which is a working group on money, the RBI has started publishing the data on four different alternative measures, including which is defined as M1, M2, M3, and M4. They are denoted like this because they have to understand what they are referring to. So M1 is nothing but the currency notes and the coins with the people plus demand deposits with the banking system. So when we talk about banking system, it is the current and the savings deposit accounts plus other deposits with the RBI. Now when we talk about M2, M1, whatever we have here plus savings deposits with post office savings bank. This is M2 money. M3 money, M1 plus time deposits with the banking system. M4 is nothing but M3 plus deposits plus the post office saving organization excluding national saving certificates. So now RBI will tell how much of M1 money is there, how much of M2 money is there, how much of M3 and how much of M4 monies are available in the market. Now, what are the determinants of money supply? So how do we understand how the money, who are the money suppliers? So two alternate theory is, first theory will say money supply is determined inside by the central bank. So completely it is determined by the central bank. And the second one is changes in the economic activities which affects people's desire to hold the currency. So only these two things will determine the money supply in the market. We have something called as money multiplier approach. So this approach will focus on the relationship between the money stock and the money stock in terms of monetary base of high powered money. So this approach holds the total supply of nominal money in the economy, which is also determined by the joint behavior of central bank, the commercial bank and the public. Now, how these money multiplier work? So whatever money RBI has, it is called as high powered money. Whatever the commercial bank has, so the bank earns interest on the loans, whatever they provide, the bank will also earn on the deposits or reserves, whatever they have. So these all are called as credit money. So 1 rupee increase in the monetary base because the money, in case money supply to increase by more than 1 rupee. The increase in the money supply is called as money multiplier. So with this formula, we can find what is the money multiplier. So if it is R equals 1 divided by R is a reserve ratio, then each unit of money reserve generates 1 by R money. So if, for example, if reserve ratio is 10%, the money multiplier based on this formula 1 divided by R will be 10. If the reserve ratio is 5%, then the money multiplier is 20. Higher the reserve ratio, less would be the, smaller would be the money multiplier. Lesser the reserve ratio, higher would be the money multiplier. So now money multiplier to study supply of money. How do we study this? We have to take into consideration as per Milton and Anna, we have to take three factors as immediate determinants of money supply. The first one is high powered money. Second one is reserve ratio against the deposits, which is reserves divided by deposits, and also the ratio of currency to deposits, which is C divided by D. We also has to represent the bank behavior, commercial banks and general public. So in general, money multiplier can be 1 plus C divided by R plus E plus C into H. So H is high powered money as we told, R whatever we have the reserve ratio, all those things. Okay. Now money multiplier, how money multiplies with the help of central bank, commercial bank and the public. So central bank and monetary stock. So central bank, what they will do, whatever money is with the central bank, we call it as high powered money, right? So when there is no activity from the commercial bank or the public, then central bank has to directly influence the supply of money with the high powered money, whatever they have with them. So this is the work of a central bank or the behavior of a central bank. Now commercial banks deposits on CRR less money supply, vice versa, excess reserve ratio. All these forms an important supply of money. Excess reserve ratio is nothing but they are required to have a total reserve minus required reserve. So any bank will be required to have a certain ratio with the RBI. So if they are having that certain ratio, apart from that, they are also having a total extra reserve ratio maintained with RBI. We call that extra as excess revenue, excess reserve ratio. Okay, so during some uncertainties like COVID, and when the COVID happened, when the deflation happened, bank will not be willing to give or lend money to people because they have an assumption that that money might not come back, or people will not have an ability to repay that amount. So during those kind of scenarios, the reserve ratio or the total reserve whatever the bank maintains with the RBI will increase. So to conclude, the money multiplier and the money supply are negatively related to the currency ratio. So what is this is the behavior of a commercial bank towards the money multiplier. Then what is the behavior of the public? Interest rate for saving. If the interest rate for savings account is more, people will not hold money, rather they will deposit in an account. If the interest rate is less, then obviously they will hold the cash rather than depositing them. So these are the three behaviors from the central bank, commercial banks and the public towards the money. Now, what are the notes we have here? So when the state has some issue with the money, if they have some balance issue, the RBI will issue OD and ways and means advance to them. The reserve money, also known as central bank money, high powered money, has the level of liquidity and price level in the economy. We have something called as credit multiplier, which is also referred to deposit multiplier or additional money created. So these are the credit money, means it is an amount that the additional money is created by a commercial bank through the process of lending. So when they are lending the loan, if they are lending 1 lakh loan, they will be getting the repayment of the loan with the interest, right? So the extra interest what they are getting is called as additional money created by commercial bank. So we have a formula to calculate that, which is credit multiplier is equal to 1 divided by required reserve ratio, or change in money supply will be 1 divided by R into change in reserves. Okay. Now, what's a monetary policy? As we know fiscal policy, we also have a monetary policy which is used to have a stabilization in the economy, especially during the time of inflation and deflation. So RBI does some changes to the monetary policies by adjusting the supply of money. So how does they do this adjustment? When there is excess money in the market, they will try to take that money. When there is less money, they will inject the money into the market. So how they do this? They do this by selling or buying securities in the open market. So open market operations affect short-term interest rate, which in turn influence long-term rates also and economic activity. When central bank lowers the interest rate, monetary policy is easing. When it raises the interest rate, we can say monetary policy is tightening. Now, the three components of monetary policy are objectives of monetary policy, analytics of monetary policy, and the operating procedure of the monetary policy. Now, let's see what are the components of money policy. As we saw, objectives. What is the main objective of a monetary policy? We need to have a economic growth. We also have to maintain the economic growth with the price stability and economic activities. So that's the main and foremost objective of monetary policy. And also we should ensure that there is a frequent flow of money whenever it is required. So adequate flow of credit to the productive sector is second objective of a monetary policy. Sustaining a moderate structure of interest rates to encourage investment is the third objective of a monetary policy. Creation of an efficient market for government securities is the last objective of monetary policy. Now, transmission of monetary policy. Changes to monetary policies affect interest rate, which affects economic activity and inflation. So the channels of transmission of monetary policies are savings and investments. So as there is more interest rate, the savings will be more. As the interest rate is less, the savings and the investment will be less. So that's how it is going to impact. Next, we have cash flow channel. How the cash is going to flow between the production, service, household, business, all those things. Asset price and wealth channel, how the asset is going to increase. If you are going to give the home loans in a lesser rate, people will use that home loans and they will construct or buy more houses, creating an asset. So that's how the asset price and wealth channel will have. Exchange rate channel. Exchange rate, as you know, the exchange of currency between two countries. So this rate would also help for the exchange monetary transmission of monetary policy. So whenever they want to increase or decrease the currency rate, the imports and exports also needs to be channelized. For this also, this exchange rate channel helps for the monetary policy. Next, let's see the components of monetary policy. Now, how does government or RBI uses the tool to control the monetary policy? So they use this quantitative and qualitative approach. So quantitative tool refers to reserve ratio, open market operations. Qualitative tool refers to margin requirements, moral suasion, selective credit control. Now, reserve ratio can be classified into cash reserve ratio, statutory liquid ratio. Cash reserve ratio is nothing but a percentage of cash has to be kept with RBI. Any bank has to keep some amount of some percentage of cash with the RBI, which will not give any interest, but it is kept as a reserve ratio. That is the CRR. If the RBI thinks there is lot of money supply in the market, they can increase the CRR. If they feel it is less supply in the market, they will reduce the CRR. Same thing with the statutory liquidity ratio. This is the ratio where the commercial banks are requested to hold the cash in the form of liquid or gold assets and all those things, government securities. So in case if the government feels that the money circulating is more, they will increase the SLR. And in case if they want the money to be supplied in the market, they will decrease the statutory liquidity ratio. Now, open market operations, if you want to see open market operations, let's go here. What are the open market operations? Open market operations, RBI will buy and sell the government securities in the open market. So this is called open market this is called open market operations. These all are the quantitative tool. Now, when we come to the qualitative tool, we have margin requirements, moral suasion, and selective credit controls. Margin requirement is when this okay, so qualitative tool will impact for the entire economy, whereas quantitative tool will impact for the entire economy. Qualitative tool will impact for the specific sectors only. So if a creditor wants to get a credit, he or she has to give a collateral security, margin against collateral. So when the margin requirements are raised by the RBI, customers will be able to borrow less. This is also one of the monetary policy to strengthen or loosen the supply of money in the market. Next, we have moral suasion. Here, the RBI convinces the bank to keep money in government security. So this is called moral suasion. Selective credit control is nothing but not lending to selective industries or speculative business. So apart from that, we also have market stabilization schemes where the bank creates, the RBI lends long-term funds to banks, which is referred to bank rates. Sometimes they are also penalized or penalty has to be paid, which is called as a bank rate. Now this can be also controlled via LAF. LAF nothing but liquidity adjustment facility. So here you have repo rate. Repo rate is nothing but the bank borrows from the RBI for a short-term purpose and they will repurchase them from the RBI. This is called repo rate. For this, they have to give a security as a collateral instrument. Next is reserve repo ratio. Here, the RBI will pay the bank in order to keep additional funds in RBI. So this is reserve repo ratio. Then we have marginal standing facility. We already studied what is statutory liquidity ratio, SLR ratio. Now, if this SLR ratio needs to be utilized for further by the banks, they have to pay some penalty rate for lending money to the banks, which is the SLR against 1% of the SLR securities. So when a bank says that I can't manage with this, I want more money, so the RBI will reduce the SLR rates for them and they will give that opportunity, 1% of the SLR securities can be used. For this, they have to pay some penalty rate. Okay, so MSF rate can be repo rate plus MSF rate, which is repo rate plus 1. So these are the quantitative and qualitative approach. So we already saw this market, bank rate, liquidity adjustment factor, everything. Next, we have an organizational structure of a monetary policy. So anything should have a structure for maintaining it, right? So we have a monetary policy committee, which consists of 6 members who will determine the policy rates and also achieve the inflation target through debate and majority voting panels by the experts. So this particular committee also have a framework agreement between the government and Reserve Bank of India to keep the consumer price index inflation rate. So this inflation rate has to be kept between 2 to 6%. So every 6 months once, the RBI has to publish the monetary policy combining a period of 6 to 18 months. So for the 6 to 18 months, they also have to forecast what is going to be an inflation in the coming period. So the choice of a monetary policy action is rather complex in the view of surrounding uncertainties. Additional complexity arise in the case of an emerging market like India, where inflation is influenced by various factors such as international petroleum prices and food prices. So this is the concept of money market, how we handle the money, what is the demand for money, what are the sources of money, what are the determinants of money, and what is the structural organization of a monetary policy. And we also covered what is a monetary policy. So this is end of chapter 8. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Let's see the next topic, which is international trade. So as we know, international trade is an exchange of goods and services between two countries. So some of the benefits of international trades are: it helps for the division of labor, it helps for the deployment of productive resources like land, labor, capital, nature, industrial and financial resources. It also opens up for the new market, which lowers the prices, and it helps for the variety of consumers. Due to the increase in the technology, innovation, and automation, the productivity increases. So the international trade helps for improving the quality, improving the productivity, generating new employment, thereby giving maximum benefits to the customers. And also it strengthens or boosts the harmony between two nations. Now let's see what are the demerits. When we say the demerits, the natural resources are not equally distributed, so not all the nations would be completely benefited out of this international trade. There can be a political disturbance, there can be a trade cycles which happens in a host country that will also have an impact on the home countries. It also leads to economic exploitation. So because of this, we can say that some of the demerits of international trade. Next, let's see how to study. There are various theories for this international trade. One is mercantile view, absolute advantage, comparative advantage, Haxer-Holland theory of trade, new international trade theory. Let's see one by one. So this particular theory was provided by Microsoft Encarta Dictionary 2009, where they concentrate more on trade and commercial affairs. So they mention that the government becomes more powerful when their nation's exports are more than import. So when we are talking about this particular theory, we call it as a mercantile theory. The next theory is absolute advantage theory, which was provided by Adam Smith. So according to this, the country who has an absolute advantage of preparing goods has to do that particular task, and the other country who has absolute advantage of preparing the other goods has to concentrate on those things. For example, if country A has a capability of producing more wooden items than a country B who is good in producing textiles, then country A should concentrate on wooden items and country B should concentrate on the textile items. So this is the main difference between the mercantile view and the absolute advantage theory. So here some of the assumptions are given. It should be between two countries, mobile, lower cost, and should be two commodity framework. Let's see the next one, which is comparative advantage, which was given by David Ricardo. So as per this, the company has to compare what will give more benefits to a company. If it is producing commodity A, will it give more benefit, or if it is producing commodity B, will it give more benefits? So if it is giving benefit for commodity A, then the country has to choose commodity A and forego the commodity B to the other country who can better do that with their skills and technologies. So this is comparative advantage theory. Next will come to Hescher-Halling theory of trade. Hescher has mentioned that though the country can be advantage, absolute advantage or comparative advantage, they also have to concentrate more mainly on capital intensive or labor intensive. So if you see the first theory, the absolute theory, it considers only labor as an cost of production. But here they consider capital and the labor. So whoever is good in capital instruments, they have to concentrate on capital intensive products, and whoever is good in labor intensive has to produce the labor intensive products. So the next theory, which is new international theory, talks about free trade. So they don't want to do an absolute comparison, absolute advantage. They don't want to take an absolute advantage. They don't want to compare the advantage. Neither they want to see whether a country is capital oriented or labor oriented. Rather, the international market should be free for everyone. So whoever wants to produce capital incentive intensive, they can go with it, and whoever wants to be labor intensive, they can go with it. So the two concepts of this is economic of sales and network effects. Next, we'll see instrument policies. So instruments of trade policies are those policies which helps for the international trade. So recently India had signed so many international strategies which are listed here for the reference purpose. Let's see what are the different types of instruments. So as we know, the trade policy continuously helps the country to restrict imports or to encourage exports of the trading activity. So this can be classified into two types. One is tariff and the other one is non-tariff. Tariff refers to taxes and duties. Non-tariff refers to other than duties and taxes. Now let's see what are the different types of tariff. So as I mentioned in the slide, it is specific, ad valorem, mixed, compound, technical, tariff rate, quotas, MFNs, variable, preferential, bound, applied, escalated, prohibitive, import, response to trade restriction, anti-dumping, countervailing duties. So these are the different types of tariff rates. Next, let's see what are the effects of tariff. So when there is a tariff in a country, what happens? It becomes an hurdle for any exports or and imports businesses. Also, the imported goods become very expensive and the consumer cannot consume them. So this is also one of the drawback. So we have to see what is the import substitute and we have to adjust with the domestic industries. So since there is no international trade because of the high tariff, in case hypothetical situation, the producer will enjoy more benefit in the home country. So whatever the domestic industries have do the product production, they will have more a compete more in, they will enjoy more because the absence of foreign trade, so they will not have any competition. So the prices also increases the employment. It discourages the effective production in the rest of the world and encourage inefficient production in the home country. So now, what are the non-tariff measures? We have two types of non-tariff measures, which is technical and non-technical. Technical relates to product specification, food safety, animal protection, environment protection, human protection, plant health, everything. Non-technical refers to the shipping documents, custom formalities, trade rules, regulations, taxation policies, etc. This can also be further classified as hard measures, threat measures, other measures which is related to the trade related finance and investment measures. Now that let's see what is the technical measures. In the technical measures, we have sanitary and phytosanitary measures.
which is applied to the protection of human being, animals and plants. So sometimes the country which is affected by the flu, we completely prohibit the import of poultry and related items from that country. So this is called non-tariff measures related to sanitary and phytosanitary measures. We also have TBT, which is technical barriers to trade. So this tells that when a product is getting imported or when a country is exporting their products, they have to mention the product specification like size, shape, design, labeling, marketing, packaging, etc. So this kind of a measure is called technical barriers to trade. We also have some non-tariff measures as listed below: import quota, price control measures, non-automatic licensing and prohibitions, financial measures, measures affecting competition, government procurement policies, trade-related investment measures, distribution restriction, restriction on post-sale services, administrative procedures, rules of origin, safeguard measures, and embargoes. Now let's see what all the export related measures. Now export related measures are those measures which is taken for the exporting country, that is the home country. So why do we need this? Sometimes when we keep on exporting the goods and services, it might not be available for the domestic consumption itself. For those things, the government has to take necessary actions in order to make sure that there is a free supply of goods and services within the country. So that we have export tax which is collected on exported goods. This is to reduce the export or decrease the export. We also have some subsidies and incentives which is given by the government to encourage the firms to export. We also have voluntary export restraints, which refers to the type of informal quota administered by an exporting country, voluntarily restricting the goods of quantity of goods that can be exported out of the country during a specific period of time. So this is called VER. Now let's see what is trade negotiation. We have three types of we have various trade negotiations, which and also we have to see the RTAs, GATT and WTO. So trade negotiations, when we say about it, it is specially aimed at formulation of international trade. So we know there will be a trade between two countries. Now this needs to be formulated and we also should have the rules and regulations how this international trade happens, right? So that's why we have this trade negotiations. India being an example already have been part of 19 such agreements, and there are so many proposals in place. Major events which happened are listed below. NAFTA and USMCA are some of the examples. NAFTA is nothing but American Free Trade Agreement, North American Free Trade Agreement, and USMCA is nothing but US Mexico Canadian Agreement. We have a RTA. RTA is nothing but regional trade agreement. So this is defined as a group of countries joined together, and their main objective is to reduce the barriers to trade between the member countries. So we have different types of trade agreements which are listed below: unilateral trade agreements, bilateral, regional preferential, trading bloc, free trade area, customs unions, common market, economic and monetary union. Next, we'll see what is GATT. GATT, after those RTAs, whatever we have, we saw here, which is a group of countries. But here, GATT is something which is internationally maintained, which covers the international trade in goods. So it contains the members from WTO and also 10 committees dealing with specific subject. Almost for 47 years, this GATT was in existence, but it could not sustain in the market because it became obsolete and the international investment expanded it very largely, so that it could not maintain the same and could not cope up with the speed the economy was growing. It also ignored the intellectual property rights, and it had some ambiguities in the multilateral system which could have heavily exploited. So effects of liberalization agricultural trade was also unsuccessful. These were the reasons why GATT lost its relevance. After post GATT, there was a Hurge round or Hurge committee which had 8 rounds of negotiations. So there were a very heated up movement
or heated on topics which was discussed in the Hurge round, and finally WTO came into existence. So the objective of WTO is to facilitate the flow of international trade smoothly, freely, fairly, and predictability. So any country should do the trade smoothly, freely, fairly, and the transparency. If something is going to happen in any country, they have to be very open up with other countries about the situation of the current country. The WTO consists of 90% of the world trade. Currently, it has 164 members, out of which 117 are developing countries or separate custom territories. The main objective of WTO is to set the rules and regulations for international trade, to have a forum for negotiation and monitoring the trade liberalization, to resolve the disputes, to increase the transparency, to cooperate with major international economic institutions, and also to help the developing countries benefit fully from the global trading system. Now, it also has some of the principal guidelines for which is related to most favored nation, national treatment. Everything should be treated equally, whether it's a local product or a foreign product. We have to treat them equally. It should have a free trade everywhere with little negotiation. Also, as I mentioned, the country has to say about the predictability through binding and transparency, promoting fair competition. It should not do any country should not have an untrade practices. It also encourage development and economic reform. So these are all the guiding principles of WTO. Now, what is the structure of WTO? The WTO is supported by a secretariat located in Geneva, which is headed by the Director General. It has a three tier systems of decision making. So the top level decision making consists of a ministerial conference followed by the councils, namely General Council, Goods Council, Service Council, and the Intellectual Property Council. So these are the organizational structure of a WTO. The important agreements under WTO are agricultural, SPS measure, textiles, clothing, technical barriers to trade, trade-related investment measures, anti-dumping, customs valuation, pre-shipment inspection, rules of origin, import licensing procedure, subsidies and countervailing measures, safeguards, trade in service, intellectual property rights, settlement of disputes, trade policy review mechanism, and plurilateral trade agreements on trade in civil aircraft and government procurement. So we also have some issues with WTO. So the WTO it's not able to come to a conclusion when there are so much of negotiations, uncertainties arising from the regional trade agreements, inadequate or negligible trade liberalization, and those which are specific to the developing countries, namely protectionism and lack of willingness among developed countries to provide market access to the developing country. So it also exceptionally high tariff rates, tariff escalation, erosion of preference, and difficulties with regards to the adjustments. So we have a Doha round and G20 economists. In the Doha round, the main agenda was for agricultural trade. So this also included 20 areas of trade which covered agricultural service trade, market access for non-agricultural products, which is also called as NAMA, trades and services, trade facilitation, environment, geographical indications, and certain intellectual property issues. So G20 members are Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, China. Along with them, India is also part of this G20 members. Now let's see what is an exchange rate. So exchange rate is the rate at which the country exchange of one country's currency with the another country. In this we have a direct quotation and indirect quotation. Indirect quotation, direct quotation, the foreign currency is the base currency and the domestic currency becomes a counter currency. In an indirect quotation, the domestic currency is the base currency and the foreign currency becomes the counter currency. So we have two types of exchange rate. One is fixed and one is floating. So fixed exchange rates are fixed by the government policy. So in order to fix this rate, the government should have enough reserves, foreign exchange reserves, to have a fixed exchange rate. So this exchange rate is fixed against another country's currency or a basket of currency or another measure of value such as gold. So advantages of fixed exchange rate is it avoids currency fluctuations, it eliminates exchange rates, it reduces the speculation. It also generates lower level of inflation. Now, what is free floating? Which completely depends on the demand and supply in the market. When the demand for a currency is more, obviously the price will increases. When the supply is more and the demand is less, it will fall. So this is how the free floating market happens. So there we also have managed float system where the government and central bank they themselves increase or decrease the exchange rates by selling or buying their own currencies. So now let's see what is the difference between nominal versus real exchange rate. Nominal exchange rates can be used to find the domestic price of a foreign goods. And real exchange rate is a rate at which a person can trade the goods and services of one country for the goods and services of another. So this is the formula for real exchange rate, which is nominal exchange rate into domestic price index divided by foreign price index, or it can also be real exchange rate, which is equivalent to nominal exchange rate into domestic price divided by foreign price. Now, what is a foreign exchange market? The place where the exchange of currency takes place. So some of the participants in forex markets are commercial banks, exporters, importers, investment institutions, insurance, retirement funds, hedgers, and private investors. Now, two types of transactions happens in a forex market, which is current transaction and future transaction. Current transaction is nothing but spot market transactions where the transaction happens immediately once the trade is done, and future transaction happens once the trade is occurred and in the future date the transactions will be completed. Some of the reasons to participate in the forex markets are purchase of goods and services from other country, transfer of gifts, awards, grants, donations or endowments, to make investment income payment abroad, to purchase financial assets, stocks or bonds abroad, to open a foreign bank account, to have a direct ownership of real capital, and for speculation and hedging activities related to risk taking or risk avoidance activity. Now let's see what is a devaluation, revaluation versus depreciation and appreciation. Changes in currency rates will have appreciation or depreciation. So we call a currency is appreciated when its value increases against the value of another currency. The same vice versa scenario, the currency is said to be depreciated when its value falls with respect to the value of another currency or basket of currency. Devaluation is the time when the downward adjustment in the value of the country's currency relative to another country's currency or group of currencies or standard. Revaluation is the opposite of devaluation, and the term refers to a discrete official increase in the otherwise fixed par value of a nation's currency. On short, on account of arbitrage, regardless of physical location at any given moment, all market tends to have the same exchange rate for a given currency. Arbitrage refers to the practice of making riskless profits by intellectually exploiting price difference of an assets at different dealing price. So in this slide, we saw what is a devaluation and what is a revaluation, depreciation versus appreciation. So as we mentioned, we should not do the arbitrage because you should not buy something which is provided at a lesser value from one market and you can't sell the same thing in a different market with a higher price. To just avoid this, there will be a same price across every exchanges for the currency exchange value. So this is about this topic. Next is the exchange rate fluctuation on domestic economy. So what is an impact when there is a rate fluctuating in a domestic economy? The fluctuations in the exchange rate has a significant role in determining the nature and extent of a country's trade. It also has an economic activity in the domestic economy. So where the exports are significantly high, a depreciated currency would mean a lot for the country which is doing an exports. In addition, if an export originate from a labor intensive industry, increased export price will have positive effects on employment and potentially on the wages. The country whichever has borrowed in the foreign exchange through external commercial borrowings has to pay huge amount of interest in the foreign currencies only. So this will increase the interest burden on the government. So now let's see what is an international capital movement. So international capital movement is nothing but a capital
inflow and outflow from a country to another country, which is called as international capital movement. In this, we have two things mainly to be studied, which is FPI and FDI. FPI relates to foreign portfolio investment and foreign direct investment. So the different ways how the currency flows, capital flows into a country is where foreign aid, grants, borrowings, deposits from non-resident Indians, and also investment in the form of foreign portfolio investment. So what is FDI? It is a foreign direct investment which is processed. It is a process where the resident of one country acquires the ownership of an asset in another country. In simple words, if you are acquiring some ownership in a different country, then it is called as a FDI. So we have what all things we can acquire like this. We can acquire land, labor, sorry, not labor, land, inventories, assets, factories, etc. So there are three categories of FDI, which is horizontal, vertical, and conglomerate. Horizontal, if you're having a same business startup, then it is horizontal. It is called as vertical when you have the supplements to its major business, and it is called as conglomerate when it is a joint venture with the foreign firms. Now, why do we want or the reasons for FDI? It is a large scale operation arising from a technological growth because of the technological innovation, managerial skills, and to avoid the future competition, to retain the complete control over the trade patents, promoting optimal utilization of human, physical, financial, and other resources, ease of penetration into the markets, lower environmental standards in the host country, stable political environment, existence of low relative wages in the host country, tax differentials and tax policies of the host country. So these are the reasons which supports for the FDI. Now, what is the modes? How the FDI can be done? It can be done by opening an account in a foreign country. It also can be done via equity injections into a foreign for overseas company, and also by controlling the interest in a existing foreign company via mergers and acquisitions, joint ventures with a foreign company, greenfield investments, and brownfield investments. Now, what is the benefit of an FDI? It creates a competition and generates a competitive environment in the host country. It allows countries to finance more investment than that can be supported by domestic savings. Sometimes the savings cannot be helpful with the domestic savings whatever we have. So in those kind of in scenarios, FDI acts as a major role in giving benefit for the host country. So it also promotes relatively high wages for the skilled laborers. It gives the direct employment along with the indirect employment via backward and forward linkages. So now what is the problem associated with the FDI? Since it is capital intensive method of production service, so they need to hire only relative few workers. Not all the people would be employed or benefited out of this. So the foreign capital is also criticized for accentuating the already existing income inequalities in the host country. Only lower level of skilled jobs will be transferred to the host country, and highly skilled peoples will be still retained with the home country. So it also creates a competitive local industry. It ruthlessly exploits the natural resources of the host country, and the possible environment damage happens in the host country. So these are all the problems of FDI. So now FDI in India mostly performs phenomena changes of non-debt financial resources. The government has different stages liberalized FDI by increasing sectorial caps, bringing in more activities under automatic routes, and easing conditions for foreign investments. We also have foreign direct investments by Indian companies, which made by progressive relaxation of capital control. We have the last topic, which is FPI, which is for foreign portfolio investments. FDI is direct investments. There you can acquire the land, you can take the ownership, and you also have a managerial decision power with you. But in FPI, which is foreign portfolio investments, you just have a permission of taking a stock which is below 10%. So it is a flow of financial capital with stake in a firm at below 10% and does not involve manufacturing manufacture of goods and services, you will not get any ownership, management, or control of the asset of that particular investor. So this is the difference between FDI and FPI. So this covers the international trade topic. End of chapter 9. Thank you. Now let's see the last topic, which is Indian economics. So I'm just going to give an overview of this, and I suggest the students to go through the details whichever is available in the ICAI website for this Indian economics. So Indian economics can be classified and studied in different era. So before pre-independence, if you see, India was the largest economy which had one third to one fourth of world's requirement. So India was classified into villages, cities, and administrative pilgrimage. So it was all the occupation was based on the race, class, gender, which was built in the economy. So the main occupation of Indian economy was agricultural, skilled laborers, skilled architectures, textiles, and craftsmanship. So Arthashastra was written by Kautilya or Chanakya, which was followed by the King Chandragupta Maurya. So this had primary and secondary division. So the primary consisted with the wealth and the secondary consisted with the land. So this book also stated the statecrafts, political science, economic policy, military strategy, which had king, ministers, farmland, alias, military, fortress, and treasury. Now, after this particular period, we also can study the Indian economics with European and British rule. So the rule of East India Company from 1757 to 1858 is considered to be an European rule, which is East Indian Company rule, and British rule, which is from 1858 to 1947. So once we got independence, so during British rule, what happened was British gave more importance for the raw materials exportation. So from India, since we were the largest producers of the nature. We had a lot of natural resources, and these resources were exported by the British people. In turn, they imported the capital goods. So they imported the capital plant and machinery, and they exported the raw materials from India. This led to unemployment. There was no alternative source. So what happened is the Indian finished goods become costly, and the export was only for the raw materials. So the imports become very cheaper, and British products was very cheaply available in the market, thereby destroying or having an impact on the domestic market viewers. Now, this led to the unemployment. The people did not have any alternative source, and hence agricultural became the main sources of living. So when this happened, the division of land came into existence. So the zamindars who owned this land become the rich person, and they started collecting rent for the land, whatever they were using. Since people were not able to pay the rent, they were not able to get any income. The production decreases, the agriculture also collapsed. Though we rank top 5 position in the jute, Indian finished goods become very costlier. So once we got independence, which is post-independence, once we got the independence, the literacy rate was very low. It was almost only 18%. The poverty was very more. The rural population life expectancy was about 32 years only. So the Nehru, the Prime Minister, post-independence, what he thought was industrialization is the only thing which can gain economic activity or boost economic activity. So he gave more importance to industrialization. And also, as per Gandhian philosophy, small and cottage industries were also given importance. Post this, what happened? Capital goods were also given importance, but more were given importance for the industrialization. So since Nehruvian era concentrated more on public goods, the private sectors also got impacted because of this. So unemployment, corruption, land reforms made the economic worst. Due to severe drought, green revolution was introduced. So post this, when Indira Gandhi came into the position, there was poverty, and Garibi Atao was the main slogan which was used in the Indian economy. So they also had a license Raj which created a stringent rules and regulations for the imports of any goods and services into the country. But because of this license Raj, whatever the country, it was not for international goods and services, it was for the domestic goods and services. So because of this license Raj and droughts, external war which was between Indo-Pak and Indo-China war, oil shocks, Indian economy became very worse during 19 became very worst between 1965 to 1981. So here it should be 1965. Okay. So post the small scale industries was also given importance to shift the income and allocate them among weaker sections. Since reservations were also made to the small firms, we could not compete in the world. So what we thought is if we do some reservation for the small scale industries, they can be a shift in the income, but small scale industries alone were not able to produce the goods and services which was required for the entire nation or for the competing in the world market. So this was also a failure. Post that, what did the government decided was to de-license the 25 categories of economic activity business oriented sectors. They relaxed on the MRTP Act, no license for product mix, multi-point excise duty converted into mod VAT, SEBI was formed, OGL introduced, export incentives were produced, export increases, cement and aluminium price distribution control was abolished. So the budget of 1986 introduced pricing policies for cutting taxes further, liberalizing the imports and reducing the tariffs. So this was called also called as the early era of reforms because the liberalization started just boosted, they reduced the tariff rates and they were encouraging the other countries to invite or come to India and do the business activities. Then the economic reforms happened at 1991. So the revenue expenditures were more than revenue receipts. So there were more external debt and the oil price also raised. There was a shock, oil shock, war outside external wars, reserves went down and completely we depended on the external borrowing. So the political situation was also called as a crisis of confidence. They lacked the confidence. So at this time, privatization, globalization, and liberalization came into existence. They started liberalizing the policies. They gave permission for the private sector, that means the government took over many back step and withdrawn the equity shares from that, and it gave a private condition management skill to have an efficient utilization, and globalization is having an international trade. So stabilization measures for short run and structural reform measures for long run was introduced. Post liberalization, privatization and globalization, fiscal reforms, monetary and financial sector reforms also along with capital market reforms were done. A few new industrial policies like license Raj was removed, MRTP Act was refined, private sector increased, public sector emerged for necessary goods and services. Reservation was small scale firms were still made to protect the same. In the same time, there were also a disinvestment of government holdings from the equity share capital, which was a very bold step, moved the step forward by the government. So the trade policy reforms was done to support imports and exports. Increased incomes, large domestic market, and high level of aggregate demand sustains the economy. Poverty reduced and employment started increasing. So recently we have this Niti Aayog, which is nothing but National Institute for Transforming India. So here we have think tank of the government. So some of the key initiatives of Niti Aayog are life which aviation replacing the prevalent use and dispose economy, the national data and analytic platform,
facilitates and improves access to the Indian government data. Shunya campaign aims to improve air quality in India. E-Amrit is one-stop destination to all information on electric vehicles. India Policy Insights, which is also called as IPI, Methanol Economy Program, is aimed at reducing India's oil import bill, greenhouse emissions, and converting coal reserves and municipal solid waste into methanol. So, transforming India's coal market constituted by Niti Aayog to recommended measures for topping into the top five. So now current state of Indian economy, though we were lagging behind, now we were in one point of time we were getting the benefits from the US under various schemes because we did not have food during the drought time. But now if you see we are doing very well and we are standing somewhere around sixth largest producer with retail contributing 70% of the sale. So India has the world's largest cattle rearing, which refers to buffaloes, and large measures have been taken for improving the agriculture. In secondary sector also, we somehow have 30% of global total gross value added in the country. This holds a significant positions in the Indian economy. So we also have a territory test sector where we are fastly growing in India and has the highest labor productivity. So this is just a glance what I have covered in the Indian economics. So we have major things of achievements, agreements, whatever went through, and we also have what all Niti Aayog committee did. So those things it would be better if you go in depth with ICAI syllabus papers, whatever we have. So this ends topic 10. So thank you for this. This covers the complete business economics.